Healing through knowledge. Preface. By the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Number 1. The people of faith who mention or allude to the great favours of God, may He be blessed and exalted, with sincerity of intention and with ardent love, are very fortunate, because they are striving for the worship of the expression of gratitude and appreciation of the favours of God, by which His pleasure can be attained. It is a fact that the true bestower of bounties does not bestow only one or a few great bounties, rather innumerable and limitless bounties. Therefore, all of them should be mentioned. All these bounties are contained in every individual's existence as the compendium of body, soul, and intellect, and this is known as the microcosm, or the personal world. Number 2. A special name of the personal world is the world of particles, Alam-i-Zar. It is the extract and quintessence of the macrocosm. This means that the macrocosm, or the external world, is a wonderful, magnificent, and unprecedented kingdom. All the treasures of its sovereign and its capital are in the personal world. It is in this sense that God, the all-powerful, enfolds the external world in the perfect men. Surah 51, Ayat 21, and Surah 41, Ayat 53. In another example, the external world is a huge garden with countless fruitful trees, whose tender branches, with their varied and extremely sweet fruits, are bent over the personal world, or the world of the heart. Surah 76, Ayat 14. Number 3. In a third example, the macrocosm is a vast rosarium with fresh, attractive, and alluring flowers like those of the supreme paradise. The eternal perfumer, Attari Azal, collects these in his workshop, which is in the personal world, so that from these beautiful and fragrant flowers he may create such a miraculous perfume that every flower may be annihilated and may blossom anew like the flowers of paradise, and may remain fresh forever. Thus, man is both the perfume as well as the root of the rosebush of the rosarium of the universe. Number 4. In a fourth example, the macrocosm is an unfathomable ocean, the unique pearl of its beautiful oyster being Hazrati Adam and his son. According to one estimation, since the pearl is unique, its value is greater than the macrocosm. The reasons for this are: A. This is the unique pearl, as well as the pearl-producing ocean itself. B. It is this pearl only which the true king makes his own, and nothing else. C. This is the mirror of divine beauty and majesty. D. The major and minor vicegerencies are for him. E. This is the perfect and complete creature of God, who is given honour and excellence over all other creatures. F. At the level of spirituality, he is a living and speaking book, in which every secret speaks by itself. G. This is the secret of God, and God is his secret. Number 5. If man has such great importance, and if his real status is so lofty and sublime, then it is extremely necessary for him to pay attention to his spiritual improvement and progress at all times, and work hard day and night. The kingdom of Hazrati Sulaiman is hidden in his personal world. I have therefore mentioned it several times in this book, so that every mu'min with high ambition may progress through remembrance and worship, zikru ibadat, knowledge and action. God willing, they will attain this Suleymanian kingdom of their personal world. Number 6. It is mentioned in a noble hadith, there are 124,000 prophets of God from the children of Adam. Sarair, page 200. So that by God's command, in order to actualize the world of particles from its potential state, they may awaken all the dormant faculties of man and activate all his hidden abilities. Thus, the benefactor of humanity, the seal of prophethood, may the peace of God and his salutation be upon him and his progeny, through a wisdom-filled, perfect and complete book such as the Qur'an, and through the bright instructions and teachings of a natural religion such as Islam, made the ethical, religious and spiritual progress of man very easy. It is mentioned 4 times in the Surah 54, and indeed we have made the Qur'an easy for remembrance, but is there anyone who remembers? Surah 54, Ayat 17. One meaning of the verse is that God has linked the spirit of the Qur'an to his supreme name, so that its remembrance may be the remembrance of the quintessence of the Qur'an. What a great miracle and favour of God, may he be blessed and exalted, this is. Number 7. Although in reality the hidden sciences belong to God alone, he is free from niggardliness, and he is the custodian of favours and bounties. Thus his greatest benevolence and providence appeared in the form of the revelation of the Qur'an. The noble Qur'an came to this world having amassed the countless gems of the secrets of the invisible world in its spaciousness. Surah 81, Ayat 24 indicates that in connection with the revelation of the Qur'an, he has never been niggardly in divulging the secrets of the invisible. Despite all this, if we are not able to take sufficient benefit from the knowledge and wisdom of the Holy Qur'an, perhaps we are sick, and accepting our sickness, we should act in accordance with its curative and hygienic laws, so that we may attain the sound heart. Surah 26, Ayat 89. Surah 37, Ayat 84. Number 8. Although the unprecedented and unique style of expression of the wise Qur'an is beyond the domain of praise and description by humankind, yet the people of wisdom know that the Qur'an presents one and the same reality in varied examples. Surah 17, Ayat 89, Surah 18, Ayat 54. In order that people may reach the real purpose by one or the other example. Thus religion is likened to a long journey, a profitable trade, horticulture and agriculture, war, peace and victory. Religion is God's slavery, his friendship, a spiritual kingdom, the divine vicegerency, a divine school, an elevation and progression, an extremely magnificent hospital. Thus there are countless examples of the reality of religion. Number 9. In the example of Hazrat Adam, the centre of religion is the school of angels. In the illusion of Hazrat Nuh, the light of Islam is the ark of salvation. Hazrat Ibrahim is the model of imamat. The unprecedented feat of Hazrat Ismail gives the lesson of every kind of sacrifice. Hazrat Yaqub used to weep for the didar of his luminous son, not for the didar of the physical sun. The answer to the question of how beautiful a successful soul is and what can be its achievements and virtues in knowledge is Hazrati Yusuf. Hazrati Musa's Mount Tur, with all its miracles, is both in the spirituality and intellectuality of Islam. Hazrati Dawood is the voice of the world of particles, the musical instrument of Hazrati Israfil, and the inviter to divine love. Hazrati Suleiman is the model of perfection of humanity and the spiritual kingdom. Hazrati Ayyub, through his meritorious work, gives the lesson of patience and steadfastness. Hazrati Yunus warns us of the danger of a great whale, Nafsi Amara, the carnal soul. Hazrati Maryam is the example of that Sufi or Mu'min through whose ear light enters by the meditation of knowledge and name. Hazrati Isa is the light which is in the knowledge and the name. Thus the light of the personal world is like the sun of a Mu'min, although it has many other relations too. In the holy and pure personality of the last prophet, there were all the virtues and achievements of all the prophets and all their excellent examples, and he is the endless mercy for every personal world. Number 10. The wise Qur'an, like the pond of Kawthar, is a great pond which abounds with the luminous water of knowledge and wisdom, and the outlets of varied examples are made around it. Open whichever outlet of examples you like, and the water of the entire pond will slowly start to come towards it. It is in accordance with this principle that in this book I have discussed the example of healing through knowledge, because the mighty Qur'an has openly declared that it is revealed for the healing of mu'mins. Surah 17, Ayat 82. Although I am not a doctor or a physician, I would like to do a very small and a very limited service of the Qur'an, Islam and humanity, provided there is God's pleasure and His help in it. Number 11. In some of the mountains of the area to which I belong, there are some red ruby mines. Therefore, I have observed minutely that the red ruby is incredibly beautiful, extremely attractive and alluring, particularly when it is brought out fresh from the mine. At this time, if it is together with white stone, it is extremely wonderful. It is obvious that those who find such precious gems are unable to contain themselves for joy. Now let me discuss about other kinds of rubies and gems, which are the rubies of knowledge and the gems of wisdom. They are extremely high, more exalted and more precious than the gems and pearls of the external world. The status of the mountain from which they are brought out is certainly great, since it is like Mount Sinai. Can you ever estimate the state of happiness and joy of those who, in order to spread these beautiful gems, render every kind of highly important service? I understand that we cannot easily describe their delight and happiness. Number 12. Now, first of all, I would like to express in pure and elegant words of sincerity and truthfulness my gratitude to the highly respected and world-renowned Daily Jung. It has splendidly introduced some of my books in the pleasant and agreeable writings of a learned scholar, an experienced and skilled writer, and great literature, such as the respected Rais Amrovi, in order to spread knowledge and love for progress. Thus, I and all my friends are grateful and indebted to the renowned and respected Daily Jung and to respected Rais. These introductory writings indeed reflect manifold dimensions of love for knowledge, Islamic brotherhood, and beneficence. Number 13. The principles of an institution and history demands that those who render meritorious and useful services should be recorded on the pages of history. Nonetheless, the most wonderful and unique thing in this connection is a mu'min's own record of deeds, by seeing which he will become extremely happy and delighted. It will be a living and speaking book. Surah 23, Ayat 62, and Surah 45, Ayat 29, whose writings will be so extremely amazing that they will speak automatically in the form of human beings, spirits and angels. A small example of the Book of Deeds is shown in a luminous dream, which is not in worldly writing. Although there is as much difference between dream and spirituality, or the hereafter, as between the earth and the heaven, yet the example of the dream is very good, for it can be easily understood, and even an illiterate person can grasp its ordinary meaning. Number 14. Mr. Fath-Ali Habib, the President of Khana-i Hikmat, his Begum, Mrs. Gul Shakar, advisor, Mr. Muhammad Abdulaziz, President of Idara-i Arif, his Begum, Yasmin, Secretary and other respected office bearers and members in the East and in the West, Pakistan, London, America, Canada, France, etc. All of them were first fortunately immersed in the light of Islam and Iman, submission and faith, and now, by divine grace, they are also immersed in the light of knowledge. This is an extremely great favour of God. I am most sincerely grateful to all of them, from the soul of soul and the heart of heart. This is only my verbal expression of gratitude. I also ardently yearn that may my works of knowledge, books, etc., also express this gratitude, and always pray for them in the best way. Every good work is a charity. Kullu ma'ruf sadaqah, according to a noble hadith. And if a good work continues forever, it is called perpetual charity, sadaqah-i jariyah, and is counted among the everlasting good works. Al-Baqiyatu-us Salihat, Surah 18, Ayat 46. It is therefore hoped from the sacred court of the Sustainer of the world that He will bestow upon them the fortunes and blessings of both the worlds. Ameen. Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, Saturday, 20 Muharram-ul Haram, 1409 AH, 3rd September, 1988 AD. How is healing through knowledge possible? By the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Question. Knowledge is neither medicine nor nourishment. It means only to know. Yet it is amazing that you say that it can be used as a healing and a cure. Please tell us how healing by knowledge is possible. Answer. A cogent, detailed, and complete answer to this question is in the following proofs. Please study them carefully. Proof 1. Knowledge is both medicine for spiritual diseases and nourishment for the intellect and soul. There is no curative method in this world which is not indebted to knowledge and wisdom, and which can continue without knowledge, the book, and the teacher. Thus, it is obvious that among the means and resources which are required by any kind of curative method, the most important is knowledge. Proof 2. One special name of knowledge is light, and observing in its illumination, one becomes aware of the bounties of the realities and recognitions of religion and the world. Above all, it becomes clear which words and deeds attain God's pleasure, so that it may be easy to follow divine pleasure all the time. For those who follow divine pleasure, He guides them on the ways of peace. Surah 5, ayats 15 to 16. And the word peace, salam, contains the meaning of spiritual and intellectual health. Proof 3. It is known that the greatest secret of recovery from spiritual diseases and attainment of spiritual health lies in weeping and crying, Giriyauzari. This virtue, in its perfect form, is the prerogative of those who are granted the treasures of the given knowledge, Ilmi Ladunni. Surah 17, Ayat 107. Proof 4. The fear of God is a panacea, the use of which certainly destroys all the germs of ethical and spiritual diseases. However, those who truly fear God are those only who possess real knowledge. Surah 35, Ayat 28. Proof 5. Paradise is the abode of health, peace, and delights. Surah 6, Ayat 127. But hell is the place of disease, perdition, and death. Surah 25, Ayats 13 to 14. Thus it is necessary for everyone to have the knowledge of certainty in this world, so that they will be able to see and recognize not only paradise, Surah 47, Ayat 6, but also hell, and protect themselves from falling into it. Surah 102, Ayats 5 to 6. Proof 6. The devils from among humankind and jinn do not only throw stones, but also spread all kinds of diseases. Thus, in order to protect mu'mins from this battle and these diseases, God has taught his prophets and friends, awliya, the art of making the attire of spirituality and knowledge. Surah 16, Ayat 81, and Surah 21, Ayat 80. Proof 7. Knowledge embraces and comprises everything. That is, God has kept everything in the grip and control of knowledge. Thus there is no doubt that it also dominates and controls diseases. Surah 6, Ayat 80, and Surah 7, Ayat 89. Proof 8. There were jinns and human beings as well as birds. Surah 27, Ayat 17. In the army of Hazrati Sulaiman. But the most powerful was proven to be the one who had the knowledge of the heavenly book, the book of the universe, and the personal book. He brought the throne of the Queen of Sheba to the presence of Hazrati Sulaiman in less time than the twinkling of an eye. Surah 27, Ayat 40. The overwhelming power and effect of knowledge can be well estimated from this miraculous work. Proof 9. There is nothing whose treasures are not with God. May he be blessed and exalted. And he reveals not a thing except according to the knowledge and deeds of individuals and nations. Surah 15, Ayat 21. That is, the greater the knowledge and deeds of a person, the greater the divine bounties granted to him. Thus, the great bounties of spiritual health are granted as a result of true knowledge. Proof 10. Knowledge comes from the fountainhead of the intellect, regarding which it is said in a noble hadith, when God created the intellect, he granted it speech, and then said to it, "Come forward." It came forward. Then he said, "Go back." It went back. Then he said, "By my honor and majesty, I have not created a thing more beloved than you, and I will perfect you in him whom I like." Kafi 1, 10 to 11. Proof 11. God, may he be exalted, takes him who walks on a path in search of knowledge, on one of the paths of paradise, and the angels spread their wings, for the pleasure of the seeker of knowledge, and all the creatures of the heavens and the earth, including the fish under the water, seek forgiveness for the people of knowledge. Tirmizi 2:244. Proof 12. The supremacy of the learned, alim, over the devotee, abid, is like that of the full moon over the stars, and the learned are the heirs to the prophets. Tirmizi 2:244. Proof 13. The Holy Qur'an is indeed medicine and healing, but it should be remembered that its special and higher healing is related to the soul and the intellect, although physical cure can also be attained from it. Proof 14. The Holy Prophet was the spiritual physician in the time of prophethood. He used to cure the patients of ignorance through the divine prescriptions of knowledge and wisdom. Surah 2, Ayat 129, Surah 2, Ayat 151, Surah 62, Ayat 2. Proof 15. According to the purport of Surah 10, Ayat 100, stupidity and ignorance are impurity and disease, which can be cured only by the intellect and knowledge. Proof 16. In Surah 22, Ayat 46, it is said, "Have they not travelled in the earth of the personal world, so that they should have hearts with which to understand, or ears with which to hear? For surely it is not the eyes that are blind, but blind are the hearts which are in the breasts." In this sacred teaching there is the mention of the disease of the blindness of the heart, which can be cured by spiritual exercise, inner observation, intellect and wisdom. Proof 17. Hell is the punishment of adopting ignorance. Which of their sins do the inmates of hell confess? And they shall say, had we but listened or used our intellect, we should not have been among the inmates of the burning fire. Surah 67, Ayat 10. From this it reveals that intellect, understanding, knowledge and wisdom have extremely great importance and esteem in Islam. All good works depend on them, and it is through these that every kind of spiritual disease can be cured. Proof 18. A great virtue of knowledge is also that, for those who have been granted it, the mirror of their heart becomes so cleansed that the Holy Qur'an reflects in it, intellectually and spiritually. The question is how? Answer: in the form of luminous signs and miracles. Surah 29, Ayat 49. Proof 19. Another bright proof of the grandeur and exaltedness of knowledge is those great angels who bear the throne. They see only knowledge in the exterior and interior of everything of the universe and the existence, because of which they say, O our Lord, you embrace everything in mercy and knowledge. Surah 40, Ayat 7. Proof 20. The greatest praise of the people of intellect is that they know the modes of the Qur'an and follow the best of them. As it is said, therefore give good news to my servants who listen to the word, then follow the best of it. Those are they whom God has guided, and those it is who are the men of understanding. Surah 39, Ayat 17 to 18. Proof 21. As the light of the sun appears in two levels, first in the ocean of light, and secondly in the scattered rays, similarly the light of knowledge also has two places. The first is the fountainhead of light, which is the origin and the pearl of intellect, and in which the azali and abadi realities and recognitions are gathered together. The second place is where it works as scattered light, because in the world of multiplicity there is scatteredness instead of unity. Nonetheless, the perfect guidance of God and the Messenger is that which can guide the people of faith on the straight path and make them reach the fountainhead of the light of knowledge. Healing through knowledge is being discussed with this zeal and enthusiasm, accepting the supremacy of knowledge over everything with perfect certainty. Sunday, 2 Zul-Hijjah, 1408 AH, 17th July 1988 AD. Laws of Spirit and Spirituality. Number 1. The knowledge of spirit and spirituality is not common and easy. Rather, it is very special and extremely difficult. Nonetheless, it is not impossible in Islam for the Holy Spirit of the wise Qur'an, which is also called light, to be the generating source of spirituality. If, for the sake of knowledge, you want to ask, what is meant by a living spirit of the noble Qur'an? The answer to this question is that whenever a verse of the Qur'an used to be revealed to the Holy Prophet, it used to be in the form of spirit and light. Then he used to recite it and let the scribes of revelation write it down. This means that real spirit and spirituality is linked with the wise Qur'an. Surah 42, Ayat 52. Number 2. If a fortunate Muslim attains an experience of spirituality, this bounty, wealth, guidance, knowledge, wisdom, and recognition is due to the external and internal blessings of the Qur'an. One name among the names of the Qur'an is Mubarak, Surah 38, Ayat 29, which means blessed book. The essential prerequisite of attaining Qur'anic blessings is that the people of wisdom should reflect upon it. Surah 38, Ayat 29. He who loves the beauty of the meaning of the Qur'an should understand the examples of its blessings properly. The material example of a blessing, barakat, is a thing which continues forever and never ceases, such as the resources of a huge mountain which always continue, namely the constant flow of water, the perpetual growth of trees and herbs, the chain of the beasts of prey, abundance of minerals, etc. Surah 41, Ayat 10. Number 3. Now, with recourse to the Holy Qur'an, time and again, we will try to explain the human soul. Soul is the most amazing and most incomparable thing in God's Godhead. The greatest wonder of soul is that at its supreme rank it acts as the mirror of divine beauty and majesty, in which the reflection of the blessed divine attributes have a new mode in every moment. This infinite chain of the divine manifestations and theophanies is mentioned in the wise Qur'an as every day he is in a mode, manifestation. Surah 55, Ayat 29. Among the various exegesis of this noble verse, there is also a Sufic exegesis, that among the days of God, the Omnipotent, there are the shortest as well as the longest days. This is because of the fact that it is God himself who infolds and unfolds temporal and spatial distances. Thus, one of the several meanings of this sacred verse is that the luminous manifestation, which is observed in the mirror of soul, shines every moment with a different beauty. After all, what are these divine manifestations and theophanies in the mirror of the heart and the soul? Why? They are the countless similes and similitudes of the reality of the realities. Number 4. Is it true that a successful Sufi can see his soul? Yes, It is true that a Muslim who has been adorned with knowledge and action, a true mu'min and a pure-hearted Sufi, can see his soul. With which eye can the soul be seen? The external eye or with the eye of the heart? Answer: first with the eye of the heart, and then with the physical eye as well. What is the shape and form of the soul? Or what is the creature in whose form the soul appears? Since the human soul is created from the quintessence of the universe and the existence, or in other words, man or soul is the microcosm or the personal world which contains each and everything of the macrocosm in a subtle state, or in the state of particles. Therefore, in spiritual observation, the soul appears in the shape of everything. Yet, it has a special form of its own as well, which is the human form, which in reality is called the divine form or image, Surati Rahmani, in which external and internal beauty is found in its most consummate and perfect form. Number 5. Soul is a self-subsistent substance. Therefore, originally it is free from everything, yet it is also embodied. There are 4 stages of its abstract or immaterial state, which are imagination, dream, spirituality, and the place of intellect. It also has 4 stages of embodiment, which are dense particles, dense body, subtle particles, and subtle body. Here it should be remembered that the place where the souls are in particles is called the world of particles, Alami Zar. Number 6. Soul is indivisible. That is, soul in itself does not have particles and parts, but through the mediation of subtle and dense body, it can appear in innumerable manifestations. The example of this reality is the sun, which in itself is not divisible, but becomes divisible where it reflects in pure and transparent things. This means that in the Supreme Soul, or the single soul, Nafsi Wahida, there is only a single reality of all the human souls. Thus, what Mawla-yi Rum says is absolutely true. Who says we have come to this world? This existence of ours is only a shadow of the original existence. He is quite right, for according to the Qur'an, the fountainhead of the Son of Souls is in the world of command, Surah 17, Ayat 85. But its countless luminous shadows continue to reflect in the mirrors of human existence. Thus, although the human soul in the physical body is like a shadow, as mentioned above, at least unconsciously, if not consciously, it is linked with its whole, i.e. the universal soul, and this link continues. In such a case, it should not be surprising if a perfect guide transmits his voice to another human being through the mediation of the universal soul, just as the voice and picture of a television can be heard and seen in front of you through a satellite despite being in a distant country. Number 7. According to the purport of Surah 35, Ayat 10, the supreme grandeur of human soul lies in that its pure word and good deed may ascend to and reach the divine court, so that after attaining the honour of acceptance and annihilation, it may tend towards building a new world by means of his command, Amr. Number 8. If you wish, you can see the details in my book, What is Soul?, in which it is said that in plants, animals and man, there is not a single soul. Rather, the soul of every level is a compendium of the spiritual particles of its own kind. Thus, leaving aside the total departure of the soul from the body, by which a total death takes place, partially the coming and going of the particles of soul always continues. According to this principle, the coming and going of good and bad souls in the town of existence becomes possible. Good souls are like angels, and bad souls are like the devils. In addition, there is also the law that from among these opposing souls, man can invite and retain whichever soul he likes, and expel whichever he does not like. Number 9. From the preceding explanation, it clearly results that in every individual person there can be two kinds of soul. One is his own soul, and the other an additional soul. Whether good or bad, or an angel or a devil, namely a believing jinn or a non-believing jinn, just as in a house beside the members of the family there can be some other people from outside. In this example, anyone can come home. On the one hand, a king, a vizier, a rich person, a poor person, a peer, a dignitary, and on the other hand, a tyrant, a thief, a wicked person, etc. Number 10. Jinn is also spirit, therefore it will be discussed here as well. Jinn is in the subtle body. God has created jinns in various small and big ranks. The smallest jinn is in the smallest particle, so that such jinns may cleanse our cells, and they may come and go through the pores. The greatest jinn is equal to a robust and tall young man. If he is ifrit, then he is a mu'min and extremely powerful and does tremendous work. Since jinn is created from fire, in the current parlance we can say that he is an electric or atomic creature. He can appear and disappear instantly. It is amazing that he has the ability to converse with everyone in their respective languages. Number 11. There are many misunderstandings among the masses regarding the jinn. Jinns are regarded as ugly creatures, separate from paris, fairies, which are considered beautiful creatures, which is not true. The truth is that jinn is an Arabic word, whose Persian translation is pari. That is, the subtle being, which is called jinn in Arabic, is called pari in Persian. God knows why the story writers have divided one kind of creature into two groups. Number 12. Everything is mentioned in the wise Qur'an, Surah 16, Ayat 89. Therefore, paris are also mentioned in it. They are mentioned in the subject of jinn, which is spread over 50 different places. The longest description of jinns, i.e. paris, is in the Surat al-Jinn, Surah 72. In this surah, in verse 6, the following words are also mentioned. Rijal minnal jinn, some men from other jinns. This means that there are men as well as women among jinns. A male jinn in Arabic is called jinni, and a female jinniya. See al-Munjid, al-Murid, Madal Kamus, etc. Number 13. Every wise person fails to praise and describe the wise Qur'an, because it is the unique heavenly book in which all the secrets of the universe and the existence are mentioned in the language of wisdom. In connection with the spiritual kingdom of Hazrat Sulaiman, there are many subtle and profound allusions to jinns. By duly reflecting upon them, it is revealed that jinns are mostly related to the construction and progress of the personal world, microcosm, and very little to the external world. Thus, the one who wishes to subjugate a jinn in order to attain wealth, fame and honour, and to subdue his enemy is utterly wrong. In fact, this work is extremely dangerous for the body, soul, religion and faith. Number 14. If the chilla, the constant ibadat of 40 days, is in the sense of ittikaf, in order to attain the pleasure of God, it is an extremely noble act, God willing, by this act, there will be some spiritual progress. Otherwise, practice of the opposite kind of chilla is contrary to the law of spirituality. It is among the divine favours that if somewhere in the stages of spirituality you observe and experience jinns, a secret has been revealed to you and you have seen the subtle creature. God willing, such an experience will be a great source of blessings for you. Number 15. It is said that the inhabitants of the mountain Kaf, which surrounds the world, are all jinns and paris. However, you know that such a mountain, where there are the habitations of jinns only, does not exist on planet Earth. Therefore, by the mountain of Kaf is meant spirituality, in which every kind of subtle creature is seen, namely jinn, spirit, spiritual beings, etc. This is because, in spirituality, the veil is removed from one's eyes. Number 16. We, you, and all other people, whoever and however they may be, are interlinked and interrelated like a 1,000-beaded rosary, in the sense that the bodies of all of us are threaded on the string of the single soul, nafs-e wahida. The beads of the rosary are separate, but its thread is one. In the light of this meaningful example, our bodies are separate, but if we conceive the soul, undoubtedly all of us are one. Or we should say that there is only one, and that is the single soul. The most important point in this is that from this thread of unity and integrity, neither angel nor jinn nor devil is excluded. Thus this thread of soul works faster and better than a telegraph wire by which everyone receives the telegrams of good and bad thoughts. Number 17. Referring to Surat An-Nas, Surah 114, ayats 1-6, I would like to say that if Khannas, sneaking devil, who is from among both the jinn and humankind, was not threaded with all others on the string or wire of soul, i.e., were he not threaded on this all-embracing string, how would it have been possible for him to insinuate wicked thoughts in the hearts of people? Although this example is related to evil, the wisdom which lies in it is very amazing and invites the people of wisdom to reflect upon it. One point in this is that the devil was first an angel. Now he is a jinn, as well as a man. The other point is that a person can sink in evil to the extent that he can on his own insinuate wicked thoughts in the hearts of the people of the whole world. Angel, jinn, devil and man all have a soul, and the soul is like the string of a rosary, or a string of pearls, or a telephone wire, through which one can transmit a good or a bad current to many people. It is obvious that the command of God has precedence over everything and every law. Number 18. Read the blessed verse, Surah 45, ayat 13, in which the subjugation of the universe is mentioned in a wisdom-filled way. That is, God, in His infinite mercy, has subjugated the heavens and the earth to man, externally and internally. Today man is struggling to reach the stars by the help of material science, which is in accordance with the will of God, because it is He who has provided all these means. Similarly, if through the help of spiritual science He subjugates the spiritual aspect of the universe, which is hidden within His self, personal world, this will also be in accordance with that law of subjugation, which He has made possible and granted to man. Number 19. God is all-wise and all-merciful. Through His perfect power and profound wisdom, He has transformed the external world into a spiritual and intellectual form in the person of man, and has made it an everlasting, great, unique, perfect, and consummate kingdom in every respect. How can it be possible that in order to attain and protect the external kingdom, treasures are spent lavishly and thousands of human souls sacrificed, but there should not be any jihad and sacrifice for the acquisition of the spiritual kingdom. It is impossible. Therefore, in order to acquire the spiritual kingdom, an essential prerequisite is that every individual should either make an infidel jinn a Muslim or kill him. This infidel or disobedient jinn is the carnal soul, nafs-i amara, of every individual. However, it is extremely strange that to fight against one's carnal soul is extremely difficult as well as extremely easy. Number 20. It is an extremely interesting, productive and beneficial question to ask. What are the occasions on which it is possible for angels to descend to the people of faith? You can see this as a special subject in the wise Qur'an. For instance, during the Battle of Badr, by God's command, the angels descended to help the army of Islam. Surah 3, Ayat 125. They also descended in the Battle of Ahzab, allies, or Khandak, ditch, Surah 33, Ayat 9, Battle of Hunain, Surah 9, Ayat 26, etc. Since this was the external jihad, therefore the armies of angels did not appear to the Muslims. In spiritual jihad, however, when they descend for the succor and help of the mu'mins, they definitely appear, just as when the spiritual mujahids become shaheed, martyr, in this lifetime, the angels talk to them. Surah 16, Ayat 32, and Surah 41, Ayats 30 to 32. Number 21. The people of wisdom, if they wish, can see all the descriptions and delusions of spirituality in the noble Qur'an. Among them, there is also the mention of the wisdom-filled, blessed death before his physical death, which happens to a mu'min who has high ambition and is in constant zikr. This death is called the spiritual death. Thus the companions of the Prophet used to yearn not only for the physical martyrdom, shahadat, but also for the bliss of spiritual death. If, in the light of Surah 3, Ayat 143, it is accepted that some great companions of the Prophet were blessed with the honour of spiritual death and spiritual martyrdom in this life, we should ask ourselves what is meant by spiritual death and spiritual martyrdom. The correct answer to this question is that by this death is meant the minor or personal resurrection, without which such an honourable death cannot take place. As it is said in a hadith, he who dies, spiritually or physically, his personal resurrection takes place. Ihya 4:64. Number 22. Whose martyrdom were the great companions of the Prophet, may God be pleased with them, yearning for? Their own or that of others? They were yearning for their own spiritual death. Who is addressed in the above-mentioned verse? The living martyrs of spirituality or the physical martyrs? Those mu'mins who have experienced the spiritual death but are still alive, who are mainly addressed in this verse, whereas those who are martyred physically are not addressed by this command. Thus it should be known that in "So indeed you have seen it," in the above verse, the seeing of the details of the exercise of Israel, Ammali Israeli, is mentioned, and in "And you look at it," there is the mention of the opening of the inner eye and benefiting from the observation of spirituality as a result of it. Number 23. It has already been mentioned that the human soul is a compendium of innumerable spiritual particles, in which not only the people of the whole world, but each and everything of the universe and its parts is hidden. To elaborate on this point further, man is a subtle world, and all people together are called worlds. Alameen, Kamus, page 344. Thus, in every person there is everyone and everything. This means that for everyone, the subjugation of the self, personal world, is the subjugation of the universe. This needs both knowledge and stringent action, so that human beings may conquer themselves, open the eye of the heart and recognize their own soul. The recognition of God, the Lord of Honour, lies in the recognition of one's soul, and this recognition is that everlasting and eternal wealth without acquiring which nobody can acquire the hidden treasure. Number 24. If, according to the Hadith, the one who recognizes their soul recognizes their Lord. Ahadisi Masnawi, page 167. The recognition of a mu'min's soul is the recognition of the Lord. Then can the recognition of the Qur'an be excluded from this recognition, or is it also included in it? If someone thinks that the recognition of his speech is excluded from his own recognition, how can this be possible? From this explanation it is clear for the wise people that the recognition of the soul is the recognition of God as well as the recognition of the Qur'an. When it is established in the light of this proof that the recognition of the glorious Qur'an is possible, the recognition of all those things which are mentioned in the Qur'an is not outside the domain of this recognition. Now, for the sake of observation, study and recognition, there are three places: the level of intellect, the stages of spirituality, and the Qur'an. That is, the mention and recognition of all events which have taken and take place in the world of intellect and in the world of soul are also in the wise Qur'an. Number 25. Among the mineral soul, vegetative soul, animal soul, human soul, rational soul, and the Holy Spirit, it is only in the Holy Spirit that the greatest treasure of the recognition of the Lord lies, and after the Holy Prophet, this extremely pure spirit is in the perfect guide. In order to attain the favours and blessings of the Holy Spirit, one has to struggle arduously according to Islamic teachings, and it is only then that a revolution takes place in one's soul. Number 26. The discussion of an extremely important subject, such as the laws of spirit and spirituality, requires the most beautiful words and the best examples. However, I know how weak I am in this respect. Therefore, realizing the lack of literary embellishment and adornment of this article, I request the erudite and experienced writers to ignore these shortcomings. Wa as-salam, peace. 30th May 1987 AD. Note: this article is written on the request of my old friend, intimate companion, esteemed brother, Alysha Rais Amrovi Sahib. The other Azizan should read it as usual and comply with the necessary reference. Cure of sleeplessness or insomnia. Number 1. Sleeplessness or insomnia is called sahar in Arabic and agrypnia in English in ancient medicine. The one who suffers from this disease usually goes to a physician or a doctor who treats him according to his respective principles. Sometimes the patient is given sleeping pills which cause him to sleep, but the root of the disease remains unchanged. That is, the patient always needs the sleeping pills, without which he cannot sleep. Thus it turns into a chronic disease and adversely affects the patient's mental and physical health. Number 2. Let us analyze or investigate the background of this disease in the light of the wise Qur'an and the Hadith. For it cannot be a physical disease, but is in fact a mental and imaginary disease, to prove which several clear proofs can be furnished here. One of them is that when a poor person all of a sudden receives a huge sum by winning bonds or a lottery or by any other means, a kind of a flood of disturbing thoughts of happiness and delight inevitably gushes forth in his heart, due to which he cannot sleep at night. Similarly, disturbing thoughts also occur to a person due to a major or minor grief. Also, you know that disturbing thoughts can be insinuated only by the devil from among jinn and humankind. Surah 114, ayats 4-6. Since the devil is the religious enemy of man, therefore on such occasions he repeatedly attacks the children of Adam, makes them forget divine remembrance, and makes them fall ill. Thus the sneaking devil, Khannas, constantly insinuates disturbing thoughts in their hearts and minds, and never tires of this act. Number 3. According to the divine law and the law of wisdom, every individual not only has a personal devil, but also a personal angel, who acts as his guardian. Thus, when a man forgets God and chooses blindness, the angel cannot help him at all, and the devil instantly fires a volley of disturbing thoughts. Surah 43, ayat 36. See Mishkat 1:42. Number 4. The wisdom for mu'min lies in that they should remain engaged in good deeds and devote themselves to obligatory and supererogatory acts, and should not forget the remembrance of God even for a moment, so that the devil may become silent and disappointed, and the angel may have the full opportunity to exercise his role. The law of equity requires there to be as much benefit in paving the path for the angel as there is loss in giving in to the devil. Thus the angel, by God's command, kindles the lamps of hope, certitude, success, and guidance in the heart and mind of a believing servant. Number 5. You cannot call every wakeful state agrypnia, for the need of sleep becomes less and less due to both age as well as zikru ibadat, to the extent that a pious mu'min who is in constant remembrance of God needs very little sleep. You can see the mention of such mu'mins who sleep very little in the Qur'an. Surah 32, ayat 16, Surah 51, ayat 17, and Surah 73, ayat 20. The purpose of sleep can be fulfilled in a very short time. This is because man, who is the son of Adam, is given honour and excellence over all other creatures by God. Surah 17, ayat 70. Thus, the more a mu'min advances in the stages of spirituality, the more wonders and marvels of human capabilities are revealed to him, as well as many secrets related to sleep. Number 6. If you go to bed on time in the evening and cannot sleep as you would like, it is not the disease of agrypnia or sleeplessness, nor is it a disease to wake up before the usual time. But if you consider it a disease and become sad and do not benefit from the remembrance of God, it undoubtedly turns into a mental and psychological disease. This means that in not falling asleep in the evening and in waking up before time, there is the trial of whether you will make it a disease for yourself or make it the light of divine remembrance and reflection. Number 7. Reflect carefully on Surah 3, ayats 190 to 191, in which the key to the hidden and locked secrets of the universe and existence is the reflection of the people of intellect. The key to reflection is divine remembrance, which comprises 3 states, namely standing, sitting, and lying on their sides, in which the people of intellect remember God, the Great, the Exalted. There are many wisdoms in this order of remembrance. Here we will take into consideration only those wise people who remember God in the state of lying on their sides, who are a mu'min who is in constant remembrance and has laid down to take rest. B. The religious man who is very tired. C. The ill person who cannot get up. D. The old man who is very weak. E. The one who has laid down to sleep. F. The one who has opened his eyes from sleep. G. The one who cannot fall asleep. H. The one who has become extremely weak due to starvation and long ittikaf, sitting in constant ibadat. I. the one who dies spiritually. J, the one who is in the state of physical death, etc. Number 8. Hazrat Israel is not only the angel of death, but is also the angel in charge of sleep. Surah 39, Ayat 42. Similarly, Hazrat Israfil, who is the custodian of the Sur, Sahibi Sur, is also appointed to wake people up, both today and tomorrow. Surah 36, Ayat 52. Thus, the greatest bliss of a person is in piety and abundant remembrance of God, so that the angels may make him sleep on time and wake him up on time, with high hopes concerning religion and the world. However, the friendship and support of angels cannot be obtained without knowledge and good deeds. Number 9. Here the question arises, what is the purpose of sleep? Namely, why is it so necessary, and what are its benefits? This question apparently seems to be quite easy, as some may instantly say that the mental and physical fatigue is removed by sleep, and what is eaten becomes properly digested. But we will say that every kind of fatigue can also be removed without sleep, and food can also be digested during the day without sleeping. For instance, take domestic animals such as the ox, the horse, the mule and the donkey. How much work do these poor animals do, yet they do not sleep? They only need to rest after work. Thus, I would like to say that the main purpose of sleep is the exchange of some particles of soul, Surah 39, Ayat 42, which can take place even during a short sleep. Number 10. The noble Qur'an does not impose a duty upon a person if he does not have the natural capacity to accomplish it. Surah 2, Ayat 286. If this is a Qur'anic fact, let us see, in the light of Surah 73, Ayat 20, how many hours some of the great companions of the Prophet, who used to get up for ibadat with him, used to sleep. When did they get up at night, and for how long did they do zikru ibadat? The answer to this question is in the same surah, that sometimes they used to spend 2/3 of the night in zikru ibadat, sometimes half of it, and sometimes 1/3 of it. This difference is related more and more to the season, and less to their different conditions. Season in the sense that in the whole year, day and night increase and decrease constantly. Anyhow, according to the Qur'anic program, the time for sleep is very limited. Number 11. Although sleep is the name of a thing during which the senses of a person stop working, nonetheless there are different degrees of it, and the supreme kind of sleep is the sleep of the prophets and awliya, in which the body and the senses sleep, but the glorious chain of the remembrance of God continues. The wise Qur'an, praising this sleep, says, "And we made your sleep a thing of repose," Subat, Surah 78, Ayat 9. By this sleep is meant the sleep of a supreme kind, in which by the blessings of the remembrance of God, not only do the intellect and soul attain peace, but also the body. Number 12. When the believing servant, Jamani mu'min, who is pious and is in constant remembrance of God, sleeps after abundant zikru ibadat, he sometimes immediately receives a sweet jerk from the sole of the foot to the top of the head, by which he wakes up all at once. In this jerk it is alluded to him that the purpose of your sleep has been achieved. Now, if you wish, you can do more ibadat. Here the question arises, what is this pleasant jerk or delightful current? The answer is that it is a miraculous act of the angels and the exchange of the particles of soul. Number 13. The gist of the points of this article is that if someone cannot sleep, despite having sound health, he does not need to worry. If he worries, this blessing of waking up may turn into a burden and into the form of a psychological disease. Thus the wise mu'min is the one who does ibadat in such a wakeful state and reflects upon the realities and recognitions of the universe and the existence. Surah 3, ayat 190 to 191. Note: after Qur'anic healing, now, God willing, such articles will be devoted to healing through knowledge. Please pray, all of you. 11th June 1987 AD. Cure of bad dreams. Number 1. In connection with the discussion of this extremely important, interesting and useful subject, first of all, it is necessary to mention what good dreams are and what the bad ones are, so that the difference and distinction which exists between them may be clear. The greatest benefit of this, God willing, will be that every intelligent person, after the deep study of his own health and illness, will be able to cure himself. For both the primary fundamental cause of disease and its real medicine is found in man. As Hazrati Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali says, "Your medicine is with you, but you are not aware of it, and your illness is generated from you, but you do not see it." Number 2. It is said in Bukhari 9:96 to 97, good dream is a part of the 46 parts of prophethood. Further, the Holy Prophet has said, good dream is from God, and bad dream is from the devil. In the same chapter there is also the hadith, good dream of a mu'min is a part of the 46 parts of prophethood. Let us examine some of the conclusions of these wisdom-filled ahadith. A. Good dreams are those special favours of God, which after the prophets are also granted to the mu'mins. B. A good dream of a mu'min is an experience of spirituality, and also the rank of merging in the Prophet, Fannafir Rasul. C. Since it is among the parts of prophethood, therefore there is knowledge, wisdom, rectitude and guidance in it. D. If a mu'min becomes da'imuz zikr, one who is in constant remembrance, and imposes upon himself a wisdom-filled sleep, in which all his external and internal senses fall asleep, and only the remembrance of God continues, the level of the dream which he will see in such a state will be extremely high. E. A good dream in Arabic is called ru'ya, vision, the root of which is ra, hamza and ya, and from the same root is the word mir'at, mirror. Thus it is absolutely correct to say that mu'mins' good dreams act as the mirror of their spirit and spirituality. It has always been a practice to keep a mirror in front to adorn oneself. Number 3. In Muslim 3:1773, there are also many prophetic traditions regarding the dream. One of them is, dream is of 3 kinds. One is good, which gives glad tidings from God. The other is painful, which is from the devil. And the third is the imagination of his heart, i.e. the conversation of the soul. When someone among you sees a bad dream, he should get up and pray, and should not tell it to people. Number 4. In the same book, this noble hadith is also recorded. Man ra'ani faqad ra'al haq. He who saw me saw the truth. Muslim 4:1776. In view of the extreme comprehensiveness of the hadiths of the Prophet, the following Sufic translation is also correct. He who saw me, it is as if he saw God. For if we accept the manifestation, jalwa, tajalli, zuhur, mazhariyat of God, then we have to accept that the first mazhar is the exalted personality of the Holy Prophet. Number 5. Here it is very pertinent to ask this question. During the time of prophethood, those mu'mins who used to see the Holy Prophet in their dream used to recognize him, and were sure that they had seen him. But how will the mu'mins of all other ages be sure that they have the holy didar, vision of the Holy Prophet, while they have never seen his blessed countenance in a wakeful state? The correct answer to this question can only be that the wisdom-filled didar of the Holy Prophet will be in the form of the perfect guide, Murshidi Kamil. For vicegerency and representation is a fundamental principle in Islam. Number 6. In Bukhari 9:98, the hadith is recorded, "From prophethood, only mubashirat are left." The people asked the Prophet, "What are the mubashirat?" He said, "They are good dreams." One of the meanings of this hadith is that all good dreams mean glad tidings. Another meaning is that, for a mu'min, good dreams can prove to be an experience of merging in the Shaykh, fana fi Shaykh, and merging in the Prophet, as it happens in spirituality. The third meaning is that where the good dream is from God, it is through the Holy Prophet and the perfect guide. It is in this sense that the miracle of luminous dream is among the 46 miracles of prophethood. Number 7. Now, in the light of these wisdom-filled traditions of the Holy Prophet, the cure of bad dreams is not difficult, because now it has become quite clear that bad dreams are from the devil. Thus, the only cure of this disease is that mu'mins, by their word and deed, i.e. knowledge and action, should escape from the devil and seek protection in the presence of God, the sustainer of the world, as the glorious Qur'an says, "He indeed is successful who purified it, his soul." Surah 91, Ayat 9. For if the soul is polluted with dirt, the devil gets a chance to attack it, and if it is pure, he does not get a chance to attack and remains disappointed. Number 8. In order to understand this subject with wider implications, you should also study the illusions of dreams in Qur'anic healing, so that it may be quite clear that in reality the bad dream is not at fault. It is only the result of the natural photographic X-ray machine of the hidden diseases of man. The fault is that of human beings themselves, who, due to their negligence in remembering God in a wakeful state, provide opportunity to the devil to insinuate disturbing thoughts in their heart. Number 9. Bad dreams are definitely from the devil. But the question is, what is the cause of this act of the devil? Can he force someone? Is man helpless and compelled? If not, he has to accept all his responsibilities and fight against the devil, and give a crushing defeat to this enemy of religion and faith. For this, the Mujahid Mu'min needs the supreme kind of knowledge, through which all the snares of deception which the devil has spread may be torn to pieces like a cobweb. Further, it is necessary to have actions which are in accordance with the divine command and against the desire of the carnal soul and the devil, so that one may rescue oneself from the evil of the devil forever and benefit from the wonders and marvels of good dreams and the secrets of ma'arifat every night. Number 10. It is a great injustice to ascribe blame to others and in addition to curse them. Etiquette, modesty, justice and wisdom require that a mu'min should consider his own carnal soul the root of evil. Surah 12, Ayat 53. Due to this useful knowledge, he may always be able to watch the real enemy, which is his carnal soul, and concentrate and unite all his powers concerning knowledge and action, which are scattered due to different and contradicting thoughts, and fight against his carnal soul until it surrenders and becomes a Muslim. Thus, it is this which is the fundamental and permanent cure of bad dreams. Number 11. The law of nature works equally in all things of the universe and the existence. Thus, every gigantic body initially is an extremely small particle. Every huge tree at first is a seed. In the seed is a kernel, In the kernel is a nucleus, and in the nucleus, the particle of the vegetative soul is dormant. It is also possible that the creation of the planet Earth started from an atom, particle. Zoologists say that from one bacterium are generated innumerable bacteria in a short time. Therefore, it is also in accordance with the law of nature that one bad thought of the human soul may give birth to thousands of bad thoughts. God forbid, if it happens, the carnal soul becomes very strong, arrogant, and like an intractable horse. Number 12. In order to attain salvation from bad dreams, and to see the divine miracles of good dreams, and above all, for the sake of the friendship of, and love for God, and his beloved Prophet, remember God abundantly, shed tears, choose the path of piety, and make a habit to serve people. 25th June, 1987 AD. Secrets of Malakut and Medicine. Number 1. Malakut is mentioned in 4 places in the wise Qur'an, which are Surah 6, Ayat 75, Surah 7, Ayat 185, Surah 23, Ayat 88, and Surah 36, Ayat 83. Malakut means a magnificent kingdom, sovereignty, rule, the world of angels, and the place of spirit and spirituality. This title, of Secrets of Malakut and Medicine, begs the question, how can the ma'arifat of the secrets of the magnificent kingdom of God, the Exalted, be attained? Is there any link between medicine and sovereignty and the rule of God, who is the Creator, Master and King of the universe and the existence? If so, how? Number 2. When man recognizes himself, he also recognizes the sustainer of the universe. And in this recognition, there is the recognition of the secrets of Malakut as well. As for the question regarding medicine and its factors, does it have any link with the law of Malakut or not? The answer is that if the kingdom and sovereignty of everything in the heavens and the earth is in the hand of God, Surah 23, Ayat 88, and Surah 36, Ayat 83, how can medicine be excluded from this universal law? Thus, from this simple logic, it is clear as broad daylight, whether someone is aware of this secret of Malakut or not, that medicine cannot show its effectiveness without divine permission, always and every time. Number 3. The efficient power or soul which exists in every kind of medicinal herb and in every kind of medicine is only for a fixed time, and when the soul leaves it, it becomes ineffective. Thus we have to check whether an effective soul of its kind exists or not in every medicine, since there is no cure or healing in soulless medicine. Similarly, this Qur'anic secret should be mentioned here, that it is necessary for the soul of Malakut and the world of command to be in both prayer and medicine. Without this, neither is prayer accepted, nor does medicine become effective and useful. Number 4. Here it is very appropriate if someone asks, for the sake of knowledge and awareness, what is meant by the soul of Malakut and the world of command? The answer is that when something is brought down to this world from the divine treasures of Malakut and the world of command, Surah 15, Ayat 21, and is given a physical form, not only is the spiritual film of its story in the higher world being recorded in the universal guarded tablet, but its descent and every event in the physical world is also amended, if God wills. Surah 13, Ayat 39. This subtle a non-material picture, which is living, is the soul of everything which is generally understood. The upper end of this soul is in the hand of God. Surah 23, Ayat 88, and Surah 36, Ayat 83. And the lower is linked to a thing of this world. Now if the master of Mulk, kingdom, and Malakut, i.e. God, by his holy command, causes a fresh spiritual current to run from the upper end of the soul to its lower end, this is the soul of Malakut and the world of command, which works in the soul as an additional or new soul. Number 5. The sustainer of the world is the true Lord and the absolute sovereign. He can spread as well as seize, Surah 2, Ayat 245, the soul of permission, izn, and healing in anything of the world of prayers and medicine. The power of seizing and spreading of the universe and all its small and big things are in his hand. Surah 39, Ayat 67, and Surah 21, Ayat 104. And it is he who gives a kingdom to whom he wills, and takes it away from whom he pleases. Surah 3, Ayat 26. Thus, in order to enrich and improve his profession with the blessings of Islam, it is extremely necessary for every Muslim physician and religious doctor to have not only verbal conviction of heavenly help, but they should also attain the success, guidance, help and support of God the Exalted through complete piety, knowledge and good deeds, so that by the grace of God they may attain success and honour in both the worlds. Number 6. At this point, I would like to answer a question before being asked it, which is that two kinds of people live in this world, the religious and the non-religious. Those who have a religion, particularly Muslims, although they want the betterment of both this world and the next, Surah 2, Ayat 201, give preference to the next world over this world, Surah 17, Ayats 18 to 21. Therefore, the people of faith seek help from God, may he be blessed and exalted, not only in religious matters, but also in worldly matters. This is according to the teachings of Islam, for even the worldly progress of Muslims is conditional on piety, fear of God, knowledge and good deeds. Whereas for the non-believers there is respite, Surah 73, Ayat 11. Therefore the world is given to them without any religious conditions. Number 7. Divine grace and benevolence, generosity and munificence are such that the divine hand is open, Surah 5, Ayat 64, and reaches everything everywhere in the heavens and the earth. This shows that there is a kind of soul even in those things which are apparently called inanimate, as it is said in Surah 31, Ayat 16, O my son, though it be but the weight of a grain of mustard seed, even though it is in the heart of a rock, or high above in the heaven, or deep down in the earth, God will bring it forth. Here by the mustard seed is meant the soul, which exists even in things such as stone, space, and the earth. Number 8. The brightest proof of the fact that each and every particle is illumined by the light of the soul is that all the things of the heavens and the earth are immersed in the light of God, externally and internally. Surah 24, Ayat 35. According to this concept, it becomes certain that every creature and everything is immersed in the ocean of light. Thus, in view of this wisdom-filled light verse, every individual and everything has a simultaneous link with two souls. One is the individual soul, and the other is the collective, i.e. the universal soul. Just as in a huge fire there are many cinders. There is no doubt in the unity and integrity of the fire, but at the same time there are different cinders within it. Thus, whatever is in the fold of the universal soul, it inevitably dissolves in this eternal light and becomes soul. As when a thing is thrown into a huge fire, it instantly turns into fire. Number 9. Nonetheless, nobody, by merely understanding the above bright example, can become the light which is ordained for the rank of humanity, because this is only knowledge, and we have not yet discussed good deeds at all. By God's command, the smoke of the personal world, microcosm, turns into the heaven of light only when the believing mu'min strictly practices the commandments of religion. Surah 41, Ayat 11. The way the creation of the universe is mentioned in the Qur'an has a double meaning. First, God, the supreme creator, created the macrocosm, and the second meaning is that by his command and ta'yid, help, spiritual construction and progress was made in the microcosm and the heaven was created. Number 10. Hazrat Isa was the spiritual physician in his time. One of his great miracles was to revive the dead, physically or spiritually, or in both ways. Surah 5, Ayat 110. But with every prayer which he used to revive them, he used to say, Bi-iznillah, by the leave of God. This shows that no matter how excellent the prayer or the medicine may be, unless the fresh soul of permission comes from the malakut, no pain or disease can be cured. Number 11. There is no doubt that God is the light of guidance for all creatures and things of the heavens and the earth. Surah 24, Ayat 35. But since the existents are not equal, there are different levels of guidance according to their state and need. Thus, with respect to two great divisions of guidance, there is the voluntary guidance for man, and involuntary or forced guidance for the other creatures. Then, in the subsidiary divisions of guidance, there is generative guidance for the minerals, the guidance of growth for vegetables, the sensory guidance for animals, and the conscious or rational guidance for human beings. Nonetheless, at every level of guidance, there is a dire need of fresh currents, and this is the central and pivotal point of this subject. Number 12. In all the surahs of the glorious Qur'an, in their beginning and end, there are openings, fawati, singular, Fatiha, and endings, qawatim, singular, Khatima. The attributive name of Yasin is the heart of the Qur'an. Regarding the effects of the Surah Yasin, see the effects of the Qur'an in Al-Itqan 4, 141-42, and attain great benefits from it. The ending of this surah is, Therefore, glory be to him in whose hand is the kingdom, malakut, of all things, and to him you are caused to return. Turja'un. Surah 36, Ayat 83. Since this is the ending of the heart of the Qur'an, therefore gems of great wisdoms are gathered in it, and there is also medicine and healing for both the body and the soul in it. Reflect carefully about what does not exist in the hand of God. While all intellectual, spiritual and material things are in his hand and in his power. It should be remembered that turja'un is a passive aorist. Therefore, it implies two kinds of return, ruju, namely after death and during this life. That is, causing to return to God is not only after death, But also in this life there are many things which cause the mu'min to return to God, such as diseases, difficulties, knowledge, bandagi, repentance, good deeds, love of God, etc. 7th July 1987 AD. An extremely healing quake, shivering. Number 1. Let us today study deeply the verse of movement, in the wise Qur'an, in the universe, and in our own self. Movement is not only a sign of life, but is life itself. Yes, movement is the fountainhead of blessing. It is both in concepts and thoughts, as well as speech and actions. It is the means of progress. It works in the universe as a supreme soul. If you want to see the need, importance, and usefulness of movement closely, then examine the palpitation of the heart, the beat of the pulse, the circulation of blood and the respiratory system, and reflect upon the continuous action of the external and internal senses. In short, movement is indispensable for the subsistence and survival of every creature and existent. It is for this reason that nothing from among the intellectual, spiritual, and physical things can survive without a movement of its own kind. Number 2. The mine of gold transforms the things within itself into gold. Mountains generate gems in their bosom. The ocean gives birth to precious pearls. The earth grows every kind of plant and beautiful flower. Birds create alluring and attractive melodies from the dead air. Lawful animals use the workshop of their stomach to transform an ordinary thing like grass into meat and milk. Whose power, in reality, works in all these marvellous examples? It is the power of God. Remember that this is an extremely tiny example of the unbounded creation of God. Number 3. God has given the children of Adam honour and excellence over all his other creatures. Surah 17, Ayat 70. Similarly, he has made the intellectual, spiritual and physical movement of human beings sovereign over the movements of other things, due to which everything is subjugated to them. Thus, God has elevated the movement of the people of faith and made it blessed, to the extent that he, the compassionate, the merciful, created an extremely healing quake from the quintessence of the good works and deeds of a believing servant, in which there is extreme purity as well as complete healing. Surah 2, Ayat 214 and Surah 33, Ayat 11. Number 4. The spiritual quake which is mentioned above is extremely wisdom-filled and full of blessing. It is a sacred fever of spirituality. Alluding to this fever, it is said in a noble hadith, "Fever is a healing from the Sustainer, the Forgiving." Da'im 1-217. This quake or fever is of 3 kinds: spiritual, physical, and artificial or by exercise, and each of them has many subdivisions. Number 5. The Holy Qur'an says, "And in the earth are signs of the divine power for those who have certainty, and in your own souls too. Will you not then see?" Surah 51, Ayats 20-21. This means that those things which exist in the external world physically also exist in the personal world spiritually. Thus, as there is a quake hidden in the earth, so is the above-mentioned sacred quake hidden in the soul of man, which, linked with spirituality, continues from the time of Hazrati Adam till today. Surah 2, Ayat 214. Number 6. This blessed and sacred quake occurs at a higher level of spirituality, the purpose of which is extreme sanctification, purification and healing, as well as apparently being a trial, as the noble Qur'an says, There the believers were tried, and they were shaken with severe shaking. Surah 33, Ayat 11. Thus there is no trial in religion and the world except to elevate someone. This quake is therefore extremely blessed. Number 7. There is the concept of spiritual revolution in this miraculous quake. Therefore, destruction by it is not for the sake of destruction, but rather for the sake of new construction. Annihilation by it is not for the sake of annihilation and demolition, but for survival with God, Baqa Billah. Take an example of this world. If we are living in huts and hovels, which are destroyed by a heavenly or earthly calamity, what a wonderful opportunity to ask the government for the construction of a new house. When we will live in a decent house, we will be grateful for that calamity which delivered us from that rotten hovel. Number 8. In fact, the quake of spirituality and the quake of resurrection are the same thing. Thus, until we include all related noble verses in this subject, many of the secrets of this blessed quake will remain in the veil of concealment. It should be known that Surah 22 ayats 1 to 2 and Surah 99 ayats 1 to 5 are certainly related to the resurrection. Nonetheless, all such secrets are as a common denominator between both spirituality and resurrection. Thus we should benefit from the deep wisdoms of the quake, in whatever context it may be mentioned in the wise Qur'an, so that we may be able to explain spiritual medicine. Number 9. In this connection, see the articles Healing Through Quake and Healing Through the Movement of Feet in Qur'anic Healing. God willing, these will help you to understand the wisdoms of movement and quake. Number 10. Those who, in order to earn their lawful daily bread, accomplish such work daily which involves physical movement, walking, and ample hardship, are fortunate. For due to physical movement and hard work, they are protected from many diseases. Health is a bounty, which is not the lot of everybody. Very often it is given free of cost to farmers and labourers, whereas the rich spend millions to have it, in which they sometimes succeed and sometimes they do not. Number 11. It is certain that when material science will progress and join spiritual science, all diseases will cease to exist in the world of humanity. Why not, while all the things of the heavens and the earth prostrate to and obey God? Surah 16, Ayat 49. Thus, diseases can be controlled by spiritual science and the remembrance of God, which is included in spiritual science. For if science means knowledge and wisdom, how can Qur'anic wisdom not be spiritual science? Number 12. When the believing servant does Giriya-uzari in the presence of God the Merciful, a serious quake affects him. Have you not listened to the munajat, supplication, of a humble darwish, in whose voice there is intense ardour and a tremor? In this state, if he also shakes his hands, his whole body may also be affected by the natural quake or shivering. This exercise can be done by every mu'min, so that by God's command it may heal many external and internal diseases. According to the description of the Qur'an, the more intense, powerful, wisdom-filled and effective the spiritual quake is, the more a germicide and a healing it is. Number 13. It is written in Muslim 4:2183-84. God, the Lord of Honour and Majesty, created Hazrat Adam in his own image. Further it is said, whoever will go to paradise will be in the form of Hazrat Adam. It is necessary to reflect on this prophetic hadith, that although the absolute paradise is after death, nonetheless, is it not appropriate to ask, are not a pious servant's spiritual progress and closeness to God a kind of paradise? Why not? Definitely they are paradise. Thus it should be remembered that by the closeness of God, the form of the soul improves and becomes the form of Adam, which is the form of God. Surati Rahmani. This hadith is an interpretation of the verse, Surah 64, Ayat 3. He formed you, then shaped you well. Its implied meanings are that God created the form of your soul, then, at the place of proximity, adorned it with the colour of light, and granted it the status of the form of Adam. Surah 2, Ayat 138. This explanation shows that there is great scope for the spiritual progress of mu'mins. Number 14. Take the hadith of Taqarrub, divine proximity, which is mentioned in Qur'anic Healing, the concise purport of which is that God becomes the hand of a believing mu'min by which he seizes. This means that his light works in the hand of the one whom God loves. Thus, the luminous blessings and wisdoms of the hand of God come to the one who keeps his hand pure. Thus, with this firm certainty and hope, seek the help of the movement of the hand in spiritual exercises. God willing, you will have the experience of a level of spiritual quake, in which there is healing from every disease. 14th July 1987 AD. Hunger, a divine cure. Number 1. Although God, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the creator of the universe, has created innumerable things in the world of humanity, yet by his profound wisdom he has selected 5 things to try his servants in the field of patience and steadfastness. These 5 things are every kind of fear, every kind of hunger, every kind of loss of wealth, every kind of loss of life, and loss of every kind of fruit. Surah 2, Ayat 155. You must study verses Surah 2, Ayats 153 to 159 minutely and carefully, so that it may be quite clear to you that where God is with those who have patience, what kind of act is patience? What are the states and conditions under which the existence of patience is created, and what are its means, sources, and occasions? Number 2. Some of the wisdom-filled purports of the above-mentioned blessed verses are: first of all, it is patience and prayer which are the source of heavenly help. Then the greatest virtue of patience is mentioned, which is that God is with the patient. And for those with whom God is, there is no real bounty which they do not have. Now reflect and ask, what real bounty is lacking from those who are with God? Then the clear meaning is mentioned, that a higher stage of patience is to give life in the path of God in an intoxicated and enraptured state. Then are mentioned the above 5 kinds of trials by God, and also the glad tidings and his favours to those who have patience. It is extremely amazing that hunger is praised by the wisdom-revealing tongue of the Qur'an on such a high level and to such a lofty degree. It is in the sense that those mu'mins who bear the hardship of wisdom-filled hunger become among those who have patience. Number 3. The Sustainer of the world has granted the hunger of Muslims and mu'mins such a high rank and such a great excellence that the human intellect is astonished. Here, this appropriate question arises: what is the reason for giving hunger such great importance? The answer is that hunger has 3 basic benefits. A. It is an excellent ibadat. B. it is piety and austerity. C, it is a healing cure, externally and internally, and each of these three benefits is a fountainhead of countless bounties and benefits. 4. Gluttony and a full stomach are the cause of many defects of human health. The easiest and best way of its recovery is to fast or starve, so that the defective digestive system may function properly again. As the Holy Prophet says, "Fast so that you may be healthy." In this noble hadith, not only is physical health mentioned, but also ethical and spiritual health. The wisdom-filled words of the Qur'an and the prophetic traditions are extremely comprehensive, complete, and perfect in meaning, purport, and logic. Number 5. One kind is called nasihat, in which someone is advised directly concerning his well-being, and the other is called ibrat, in which someone is advised indirectly through the examples of others. The wise Qur'an abounds in both Nasa'i, plural of nasihat, and ibr, plural of ibrat. In verse Surah 47, Ayat 12, it is said, "And those who disbelieve enjoy themselves and eat as the beasts eat." In this verse, on the one hand, there is nasihat, exhortation, and on the other, there is ibrat, warning. The example of animals, such as cow, goat, camel, horse, donkey, etc., is given, and layer upon layer of marvellous wisdoms are hidden in this wisdom-filled example, which cannot be fully explained. Nonetheless, a brief exposition of this example from the viewpoint of Qur'anic medicine is as follows. Number 6. It is worth pondering on the following. Can the wise Qur'an object to the many shameless habits of animals? Certainly never, for animals act exactly according to the domain of their nature. If that is the case, who are the ones mentioned in this sacred verse? They are the disbelievers. If the disbelievers are mentioned, what is the main reason for doing so? The reason is that they have turned their face away from sweetnesses relating to the reality and recognition, and have confined themselves only to the animal ones, due to which they suffer from many internal diseases, such as intellectual diseases and spiritual diseases, etc. It is obvious that disbelief and hypocrisy is nothing but a disease of the heart. Number 7. How can the disbelievers, whether they belong to the time of prophethood or to the present day, be considered intellectually sick and man-like animals, while with respect to knowledge and wisdom, or intellectually, they are not backward? Although apparently wisdom is of two kinds, one real and religious, and the other metaphorical and worldly, yet according to the Qur'an, anyone who does not accept Islam, Surah 5, Ayat 50, is foolish and ignorant. Take the example of the time of ignorance, Jahiliyyah, Surah 3, Ayat 154, and Surah 48, Ayat 26. Were many of the people before Islam considered ignorant, Jahil, because they did not have worldly knowledge? It is not so. In no way were they left behind their contemporaries in the knowledge of worldly matters, but it is true that they were deprived of the everlasting wealth of the intellect, through which the supreme rank of the recognition of religion, Deen Shinasi, and the recognition of God, Khuda Shinasi, is attained. Number 8. The digestive power of animals is extremely strong and fast, which works constantly day and night. Indeed, one main reason for this is that some animals regurgitate, and those which do not regurgitate, such as the horse or donkey, etc., do extremely hard work. However, it is amazing that when an animal is allowed to eat some human food excessively, such as grain, bread, etc., the poor animal can neither regurgitate nor do hard work. It suddenly falls sick, and sometimes such an animal may also die. It can be deduced from this how delicious and powerful human food is. Thus, for every wise mu'min, it is extremely necessary to always follow the path of caution and balance concerning food, and to consider the wisdom-filled hunger of intervals and ibadat and a divine mercy for oneself. Number 9. The importance and usefulness of hunger among the religions of the world is such that it is given the status of supreme ibadat, Surah 2, Ayat 183. The dire need of hunger is also felt in medical science, in the form of diet, starvation, prevention, etc. In addition, as long as there is no comfort or rest and silence in the stomach of a person, he can neither do any mental work peacefully nor any successful ibadat. Number 10. By observing in the light of the Qur'an, it appears that man does injustice first to himself and then to others. The reason for this is that man is composed of three things: intellect, human soul, and animal soul. Thus, everyone is enjoined by God and His Prophet to always do justice to all three parts of his personality according to their ranks. Each one of them should be given a due share and be nurtured according to the nourishment which is fixed and appropriate for it, so that complete health may be attained. That is, they should provide the intellect with knowledge and wisdom, the soul with zikru ibadat, and the animal soul with limited lawful subsistence. If someone forgets the noble and sublime things, such as the intellect and soul, or they do not give them any special importance and always follow the command of the animal soul, this is the greatest injustice to oneself. Number 11. According to an example, there are three creatures hidden in every human being. One is an intractable horse, namely the arrogant animal soul. The other is a man, human soul, and the third an angel, intellect. In this regard, the greatest attention and services should be devoted to the angel, for he has come to teach the man who is hidden in you to fly to the higher world. However, as long as you are involved in the intricate problems of your intractable horse, you will not be able to learn a lesson of wisdom from the angel of intellect. Therefore, as soon as possible, try to cure the rebelliousness of your intractable horse. The cure is that you should reduce its fodder to a great extent. If it still does not become tractable, keep it hungry and thirsty, and see how intractable it can be. Number 12. There are great wisdoms hidden in the great act of God, that He has created all things in pairs. Surah 36, Ayat 36, and Surah 51, Ayat 49. The wise Qur'an, in its different examples, has also repeatedly drawn attention to the importance and advantage of the law of contraries. Surah 3, Ayat 27, and Surah 39, Ayat 5. This means that satiety and hunger are integral parts, like husband and wife. Thus, for perfect health, pleasure, happiness, and to accomplish the purpose of life, it is not enough to eat food, but complete hunger before and after is also necessary, so that according to the law of pairs, every kind of external and internal happiness and every kind of benefit may be attained from both. Number 13. Finally, regarding hunger, I would like to repeat that it is an excellent ibadat, as well as piety and prevention, and also a healing cure both externally and internally. The collective benefits of it are countless. May God, the Blessed, the Exalted, illumine the world of Islam and the world of humanity by the light of the Qur'an. The Humble Servant, 27th August 1987 AD. Cure of Gussa, anger. Number 1. First of all, let us see the literal meaning of the word gussa. Al-gussa in Arabic literally means that which causes choking, a lump in the throat, mortal distress, torment, agony, ordeal, choking sound, suppressed moan. As it is said in Surah 73, Ayat 13, وَالطَّعَامُ ذَا غُصَّةٍ, and food that chokes. There is no doubt that gussa, or anger, all of a sudden creates such a temper in the state of man that he chokes by it. The heart sinks in grief and sadness, and the darkness of despair covers him. This shows that anger is a kind of intense ethical disease, whose cure is necessary as soon as possible, so that its roots may not grow stronger with the passage of time. Number 2. God, may he be blessed and exalted, has created Hazrati Adam in his own image. It is because of this that a moral smile of the children of Adam is far more beautiful and attractive than the smile of a flower. It is the sign of the blossoming of the bud of the heart, or in other words, in such a state, a current of light radiates off the face of the children of Adam, because smiling is the property of man alone. But who is to blame when they are angry due to some matter? They are beside themselves with rage, and the attractive spring of a smiling countenance is destroyed and ruined, and darkness overcasts the face due to the extinction of light. Number 3. Qur'anic wisdom requires that the wise people should study the law of contraries deeply and thoroughly, for there are many secrets in them. For instance, justice and injustice are recognized by each other, and by decreasing one, the other increases. Justice is like the bright day, and injustice is like the dark night. It is a fact that night takes the place of day, and day is created from night. Similarly, if a person rages with unwanted anger, then it is also possible for them to suppress it. Number 4. When believing servants control their anger, then by God's command, a permanent attribute of forgiving is created in them. Although in reality, the attribute of forgiving belongs to God, Surah 4 Ayat 43, Surah 4 Ayat 99, and Surah 22 Ayat 60, but according to Takalaku bi akhlaqillah, create your manners according to the manners of God, the divine attribute can, to some extent, be reflected in the mirror of humanity, as is said in Surah 3 Ayats 133 to 134, and hasten to forgiveness from your Lord, and a paradise whose extensiveness is equal to the heavens and the earth. It is prepared for those who are pious, who spend in ease as well as in straitened circumstance, and those who restrain their anger and pardon men, and God loves the doers of good to others. Number 5. The interrelated and collective illusion of the above-mentioned wisdom-filled words and teachings is that when someone restrains his anger, then according to the law of contraries, it turns into the eminent attribute of forgiveness, which subsequently turns into good deed. The extremely sweet fruit of good deed is the love of God, which is unique and everlasting. What does the one whom God loves not have? He has everything. Thus only such people can hasten to the forgiveness of God and paradise, and can become among the pious and enter paradise forever. Number 6. In Surah 42, Ayat 37, referring to the mu'mins who have attained the rank of tawakkul, reliance on God, it is said, and those who shun the great sins and indecencies, and whenever they are angry, they forgive. Yaghfirun. Thus, how praiseworthy is an attribute of forgiveness by a believing servant? For this act is spiritually linked with the name Ghafur, forgiver, and Ghaffar, oft forgiver. Although the divine act comprises both the worlds, and the human act is confined within the limits of human access, nonetheless, their relation and link is a universally accepted fact. In short, the best medicine and cure for the disease of anger is to create the habit of forgiveness in oneself, which requires not only knowledge, but also good deed. Number 7. Divine wrath is mentioned in numerous sacred verses of the Qur'an, but it is surprising that among his attributive names there is none which signifies wrath. Thus, in this connection, it is my personal conviction that it is the Vicegerent of God who is his embodied name, from whom his wrath sometimes appears. As for the names, such as Qahir and Qahar, they do not signify anger and wrath, rather they mean overpowering, vanquishing, force to conquer, as it is said about the day of resurrection. To whom belongs the kingdom this day? To Allah, the One, Unifier, the Subduer. Surah 40, Ayat 16. Number 8. Now we have to see among the levels of minerals, vegetables, animals, human beings and angels, where the power of irascibility or wrath is created. It is obvious that stones and trees do not have the capacity of wrath or irascibility. Animals are those which are endowed with this faculty, so that they may use it in their own defense. Since man also has the animal soul, therefore it became necessary in him too. Nonetheless, since the animal does not have intellect, but man does, it became necessary for man to refine his anger. The lower powers or faculties which are found in man, due to the animal soul, are like raw material for the workshop of the intellect, the purpose of which is to make higher and precious things from them. Number 9. There are two major divisions of things which are used as medicine: toxic and non-toxic. The toxic things are not used by the expert doctor in their original state. Rather, they are first refined and then used as medicine. Arsenic, stramonium, blue vitriol, copper sulfate, bitter almond, etc. are toxic, but when refined they become extremely effective medicines. Similarly, if the power of irascibility is also refined, the substance of forgiveness is created from it, by which in turn anger can be cured in the future. Number 10. There are many kinds of anger. For instance, sagacious anger, superficial anger, artificial anger, childish anger, and deep anger. Among these, deep anger is bad and dangerous. It is a foolish rage in which the lava of sorrow and despair erupts and destroys all surrounding things. There is the fear of causing a heart attack and blood pressure by such anger, because anger and grief affect the movement of the heart very badly. Number 11. Those Hindus who till today strictly practice their faith do not eat meat. One reason for this is that according to their faith, to kill an animal is a sin. Another reason is that perhaps by eating flesh, anger increases. As among the carnivora, the dog, the tiger, the lion, etc., are extremely wrathful and irascible, whereas the grazing animals are not. This is Hindu philosophy. But in Islam, there is no harm in eating lawful meat without transgressing the limits, and there is no wisdom in eradicating the opposite powers of the animal soul, such as anger. Rather, the wisdom and contingency lie in refining them. It is in this sense that there is no monasticism in Islam. Number 12. If a mu'min has too much anger, they should not be disappointed, for despondency is a sin. Surah 39, Ayat 53. Rather, they should try to clearly understand the indication from God that for the sake of the greater jihad, they have to fight against their anger every time. That is, they have to suppress their anger. If they do so 40 times, God willing, they will be victorious and successful in this field. And God, may He be blessed and exalted, will confer upon them the rank of His sacred friendship. Number 13. A hadith. When any one of you is raging with anger, he should remain silent, because in this state the intellect does not function. The supreme wisdom is the fear of God. How can they who fear the wrath of their Lord be angry with others? The compassionate has mercy on those who have mercy on others. Tirmizi 1,694. The charity of good deed appeases the anger of the Lord. That is, to restrain wrath and anger is charity and good deed, by which the wrath of the Lord is appeased. By forgiveness, the honour of man is elevated. The strong is not the one who throws someone down, rather, the strong is indeed the one who controls himself in wrath. Al-Mu'jam 379. Note: if someone has intense anger, he should read this article time and again. God willing, he will have many benefits. 3rd September 1987 AD. Cure by goodwill. Number 1. Goodwill is such an unprecedented and miraculous medicine by which many inner diseases can be cured, since it is goodwill which is the root and foundation of every good deed. Contrary to this, there is ill will, whose germs are extremely destructive. In other words, on the one hand there is goodwill, in which there is only good, i.e., there are only good works, and on the other there is ill will, in which are gathered all evils. God willing, we will try to explain here some of the wisdoms and benefits of goodwill in the light of the noble Qur'an and the noble Hadiths. Number 2. One of the blessed names of the Holy Qur'an is Mau'izah, Surah 10, Ayat 57, which means exhortation, goodwill, and well-wishing. This reveals the secret that goodwill is the supreme virtue. It is because of this that it is one of the names of the wise Qur'an. Another name of the glorious Qur'an is Zikr, Surah 21, Ayat 50, which also means exhortation and goodwill. Further, since goodwill is a characteristic of the prophets, Surah 7, Ayat 68, it is necessary for it to be the characteristic of the mu'min as well, Surah 9, Ayat 91. Number 3. In both Muslim 174 and Bukhari 148, it is narrated from Tamim Dari that the Prophet said, "Religion is goodwill." We said, "Goodwill to whom?" He said, "To God, His book, His messenger, the Imams of Muslims, and Muslims in general." There are many other noble ahadiths regarding goodwill. See Al-Mu'jam, which is in 7 volumes and has 3,750 pages. Number 4. If the subject of goodwill is the subject of religion itself, let us make our heart aware of this great wisdom, so that it may extend the domain of goodwill as much as possible. The meaning and purport of religion looks extremely easy and pleasant under this title, i.e. goodwill. How excellently the Holy Prophet has condensed the countless teachings of religion into the meaning of goodwill with the comprehensiveness of knowledge and wisdom. Glory be to God. This is none other than heavenly help. Ta'eed. Number 5. No word and act of religion is acceptable without good intention, and good intention is another name of goodwill. Thus, the heart which has goodwill becomes the dwelling place of angels. The devil can neither enter nor stay there. The devil can only stay in a heart where there is the dirt of evil, just as flies buzz only where there is filth and dirt, but cannot remain in the place which is extremely clean. Number 6. The Holy Qur'an indicates that among the characteristics of the great angels, one is to pray. Surah 40, ayat 7-9. And prayer is a conspicuous form of goodwill. This characteristic of the great angels is due to their pure-heartedness and knowledge. It is also mentioned in the Quran, Surah 53, ayat 26, that many an angel intercedes for mu'mins. For the great angels, due to their vast knowledge, are always well-wishers. However, it is a different matter whether man can benefit from this heavenly intercession or not. The mu'min who always has goodwill is like an angel, which indeed is the praise of goodwill. Number 7. Every wisdom is not only one good, but also abundant good. Surah 2, ayat 269. Thus, there is every great wisdom and abundant good in goodwill for mu'mins and Muslims. Goodwill for all people in the light of higher knowledge is the supreme wisdom, which can be obtained after knowing and being convinced that as a result of the goodwill and intercession of mu'mins, even the people of hell will ultimately go to paradise. The reason being, as they were one in Azal, the people are going to be one in Abad. Number 8. What does not exist in the hand of God? There is everything in his hand. In his wisdom-filled fist, all things have together become a monoreality. Monoreality has countless names. One of them is Khair, good. Surah 3, ayat 26. Thus, mu'mins, who are the well-wishers of people in the light of knowledge, will be granted Khair by God with his blessed hand, in which lies the spiritual kingdom, and they will be protected from the numerous diseases of ill will. Number 9. Many a disease of ill will were created in the heart, in which there is no all-inclusive goodwill, due to which they always suffer from mental torment. The peace of heart and mind is wrested from them due to ethical diseases such as jealousy, rancor, malice, and enmity, and they become deprived of spiritual delights and the pleasures of knowledge. Number 10. It is through knowledge and recognition that the scope of your goodwill expands until it comprises all human beings. According to the law of the personal world, it is by expanding your own soul that all people are created. Therefore, without their being enfolded in you, Surah 17, ayat 104, neither can you be perfect and complete, nor can you reach the presence of God. Thus it is necessary for every mu'min in the light of knowledge and recognition to have goodwill for all humankind. Number 11. Why are human beings a compound or compendium of three things: intellect, soul, and body? It is due to the fact that they belong to the three worlds: the physical world, the spiritual world, and the intellectual world. Thus, in the language of Sufism, we can say that man in reality, i.e. the world of oneness or the world of intellect, is one only. In the spiritual world, he is both one and many, and in the physical world, he is scattered in his numerous manifestations, mazahir. Thus, when a wise person wishes good for all, in reality he wishes good for himself, since all people are his parts. Number 12. Qur'anic wisdom shows that when the Holy Prophet, the mercy for the worlds, experienced Mi'raj, ascent, at the place of soul, all souls were with him. But at the place of intellect, all intellects were merged in his exalted personality. You know that to merge means to become one. It is the glory of the practical guidance of the Holy Prophet that potentially he made all people reach God. Now it is obligatory upon every individual to walk on the straight path and attain the recognition of merging himself in the Prophet by entering through the door of knowledge and wisdom. The best example of the unification of all people is walking in the light of the exemplary model of the Holy Prophet. Number 13. In order to escape ill will and to adopt goodwill completely, it is extremely necessary to understand thoroughly the unity and integrity of humanity. That is, in the world of unity, namely the rank of Azal, only one man was created. Although today, in the world of multiplicity, he has numerous manifestations. Therefore, when he will return to the world of unity, he will only be one as in the beginning, and all the people of the world will be merged in and united with him in the intellectual state. As it is said in the Qur'an that they have to go to the presence of God one by one. Surah 6, Ayat 94. However, it should be remembered that there are at least 3 ways of becoming one. First, to take one and to leave the rest. Secondly, to take all one by one. And thirdly, to take one externally, but to unite the rest with him internally, i.e. intellectually. It is the third way which is fixed for human unity, and it is this unity which is mentioned in the Qur'an. Number 14. For the one who has ill will for people, due to malice, and whose heart is never free from rancor, it is an ethical disease and mental torment, and this is the punishment for his bad intention. Contrary to this, the one who has good thoughts for people in the light of religious guidance is indeed in the paradise of goodwill. Such a person is very fortunate to have good opinions about the Creator and the creatures, as it is implied in the Qur'an that God is He under whose law of mercy people are ushered into paradise in 2 ways. Those who know are ushered in willingly, and those who don't know are ushered in by force. Surah 3, Ayat 83, and Surah 23, Ayat 115. A bright example of this fact is the da'wat, or preaching of Islam, in which people entered not only willingly, but they were also made Muslims forcibly through jihad. This shows that the way God has willed will ultimately be fulfilled accordingly, when some people will enter among the people of paradise even after being punished in the hell of ignorance. This is the meaning of the cure of many spiritual diseases through goodwill. Praise be to God, the sustainer of the worlds. Karachi, 23rd January 1988 AD. Kinds of zikr, remembrance. Number 1. Although there is no limit to the favours of God the Exalted, yet his fundamental and greatest bounty and supreme favour, indeed the greatest bounties and favours, are centred in the profound wisdom that he, the knowing, the seeing, the merciful, in his infinite mercy, has made his blessed zikr, remembrance, of many kinds, so that His sincere servants may enrich themselves with the favours and blessings of its various kinds at different times and in different states. Had there not been this ever-reaching, all-inclusive and all-comprising favour of God, and had His zikr been only of one kind, it would have been very difficult, rather impossible, for mu'mins to benefit from it. Number 2. There is no doubt that among Islamic ibadat, types of worship, namaz, prayer, is the first, which is of many kinds. Indeed, each kind of namaz by itself is the remembrance of God. Surah 20, Ayat 14. Then there are other azkar, plural of zikr, such as zikri fard, individual remembrance, zikri jamaat, collective remembrance, zikri khafi, hidden remembrance, zikri kasir, abundant remembrance, zikri qalil, little remembrance, zikri lisani, remembrance by tongue, zikri basari, remembrance by the eyes, zikri sam'i, remembrance by the ears, zikri badani, remembrance by the body, zikri khwab, remembrance in dream, zikri munfazal, remembrance at intervals, zikri musalsal, constant remembrance, zikri tanaffus, remembrance by breathing, zikri ilmi, remembrance through knowledge. In addition to these, there are other azkar, such as hamd, praising God, tasbih, purifying God, munajat, supplication, shukr guzari, expression of gratitude, giriyauzari, weeping and shedding tears, prostration, prayer, recitation of the Qur'an, recitation of salawat, etc. Each of these kinds has many more kinds, so that the believing servants, in whatever condition they may be, should do zikr accordingly. Number 3. Zikri fard, individual remembrance. Although the collective zikr has greater virtue and its reward is very great, this opportunity is not available at all times and in all conditions, nor is it possible to have a congregation the whole day. Further, man has to travel sometimes. Thus, due to these reasons, the individual zikr becomes necessary, so that the mu'min, according to their time and condition, may perfume and illumine their intellect and soul with the remembrance of their Lord. Number 4. Zikri Jamaat, collective remembrance. Many blessings and benefits are hidden within the collective zikru ibadat. Thus it is wise for believing servants that they should always and on every occasion remain linked with the Jama'at for this sacred and pure act, so that they, in addition to personal reward, may be granted that special reward which amounts to the reward of the whole Jama'at. That is, on the day of resurrection, they will be revived in the collective and national spirit. This is the greatest success. You may certainly have experienced several times that there is the feeling of abundant and unbounded delight, pleasure and happiness in collective zikru bandagi. Number 5. Zikri Jali, open remembrance. The main and special means and source of proximity and closeness of God is hidden remembrance. Open remembrance helps it to progress. Since the path of the spiritual progress of man starts from the outside and penetrates inwards, therefore, unless the disease of the callousness of the heart vanishes by external remembrance and giriyauzari, the spiritual miracle of the internal or hidden remembrance is not possible. Zikri khafi, hidden remembrance. This zikr is the special zikr which is fixed specifically in order to follow the prophets and awliya and to observe spiritual miracles. If the conditions and preparations of this zikr are accomplished, it works with extreme rapidity and in a revolutionary way. Number 7. Zikri Kasir, abundant remembrance. By this zikr is meant to remember God abundantly, whether with one kind of zikr or with different azkar. In any case, the wise Qur'an has repeatedly drawn attention to the importance of abundant zikr, and it is commanded to do abundant zikr. Therefore, it is an emphatic command. Thus, countless wisdoms are hidden in abundant zikr. Number 8. Zikri Khalil, little remembrance. It is not a good sign if little remembrance is merely due to laziness. There is nothing wrong if there is any other reason, and it is definitely intended to add to it. However, what is necessary is that the little plus little plus little plus little should turn into abundant zikr. Number 9. Zikri Lisani, remembrance by tongue. God the Exalted has granted man a tongue and expression in order to always keep it busy in reciting his pleasant name and soul-nourishing remembrance, and benefit himself and others from this spiritual sweetness. The special benefit of remembrance by tongue is attained when it causes the state of ardour and melting in the heart. Number 10. Zikri Qalbi, remembrance in the heart. If this zikr is in the true sense, it does not take long to awaken the inner senses. Since the heart is the centre of the personal world, therefore, remembrance by the heart is extremely important. Thus, if the miraculous tongue of the heart has opened up and God's supreme name has entered it, you are blessed that the great miracles of the hidden remembrance and the remembrance of the heart are going to appear at this place. Number 11. Zikri Basari, remembrance by the eyes. This zikr means to observe and study the divine signs with the external eye and the eye of the heart. Both sight and insight are granted in order to remember God by observing the wonders and marvels of His creation and art. Number 12. Zikri Sam'i, remembrance by the ears. This blessed zikr is related to the ear. For instance, if someone is engaged in zikr and others are listening with zeal, they are engaged in auditory remembrance. Similarly, to listen to the recitation of the noble Qur'an and the extolation and glorification of God is also auditory remembrance. However, it should be always remembered that complete attention and passivity are extremely necessary in zikr. Number 13. Zikri Badani, remembrance by the body. This zikr has several aspects, but here it suffices to mention only that every kind of hardship that is borne for any kind of zikru ibadat is borne by the body. Therefore, this is a part of bodily zikr. In particular, service for the nation and community is the soul of the progress of zikr, without which there cannot be any spiritual progress. Number 14. Zikri Khwab, remembrance in dream. This zikr should in fact be mentioned among the wonders and marvels, in that sometimes it also takes place in dream. Since it is beyond the control of man, therefore it is short and brief only as a symbol and sign, in order that the believing servant should know whether they are punctual or lazy in bandagi. Number 15. Zikri Munfasal, remembrance at intervals. It is not without benefit to mention that among these azkar, one is also the remembrance at intervals, which is the zikr after short intervals. The example of this zikr can be given from the zikr of an honest and pious shopkeeper, who while working in the shop, even though he cannot perform constant zikr, nonetheless can benefit from remembrance at intervals. That is, he can remember God in many ways and at the same time continue the necessary conversation with his customers. This work is not very difficult for a mu'min with high ambition. There are many such mu'mins who are seen among the people during the day, but who continue to remember God by every means. The existence of such pious servants of God is the source of blessing in this world. Number 16. Zikri Musalsal, constant remembrance. This is the name of a zikr, the chain of which continues for a longer time, as if you have to make a chain or an armour whose links are properly linked one to another, just as Hazrati Dawood was ordered by God to make spiritual armour by constant zikr. Surah 34, Ayat 11. For in order to fight against the devil, the valiant mu'min has to be clad in armour. Number 17. Zikri Tanaffus, remembrance by breathing. This Sufic zikr is performed by breathing. Every zikr has a special benefit. Thus, this zikr also has a special benefit, one aspect of which is spiritual and the other physical. Number 18. Zikri Ilmi, remembrance through knowledge. This is a zikr of a higher degree, which is related to remembering God through the Qur'anic verses, the miracles of knowledge of the internal world, the external world, and the perfect words. Kalimati Ta'amat. Number 19. Other Azkar. Among the other Azkar are the praise of God, the Exalted, His glorification, supplication, in the court of He who provides for all needs, expression of gratitude to Him for His favours, Giriyauzari, weeping and shedding tears, prostration before Him, prayer, recitation of the Qur'an and the recitation of salawat, etc. Each zikr is on various levels, so that the true servants should have a zikr ready according to their condition, and every mu'min at different times may benefit from different azkar, so that on the whole they may remain in constant zikr. Number 20. The main purpose. The main purpose of all these azkar is one only, and that is the proximity and closeness to God, so that the mu'min may attain the first merging, the second merging, and the third merging, in which there is not only the supreme paradise, but also the supreme Rizwan, pleasure of God. This is the extreme health and external peace, to guide towards which God, may He be blessed and exalted, has revealed His light and the Qur'an. Surah 5, Ayat 15. Praise be to God, the sustainer of the worlds. Note: for details of zikr, see also my book, Zikri Ilahi. Karachi, 20th February, 1988 AD. The path of prophets and spiritual health. Number 1. The straight path and the desired destination, for the guidance of which we pray, Surah 1, Ayats 5 to 6, is the path of the prophets, and the guidance is their guidance, Surah 4, Ayat 69, which in reality is the manifest religion, namely Islam, Surah 42, Ayat 13. Religion in reality is one, Surah 9, Ayat 36, and that is the religion of God, Surah 6, Ayat 161, in which all prophets were one, Surah 6, Ayat 90. Also, in the beginning, people, whether in this world or in the world of particles or in Azal, were one community, Surah 2, Ayat 213. And the original book of all prophets, called the Book, Al-Kitab, was also one, Surah 2, Ayat 213. The book, or Al-Kitab, is the wise Qur'an. Surah 3, Ayat 3. For this blessed heavenly guidebook is perfect, complete, most comprehensive, and the guardian. Surah 5, Ayat 48, i.e., guardian of the previous heavenly scriptures, in every respect. Therefore, the wise Qur'an comprises the states and conditions of all prophets. Thus here, in the light of the wise Qur'an, we want to mention the example of the 6 great prophets, who in their cycles were like the criteria of the spiritual health of the people. Number 2. Criterion of Hazrati Adam. Every prophet, by God's command, guides his community on the straight path, due to which those fortunate ones who are obedient and pious continue to progress gradually. The true religion is the path to the closeness of God. The sincere and pure intention, speech and action of a believing servant are the movement on this path, and it is also the religious life. By reflecting on numerous wisdom-filled verses of the Qur'an, you can study and see the reality that the supreme purpose of Islam is the closeness to God, for which to move and to walk is extremely necessary. This is the underlying meaning in the countless words of the Qur'an, such as Sirat, Sabil, Tariq, Qurb, proximity, closeness, Mazhab, Surah 37, Ayat 99, Mazlak, Shariat, Tariqat, Minhaj, Surah 5, Ayat 48, which also means path or way, and Hidayat, guidance, Hadi, guide, Ittiba, following, Sika, was driven, Sa'a, he ran, Tamshuna, you walk, Sabiku, vie, outstrip, excel, Sari'u, rush, Sabikun, those who excel, etc. Number 3. See Qur'anic Healing for the reference to the sacred hadith concerning the closeness of God, which is, my servant always seeks my closeness through additional prayers until I love him. When I love him, I become his ear with which he hears, and I become his eye with which he sees, and I become his hand with which he grasps, and I become his foot by which he walks. It is obvious that these additional prayers, movement, progress, closeness, and pure love are possible simply and only when progressing on the straight path. The rest of the miracles of light, which are related to the ear, eye, hand, and foot of a believing servant, are possible at the desired or ultimate destination. Thus those who attain this rank of closeness and merging are completely cured from all spiritual and intellectual diseases. Number 4. The concept that God first creates his friends physically, then he creates their spiritual form, and then he becomes their ear and eye, and makes them aware of the secrets of his recognition, ma'arifat, and they, in the radiance of his light, see the great event of how and in what sense all angels prostrate themselves to Adam, is in the light of Surah 7, Ayat 11. Although apparently the story of Hazrati Adam is a story of the past, but when God opens the inner eye of the mu'min in his personal world, every past and future event comes in front of him in the form of the present. Thus, in the example of Hazrati Adam, the standard of spiritual health is to see Hazrati Adam's event in the personal world. Number 5. Criterion of Hazrati Nuh. If I am permitted, I would like to say, with due humility and respect, that in the perspective of the above-mentioned sacred hadiths, how can a true mu'min and a true lover claim that he is not spiritually sick? His inner ear and inner eye are open, and the work of knowledge and recognition progresses smoothly, while his inner senses are still inactive. When the spiritual creation of the friends of God becomes complete, they see themselves in the form of particles in the ark of Hazrati Nuh, in the deluge of the world of particles. God mentions his supreme favour and this spiritual miracle in the Holy Qur'an in Surah 17, Ayat 3 and Surah 36, Ayat 41, that he bore the particles of souls in the laden ship. At that stage, such fortunate mu'mins became enriched with the lasting wealth of spiritual health. Number 6. Criterion of Hazrati Ibrahim. The Holy Prophet says, "The one who recognizes their soul recognizes their Lord." Zadul Musaffirin, page 286. In this luminous teaching of the Prophet, on the one hand, there is the mention of a mu'min's recognition of his own soul and the recognition of God, and on the other, the mention of the different ranks of recognition. Thus, it is a clear fact that in this complete recognition, the recognition of the prophets and the messengers is also included, since recognition is not possible without following the footsteps of the prophets and awliya in the stages of spirituality. This act has many names, such as guidance, obedience, following, proximity, etc. Thus, Hazrati Ibrahim said, "Then he who follows me will be from me." Surah 14, Ayat 36. That is, he will be a part of my existence. In other words, he will attain the rank of merging in the Prophet. This is an example of the criterion of the spiritual health which is related to the cycle of Hazrati Ibrahim. Number 7. Criterion of Hazrati Musa. The place of the human soul is extremely high. Its upper end is in the world of command, where there is the sovereignty of the word be, kun. Surah 17, Ayat 85. Thus the explanation of the rank of soul is very amazing and astonishing. Soul is a simple substance and a complete picture of the light of God, like the world-illumining sun and its radiant reflection in a cleansed mirror. Although this reflection, in comparison to the sun, is an insignificant thing, nonetheless it is not separate from the sun. Rather, a little deliberation will reveal that to consider the reflection separate from the sun is an illusion. There is nothing in the mirror, it only directs our sight towards the sun, which is in the sky. Number 8. According to the above-mentioned example, mu'mins are kings in the higher world, but in the lower world they are poor. Regarding the mu'mins of the time of Hazrati Musa, it is said in the Qur'an, "And when Musa said to the people, 'O my people, remember the favour of God upon you, when he raised prophets among you, and made you kings in spirituality, and gave you what he had not given to any other among the nations.'" Surah 5, Ayat 20. This is the glad tiding of becoming merged in God and being protected from every kind of spiritual disease. Number 9. Criterion of Hazrati Isa. The prophets are the intellectual and spiritual physicians of the people on behalf of God, the clear example of which can be found in the pure life of Hazrati Isa. He used to cure spiritually more than physically, for in comparison to physical health, spiritual health is more important. Thus, it is a fact that spiritual miracles are hidden in the background of all physical miracles of Hazrati Isa. For instance, in the journey of spirituality, when a mu'min used to reach the stage of merging, stage of Israel, he used to see how, by God's command, Hazrat Isa used to revive the dead. This supreme miracle used to take place in the personal world under the effect of the supreme name. In such a state, a mu'min is relieved of all spiritual diseases. Number 10. Criterion of Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa. In the holy personality of the beloved of God, the most noble of the prophets, the king of messengers, the guide of paths, the mercy of the world, the pride of the children of Adam, Hazrat Muhammad, are gathered together of all the prophets and messengers, and all their virtues, achievements and miracles as well. If religion has a beginning and an end, all the virtues of all the prophets are found in Hazrat Adam potentially, and actually in the Holy Prophet, the seal of the prophets. God enfolds not only the universe, but also all souls and intellects in the personal world. Number 11. It was clear in the knowledge of God, the Exalted, that humanity has suffered from the disease of ignorance. Therefore, he sent the Holy Prophet, so that he, with the panacea of the wise Qur'an, may cure it. Thus, the light of the manifest religion Islam spread during the time of the Holy Prophet directly, and after him indirectly, and the love for the Prophet and the Ahl al-Bayt and merging in the Prophet continued forever, due to the blessings of which the door of recognition, ma'arifat, never closed, and complete healing remained attainable. Number 12. Sometimes points of wisdom are easily understood in the form of questions and answers. Therefore, I ask myself, what is the straight path and ultimate destination of guidance on it? The answer is, it is God. Surah 11, Ayat 56, and Surah 75, Ayat 44. If people have to go to the presence of God one by one, Surah 6, Ayat 94, how are all of them enfolded? Surah 17, Ayat 104. By this act of God, all become one. Surah 31, Ayat 28. The Holy Prophet had gone to the place of Mi'raj, ascent, all alone. What is the secret in it? While he had to take all the Muslims with him and make them reach God. Indeed, the Holy Prophet had gone to Mi'raj alone, but within his exalted personality there was the world of particles, in which all those who loved him were hidden in the form of particles. That is, they were merged in the Holy Prophet potentially, and later on they became merged in him actually, and attained sound health forever. 14 Rajab-ul Murajab, 1408 AH, 4th March 1988 AD. Jismi Misali, body of similitude. Number 1. For some time now, I have been writing short and long essays on Jismi Misali, or the body of similitude. God willing, here I intend to add some necessary details to the subject. Jismi Misali has many names, such as Jismi Falaki, celestial body, Jismi Nurani, luminous body, Jussayi Ibda'iya, Ibda'i body, Kurtayi Ibda'i, Ibda'i shirt, Baddani Barki, lightning body, Jamani Bihishti, paradisal attire, Payrahani Yusufi, Yusuf shirt, the fifth element, etc. And each of these names has an appropriate reason for it. Number 2. In connection with Qur'anic healing and healing through knowledge, it is extremely necessary to discuss the highest subjects so that in view of the highest, unique and everlasting bounties, the zeal of mu'mins for knowledge and good deeds may grow stronger, and at the same time, they may realize that in order to obtain spiritual health, a lot needs to be done as yet. What we consider to be the perfect health of the intellect and soul is not so. Intellectual and spiritual health has special meanings, and its miracles and wonders cannot be estimated. Number 3. Jismi Misali. The second shirt of man is called Jismi Misali, body of similitude, because each individual's Jismi Misali is like themselves. Nonetheless, God has endowed it with innumerable capacities, therefore it can appear in any form. Thus the Queen of Sheba was shown her Jismi Misali, making it strange, in order to test her in its recognition. One Qur'anic name of Jismi Misali is throne, Arsh, Surah 27, ayats 41 to 42. And thus it was this throne, or Jismi Misali of Bilqis, i.e. the Queen of Sheba, which was brought to the presence of Hazrati Sulaiman, Surah 27, ayat 40. Thus the wisdom-filled mention of Jismi Misali is found in numerous Qur'anic verses. Number 4. Jismi Falaki, celestial body. This is different from the elements of the earth, water, air and fire. It is the fifth element, prime matter, Hayula, the luminous figure, ethereal body, astral body, Nasama, spiritual body, Jinn, lightning body and luminous body, which is able to fly throughout the universe. It is both visible and invisible. In reality, it is called the world of particles and the personal world, which is the subtle attire of paradise. The same is also the shirt of Yusuf, Surah 12, ayat 93, in which all souls are gathered together as armies. Al-Arwahu Junud, Mujjanada, Bukhari 4348. Number 5. Jismi Nurani, or Paikari Nurani, luminous body. Do all human beings have a luminous body, or only some of them? All human beings have a luminous body potentially, but the awliya, i.e. the friends of God, have it actually. The luminous body of the awliya, by the permission of God, accomplishes great feats. The luminous body, which in the language of the wise Qur'an is called light, Surah 6, ayat 122, can reach all the people in the whole world, just as the jinn, or the devil, through the lightning body can, not only reach their friends but also penetrate them. This is an example of evil, and in contrast, the example of good is that the friends of God, in their luminous body, can also go to their friends. This is not only a secret, but it is an extremely great treasure. Number 6. Jussayi Ibda'iya, Ibda'i body. This is the same Jismi Misali, which is also called the Ibda'i shirt. This name is given to it in relation to Ibda, which means the appearance or disappearance of a thing through the command of be, kun. This miracle is mostly related to the intellect, soul and the subtle body. There are many means, manifestations and interpretations of the Ibda'i body, because the place of Ibda is that state of unity and integrity in which all great bounties are gathered. Thus, the Ibda'i body or shirt is sovereign, and within it there is a kingdom as well. Number 7. Paradisal attire. In Surah 16, ayat 81, 2 kinds of shirts are mentioned, which are for the protection of mu'mins from heat and war. These are celestial bodies, and like UFOs, they are not affected by heat, cold, dryness, wetness and war. These are the same living forts, and their innumerable armies of souls, which were prepared for Hazrati Sulaiman, Surah 34, Ayat 13. These are the heavenly and earthly armies of God, Surah 48, Ayat 4. And these are also the silken attire of paradise, namely the subtle bodies, which are adorned with the attributes of intellect and soul. Number 8. Shirt of Yusuf. By the shirt of Hazrati Yusuf is also meant the Jismi Misali, Surah 12, Ayat 93, with which a living world of fragrances is linked. These fragrances work as the nourishment of the subtle body. It is really amazing that when man is in the womb of the mother, he absorbs his nourishment through the navel, and when he is born, the path of the navel closes, and the path of the mouth, i.e. throat, is used for food. When he experiences the subtle body, he receives subtle food in the form of fragrances through the nostrils, and he enjoys the pleasure of spiritual and intellectual bounties through the ear whenever he wishes to. Number 9. Jinn or Pari, fairy. Jinn is an Arabic word which is used for invisible creatures. Its translation in original and Old Persian is Pari, fairy. Some people have accepted jinn as male and pari as female, or as two different creatures, but the truth is that they are the same creature. Thus, it is correct to say male jinn and female jinn, jinniya, or male pari and female pari. And this is the concept of the wise Qur'an, Surah 72, Ayat 6. It should be remembered that true knowledge concerning jinn or pari is extremely useful. You should study Surah 72, Ayats 1 to 15, and other related holy verses of the Qur'an minutely. Ibadat, spiritual exercise, observation, and collective experience are the first condition of recognition, ma'arifat. Number 10. Kingdom of Sulaiman. God the Exalted had elevated the status of the progeny of Hazrati Ibrahim with the gift of the book and wisdom and the great kingdom of spirit and spirituality, Surah 4, Ayat 54. Thus, Hazrati Sulaiman's kingdom is a prominent example of this kingdom. His real kingdom was in spirituality. For Hazrati Sulaiman, the violent wind, Rihi Asifa, Surah 21, Ayat 81, was made subservient, by which is meant the Jismi Misali, and the same is the spiritual throne. He used to calm his external senses through zikr, ibadat, and the supreme name, and establish a link with the subtle body. In such a state, the soul does not leave the body entirely, rather only one end of it leaves the body, linked with the Jismi Misali, and the rest of the soul is centered in the brain. Number 11. Personal world. Qazi Zainul Abidin, in his Qamusul Quran, page 344, referring to Imam Jafar al-Sadiq, writes that by the Alameen, plural of Alam, world, are meant only human beings, for each of them is an independent world. See also Mufradat, page 357. Thus, each individual is certainly a microcosm or personal world, in which all the examples of the things of the external world exist in the form of subtle particles, soul and intellect. This means that all the states of what had happened in Azal, that is, the events of this world from the beginning to the end, and the states from the resurrection to Abad, are confined, enfolded, treasured, and hidden in the personal world. The crown of recognition, ma'arifat, can be conferred upon a fortunate Muslim by the spiritual observation of these great secrets. It must be remembered that it is the Jismi Misali, or the subtle body, which is the personal world, for the physical body is not everlasting, rather it is transitory. Therefore, the recognition of Jismi Misali is extremely important. Number 12. Darul Ibda, abode of Ibda. Jussa-yi Ibda'iyya, or the personal world, within its limits, is the abode and place of the manifestation of all the miracles of Be, Kun. That is, a new world of wonders and marvels appears in it every moment, for the infinite chain of the word Be, Kun, always continues, without which the existence and observation of the things of the world of command is impossible. Therefore, it is said that the words of the command of God, the Blessed, the Exalted, never cease, nor is there any end to their favours and blessings. Surah 18, Ayat 109, and Surah 31, Ayat 27. Number 13. Attributes of the Jismi Misali or subtle body. God, the Supreme Creator, through His perfect power, has created the subtle body perfect, majestic, and everlasting in every aspect. It is the luminous body and paradisal attire. Therefore it is pure and subtle like the rays of the sun. It does not eat like us, the inhabitants of the earth. Rather, it receives various kinds of spiritual substances, i.e., spiritual fruits, which are in the form of fragrances and subtle particles. Your subtle body speaks in your own mother tongue. It does not speak through respiration, but by its substance. It never sleeps. It appears as well as disappears. Its aura is in its own control. Although it is subtle, and no wall can prevent it, yet it is very amazing that it comes through the door, and all closed doors instantly open and then close, perhaps due to the miracle of its lightning power. Number 14. Flying saucer. What is that creature which the inhabitants of the earth have named the flying saucer? Is it an extremely developed man? Is it an angel? Is it a jinn? Is it Jismi Misali? Can it be the throne of Suleiman, or the Ibda'i shirt, or the paradisal throne, or the paradisal attire, or the flying vehicle of the fairies, or the personal world? What is it after all? It is the Ibda'i body, and therefore it is everything. It is the source of the manifestation of the creatures and treasures of paradise. It is also among those signs, miracles, Surah 41, Ayat 53, of God, the manifestation of which was predicted during the revelation of the Qur'an. In short, God willing, the greatest revolution of scientific and spiritual progress is going to take place as a result of the subjugation of flying saucers. The humble and insignificant servant, Karachi, 19 Rajabul Murajab, 1408 AH, 9th March 1988 AD. Cure of Waswasa. Number 1. What is Waswasa? Waswasa in Arabic means the jingle of an ornament, a light footfall, to speak softly, to speak nonsense due to insanity, an evil suggestion which occurs in the heart, a bad or useless thought which occurs in the heart. In the technical language of the Shariat, it means seduction, temptation, dissuasion from good and persuasion to bad by the devil. From this, it is certainly clear that waswasa, or insinuation of the devil, is the root of all diseases, and therefore to cure it means to prevent all physical and spiritual diseases. Number 2. The main cause of waswasa. There is no doubt that it is the sneaking devil, Khannas, who is from among the jinn and humankind, Surah 114, Ayats 4-6, who instills waswasa in the hearts of people. However, This matter does not end here, for it has a background and also a main cause, which is the nafsi amara, or the carnal soul. It is the carnal soul which in reality creates the waswasa and always commands one to do evil. Surah 50, Ayat 16 and Surah 12, Ayat 53. There is such a hidden power in this carnal soul which acts as the personal devil of each individual. This is alluded to in Surah 43, Ayat 36, which has been explained in a noble hadith, Mishkat 1:42. The gist of the explanation is that every individual has a personal devil, whose reformation is possible and also very necessary. Number 3. Purification of the soul. The wise Qur'an has not only warned man of waswasa and the deception of the carnal soul and the devil, but has also taught the method through which a mu'min can be cured from this disease, as indicated in He indeed is successful who purified it, soul, and he indeed failed who buried it in debauchery. Surah 91, Ayats 9-10. It is understandable that so many good deeds of religion are enjoined for the sake of the purification of the soul, because without it there is no success for a mu'min. It is clear in the noble Qur'an that the spiritual and intellectual purification of mu'mins is possible through knowledge and wisdom. Surah 2, Ayat 129, Surah 2, Ayat 151, and Surah 3, Ayat 164. And in order to attain this exalted place, the true obedience of God and the Prophet is indispensable, without which nobody can conceive true knowledge and wisdom. Number 4. Ranks of the soul. There are many stages with respect to ethical and spiritual reformation, refinement, progress and elevation of soul. According to the law of comprehensiveness, the Holy Qur'an has mentioned 3 great ranks which comprise all these stages. Thus, in the first few stages, soul is called Amara, or commanding, Surah 12, Ayat 53, which implicitly means the one which persistently commands the gratification of one's desires. Fortunately, if enough progress is made in the reformation and purification of it, nafsi amara, it transforms into nafsi lawama, or the censoring soul, Surah 75, Ayat 2, which comprises the intermediary stages. By nafsi lawama is meant the soul which rebukes itself again and again. That is, in view of the subtleties, niceties and intricacies of the path of God, the kind, the aware, the soul has been able to reprimand itself time and again in its heart of hearts. In the benevolent sight of God, this perfect awareness, complete realization, ardent yearning, strenuous struggle and constant endeavour for his proximity is highly pleasing, and therefore he swears by this soul, nafsi lawama, in Surah 75, Ayat 2. Number 5. Nafsi mutma'inna, satisfied soul. If by divine providence this divine help and guidance continues, then comes the 3rd stage, which consists of the final stages of spiritual progress, in which the soul of the mu'min, who walks on the path of spirituality, becomes transformed into the satisfied soul. Surah 89, Ayat 27. Such a soul has attained satisfaction according to the standard of God. Surah 3, Ayat 126, Surah 8, Ayat 10, Surah 5, Ayat 113, Surah 13, Ayat 28, Surah 2, Ayat 260, Surah 17, Ayat 95. As God says, O the satisfied soul, return to your Lord, well pleased with him, well pleasing him. So enter my chosen servants, enter my paradise. Surah 89, Ayats 27 to 30. This final and supreme bliss is attainable by the friends of God, not only after death, in the next world, but can be perfectly experienced in this world. In this connection, please refer to an extremely useful diagram in Qur'anic Healing. Number 6. Abundant zikr and girya-uzari. Ibadat is the wisdom-filled slavery of God the Exalted. In connection with this unprecedented and unique slavery, nothing much can be said about a person who does not sacrifice his I, Anna, for the true Master, does not struggle to attain the pleasures of the remembrance of God by effacing himself, does not become the dust of humility in the path of love and fidelity, keeps hiding the idol of conceit under the armpit, and does not understand the extremely great wisdom of shedding tears, girya-uzari, in ardent love. However, all mu'mins, with the attributes of a darwish, will certainly pray that may God grant them all the high ambition and success of humility and submission in his ibadat, and protect them from the insinuations of the devil, and keep them all in his refuge. Number 7. By abundant zikr and girya-uzari, not only are the insinuations and disturbing thoughts, wasawis, best cured, but God willing, spiritual progress also becomes certain. The precious pearls of tears are created in the heart, soul and eyes with a single purpose only, that they should be scattered again and again in the path of God with ardent and consummate love. You can reflect on the verses of the Qur'an relevant to girya-uzari and their interpretation and wisdom-filled allusions, particularly on Surah 17, Ayats 107 to 109, and Surah 19, Ayat 58. Here the grand, exemplary and imitable deed of the prophets and awliya has been praised, that they used to prostrate in the exalted court of God with humility, effacement and annihilation, letting torrential tears flow down their chins. Number 8. Fear of God. When there is no fear of God in the heart of someone who is engaged in salat, ibadat and zikr, they necessarily encounter insinuations and disturbing thoughts in their heart. This is called the hidden shirk, associating someone with God. In such a case, the ibadat cannot be so pure and sincere that it becomes extremely delightful and soul-nourishing. Thus, it is extremely necessary for every Muslim to have fear of God in his heart, so that due to its blessing, his ibadat may be sincere and free of shirk. Surah 7, Ayat 29, Surah 98, Ayat 5. When the heart of a person, abandoning every disturbing thought and false imagination of worldly fear and danger, temporarily becomes attentive of God, Surah 10, Ayat 22, Surah 29, Ayat 65, Surah 31, Ayat 32. How glorious is the miraculous effect of the greatness of the fear of God and the result of zikru ibadat. It should be remembered well that the main constituent of the electory of God's fear is knowledge. Surah 35, Ayat 28. Number 9. Love for God, the Prophet and the Murshid. How can the darkness of the insinuation of the devil remain in the pure heart, in which the lamp of the blessed love of God is burning and shedding light? However, it is true that love for God is not possible without a means and without an intermediary, and therefore the only means of it is the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Similarly, the love for the Holy Prophet can be attained through his noble representatives. Although the scope of Islamic love and brotherhood is very vast, nonetheless, the love for the Sheikh or Murshid or Imam occupies the central position. For it is only after merging in the Sheikh that the path to merging in the Prophet is found. These stages can be traversed only through ardent love and obedience. Number 10. Ardent love or ishq. God, the Omnipotent, has enriched man with the treasures of limitless and countless potentialities and powers. One of them is love, which is the most intense and most powerful and is the chief of the powers. According to the Hadith, he who belongs to God, God also belongs to him. It is the special power through which when the believing servant belongs to God, he too specially belongs to him. Further, it is the means through which mu'mins attain the rank of Ashadu Hub Lillah, stronger in love of God, Ishq, Surah 2, Ayat 165, of the lovers of God. Here, we should stop for a while and think seriously as to how great may be the bliss and happiness of those true servants of God, in whose heart the sacred love of God dwells. How difficult this heavenly and divine love, which seems so easy, can actually be. Yes, it is very difficult, but not impossible. Further, when it is attained, all difficulties and diseases vanish. Number 11. How to hold fast to God or his rope. In Surah 3, Ayat 101, we are commanded to hold firm onto God. And in Surah 3, Ayat 103, to hold firm to his rope. But the intellect is perplexed about what power man has, through which he can, in any sense, reach God and hold on to him firmly. Indeed, there is the divine love, which is a great power revealed by God and granted to his servants, one end of which is the hand of God, and the other in the hand of his servants, like the rope of God. Since the Qur'an, Islam, and each and everything of religion is revealed to the Holy Prophet, therefore it is a fact that the luminous rope of true love can also reach the hand of a fortunate Muslim through him, so that all spiritual diseases may be cured through divine love. Wassalam, peace. 24 Rajab-ul Murajab, 1408 AH, 14th March 1988 AD. Cure of Kabus, incubus. Number 1. Kabus, in the Arabic language, literally means the one who presses or squeezes. In the technical language of medicine, it is a disease in which the one who is sleeping feels that some strong and heavy thing is sitting on his chest, or he is buried under a burden. In this state, he is suffocated. He can neither speak nor move. In this state, being terrified, he wakes up. In English, it is called incubus as well as nightmare. Number 2. Spiritual experience clearly shows that incubus or nightmare in reality is not a dangerous spiritual disease, provided its illusion and purpose is understood and acted upon properly. Its illusion and purpose is that the one who suffers from a nightmare should not forget to fulfill his religious duties. He should remember God, the Exalted, day and night, recite or listen to the noble Qur'an with extreme yearning, take keen interest in true and useful knowledge, make a habit of serving people and doing every kind of good deed, always take piety into consideration, recites salawat 100 times and the 2 chapters about seeking protection, namely the dawn, Surah 113, and the humankind, Surah 114, and blow on his chest. God willing, the mu'akkal, or spiritual guardian, will be subjugated or become a friend. Number 3. Since a nightmare is merely the fear which occurs to a person during sleep, we should have recourse to the priceless treasure of the Qur'anic knowledge and wisdom, so that we may know what kind of fear this is. Is it imposed by God, or is it created by man himself? What is God's will in it, and what will be its result? Thus here we mention 3 wisdom-filled verses of the Qur'an, in which 5 kinds of trial by God are mentioned, among which the first is fear, as follows. Number 4. And we will most certainly try you with something of fear, and hunger, and loss of property, and lives, and fruits, and give glad tidings to the patient, who, when a misfortune befalls them, say, Surely we belong to God, and we have to return to Him. These are they on whom are blessings and mercy from their Lord, and these are the rightly guided. Surah 2, Ayat 155 to 157. God, the most just of judges, tries Muslims by 5 kinds of tests, which can happen to every mu'min individually. Among these, first is mentioned the test of fear. Fear has 4 places: wakefulness, i.e. external world, imagination, dream, and spirituality. And at every place there are many kinds of fear. Thus God can test any of His servants with whatever kind of fear He wants. The bliss for mu'mins lies in that they should remain patient and grateful to God in any of the above-mentioned calamities, and say in the light of knowledge and wisdom, We belong to God, therefore we return to Him, not only after death, but also in every trial of this life with heart and soul. So that the Prophet ﷺ may give glad tidings to them, as God commands them in this Qur'anic teaching, and give glad tidings. Number 5. Every word of the noble Qur'an in its place is a bright reality. Therefore, it is extremely useful to know, in the very light of the Holy Qur'an, whether the glad tidings which is given by God and the Prophet is related to the collective state of mu'mins, or is it possible individually according to their trial? The answer is that the real glad tidings is received individually, in a spiritual form or in the state of dream. Read Allusions of Dream in Qur'anic Healing. For the great glad tidings is received as a result of the major jihad, which is to fight against one's carnal soul. The great companions of the Prophet used to receive the collective glad tidings in the time of prophethood as a result of the minor or external jihad. Surah 3, Ayats 124 to 126, Surah 8, Ayats 9 to 10. In the form of the descent of angels. This shows that glad tidings is an extremely great thing. Number 6. The Holy Prophet says, The Mujahid is the one who fights against his carnal soul, nafs. Tirmizi 1-606. Thus, in this spiritual jihad, the greatest miracle of dying before death occurs in this life to the fortunate mu'min who kills his carnal soul in a specific sense, and he attains the status of a living martyr. Surah 57, Ayat 19. If this is true, then let us see the Qur'anic glad tidings in the light of the concept that undoubtedly many glad tidings are given in the form of practical spirituality. For the purpose of glad tidings is to satisfy the mu'min once in the form of faith and spirituality. Qur'anic wisdom alludes that the real place of satisfaction and glad tidings is very high, which is none other than spirituality. Number 7. An excellent example of the level of loftiness at which the glad tidings can be received, and what its majesty and grandeur are, can be seen in the following hadith. He who sees his Lord in the dream enters paradise. Darimi 2:126. This is a very great glad tidings. But here it should be remembered that this great feat is impossible unless die spiritually before you die physically, a Hadisi Masnawi, page 116, is put into practice. This clear instruction is also in the Hadith, and you will never see your Lord until you die. Ibn Majah 2:1360. In this Hadith are mentioned both the spiritual and the physical death. That is, if you wish, by his help you can attain his didar, vision, in this very life. But for that, as mentioned, the greatest condition is the killing of the carnal soul, nafs-i amara. Nonetheless, the didar which is granted in a dream and spirituality is the practical glad tidings. However, if it is not possible to die before death by accomplishing good deeds, you should await the fragrance of the bouquet of physical death. Al-mawtu rayhanatul mu'min, i.e., death is the bouquet of fragrance for the mu'min, both physical and spiritual. Da'aim 2:221. Number 8. Great wisdom is hidden in a nightmare, for it is among the tests of God and contains wisdom-filled illusions. It does not harm the intellect, the soul of faith, or the body. It harms only the carnal soul. In this act, on the one hand, it alludes to do abundant zikru ibadat and good deeds, and on the other, it signals that the present carnal soul is rebelling time and again. Therefore, it should be killed in the path of God, as Hazrati Khizr had done. Surah 18, Ayat 74, Surah 18, Ayat 80, so that God may replace it with a pure soul, called the satisfied soul, nafs-i mutma'inna. Number 9. Every prophet's laws are free from giving a command that a person who is as yet innocent, but there is a fear that he may commit a crime in the future, should be killed physically. This shows that the killing of the boy, Surah 18, Ayat 74, Surah 18, Ayat 80, was not in a physical sense, but it was the killing of the carnal soul in the personal world, whose parents were the intellect and the soul of faith. The killing of the carnal soul, and die spiritually before you die physically, is also implied by God in the spiritual aspect of the story of the killing of the cow, which is mentioned in Surah 2, Ayat 67 to 73. Number 10. According to the people of insight, there is no doubt in the reality that the magnificent feat of spiritual death, which is full of spiritual secrets and treasures of recognition, has continued from the time of Hazrati Adam alayhis salam. First and foremost, this is the path of the prophets and awliya, and then of those fortunate ones who follow their footsteps. Finally, in the ultimate destination, Surah 4, Ayat 69, the prophets, Anbiya, the truthful, Siddiqeen, the martyrs, Shuhada, the righteous, Salihin, the obedient, Mutta'een, or the followers, Tabi'een, in their respective order, live together in companionship. Number 11. Perhaps we have not properly reflected on the divine teaching which is: guide us on the right path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favours. Surah 1, ayats 5 to 6. This is the same right path, walking upon which the prophets and the awliya had attained the favours of knowledge and recognition. Thus those fortunate mu'mins who will walk on this path in the companionship of these guides of religion will receive ample spiritual favours. For in mubashirat, that is, good dreams, there is a complete world of spirituality. Number 12. The wisdom-filled Qur'anic words are full of the allusions of wonderful meanings. Thus, when Hazrati Israel alayhis salam is mentioned in the Qur'an, it is said about him, "He is made in charge of you." Surah 32, ayat 11. That is, he is always with you. For the microcosm, or the personal world, is a complete world of its own, in which there is everything. Therefore, there is also the power of Israel, Quwwati Israeliya, due to which man sleeps on time. Not only this, but after enough progress in spirituality, Israel alayhis salam appears in the same power, and a complete experience of the seizing of the soul is attained. By God, there is an extremely great treasure of the secrets of recognition in the stage of Israel alayhis salam. Thus this article, in fact the whole book, which is based on the allusions of Qur'anic wisdom, is like a successful medical advice, in acting upon which, God willing, there can be many benefits. Karachi, 14 Shabanul Mu'azzam, 1408 AH, 23rd March 1988 AD. Sleep of Awliya. Number 1. Is it true that the sleep of prophets and awliya, under the influence of the light of the ever-living, the everlasting, is extremely pleasant, sweet, miraculous, and between sleep and wakefulness? Is it true that their eyes sleep but their hearts do not? Is it also true that they are in constant zikr day and night? Are all the individuals of the world of humanity alike with respect to need and the state of sleep, or do they differ? If you accept that there are different levels of sleep, what is their cause? Does a child sleep more in the womb of mother or after birth? What happens to sleep gradually after birth? Does it decrease or does it increase? Number 2. The wise Qur'an, in numerous of its noble verses, invites us to reflect upon everything of the universe and the existence, and says that there are signs of God for the wise people in everything. Surah 2, ayat 164. You might have noticed that even in the animal kingdom, there are many patterns of sleep which differ entirely from one another, such as the sleep of the rabbit, which is infamous because of the dominance of sleep. In extremely cold areas, there are certain small and big animals who remain asleep or half dead for months in the holes of the earth or the cavities of hollow trees. On the other hand, the amazing thing is that the horse and the ox, despite strenuous work, do not feel the very need of sleep. You might have also seen birds which roost on trees. Do you think that the sleep of negligence overtakes them? No, not at all. Had it been so, the branch of the tree would have been released from the grip of their claws, and they would have fallen down on the ground in the darkness of the night. The most amazing thing is that the bat, which flies the whole night for the sake of prey, remains hanging upside down from a ceiling or a branch of a tree during the daytime. Tell me, does it sleep in this state or does it not? It is difficult to believe that it sleeps. Number 3. The highest ranks of the world of humanity and the world of religion are held by the prophets and the awliya. Therefore, the recognition of their secrets is extremely difficult. However, it is not impossible. There is no despondency from divine mercy, Surah 12, Ayat 87, in Islam, because in it, the soul-nourishing miracle of the means of guidance works amazingly. Thus, in the light of the wisdom of the Qur'an and Hadith, it is possible to discover the great secret of the nature of the sleep of awliya. How does it affect the senses? Is it included in the world of wakefulness or in the world of dream? Or is it a line of demarcation between the two? God willing, many such questions will be automatically solved by this article, so that the readers of this book may estimate the real standard of spiritual health and peace. Number 4. The Holy Prophet says, "My eye sleeps, but my heart does not sleep." Bukhari 4:495. Glory be to God. See the glory of the sanctity of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the owner of the diadem of Mi'raj, spiritual ascent. In such a case, the light of zikr automatically speaks without any interruption, and this miraculous chain continues constantly, every moment. From the wisdom-filled words of this hadith, it is evident that this sleep of the prophets and awliya is extremely pleasant, peaceful, animating, gladdening, amazing, miraculous, and luminous. It is a state which takes place between sleep and wakefulness, and is called half-sleep. Similarly, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says about all the prophets, "The prophets are those whose eyes sleep, but their hearts do not sleep." Bukhari 4:495-496, Al-Mu'jam 7:48. Not only are the Siddiqeen, i.e. awliya, with the prophets in spirituality, but undoubtedly the Shuhada and Salihin also have this bliss. Further, the obedient mu'mins can also attain the companionship of this august group, Surah 4, Ayat 69. That is, it is possible to attain the recognition of oneself and every kind of recognition. Number 5. The wisdom-filled words of the wise Qur'an are multidimensional. That is, they have more than one meaning. Al-Itqan 2:121-139. For instance, among these words, one is Majma'ul Bahrain, the confluence of two oceans, which has many meanings. One of these meanings in the personal world is the place which is the confluence of the ocean of wakefulness and the ocean of sleep. A brief description of this place is that if a mu'min who is engaged in zikr reaches and stays there, all their disturbing thoughts are washed away and their zikr starts to become miraculous. This is due to Hazrati Israel alayhi salam, who leaves only the soul which is engaged in zikr in the heart and seizes the rest of the carnal soul and its thoughts, as is implied in the Holy Qur'an. God takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that die not during their sleep. Surah 39, Ayat 42. Thus the sleep of the friends of God is dissolved into spirituality. In the Qur'an, where sleep is mentioned in laudatory terms, it is not the sleep of negligence. Rather, it is the greatest and most special bounty which has been praised and towards which mu'mins have been invited and guided in a wisdom-filled way. Therefore, first and foremost, this sleep, which is the sleep of spirituality or the miraculous sleep, is granted to the prophets and awliya. Number 6. In the battle of Badr, and the Battle of Uhud. Some of the companions of the Prophet had experienced this sleep, which is mentioned as nu'as, slumber, Surah 8, Ayat 11, Surah 3, Ayat 154. This was not an ordinary kind of sleep. They used to have glimpses of the miraculous sleep and the given knowledge. It is due to this that they used to have peace even in the midst of war. Study the relevant noble verses carefully. Number 7. It is mentioned in the Holy Qur'an, Surah 3, Ayats 190 to 191, that the people of intelligence remember God standing, sitting, and lying on their sides. This heavenly praise is special for the awliya, and it is only they who can stand the test of it. Otherwise, how can those people who are trapped in trivial problems be the people of intelligence in the sight of God? And how can they do a successful zikr in the state of half-sleep lying on their sides, in which the eye sleeps, but the heart and mind remain wakeful? But it is true that someone who becomes merged in the murshid and merged in the Prophet can undoubtedly become aware of these secrets of recognition. Number 8. Surat al-Rahman is called the bride of the Qur'an because of the fact that all spiritual bounties are tersely mentioned in it, and it is the quintessence of the beauty of knowledge and recognition. As the Qur'an says, He has made the two oceans of wakefulness and sleep to flow so that they meet together. Between them there is a barrier which they cannot pass. Which then of the bounties of your Lord will you deny? There come forth from them pearls and corals. Surah 55, Ayats 19 to 22. This barrier is the confluence of the two oceans and the place of spirituality, where the pearls and corals of Ainul Yaqeen, certainty of vision, are obtained. Number 9. The treasures of the Qur'an are in its wisdom-filled allusions. Therefore, one is repeatedly invited to think and reflect upon them. It is extremely necessary to know that spirituality is not only a barrier between the ocean of wakefulness and the ocean of sleep, but also its own veil. Therefore, most of its names are used in the sense of its veil and barrier, such as Barzakh, barrier, Surah 23, Ayat 100, Surah 25, Ayat 53, Surah 55, Ayat 20. Hajiz, veil, Surah 27, Ayat 61. Hijab, veil, Surah 19, Ayat 17. Hijabi Mastur, hidden veil, Surah 17, Ayat 45. Sur, wall, Surah 57, Ayat 13. Sad, wall, Surah 36, Ayat 9, etc. Number 10. It is mentioned in a noble hadith, the Qur'an is tractable and multi-dimensional, so take it on the best of its dimensions. Al-Itqan 4:184. Thus the Qur'an says in one of its wisdom-filled verses, وَجَعَلْنَا نَوْمَكُمْ سُبَاتًا, and we made your nawm as a repose. Surah 78, Ayat 9. Nawm here has two meanings, sleep and spirituality, and accordingly it can be translated as, and we made your sleep a repose, or, and we made your spirituality a repose. In this verse, the Qur'an addresses both the awliya and the masses at the same time, and accordingly it has different meanings. For one group it is spirituality, and for the other it is sleep. Number 11. The real place of Mubashirat is spirituality. As the Holy Prophet has said, nothing is left from the prophethood except mubashirat. He was asked, "What are the mubashirat?" He said, "The good dreams." Bukhari 9:98. If the good dream is a part of the 46 parts of prophethood, the mubashirat affirm the spirituality of the awliya of God, for their sleep is not like the sleep of the masses. They see the mubashirat, or the good dreams, in their spirituality. However, the mu'mins, as has already been mentioned, can follow them, since the straight path is the same, and the ultimate destination is also the same. Therefore, let us humbly pray that God, the sustainer of the worlds, may enrich all with the everlasting wealth of spiritual and intellectual health. Ameen. Karachi, 10 Sha'banul Mu'azzam, 1408 AH, 29th March 1988 AD. Service to humankind. Number 1. There is not a single injunction in the teachings of the wise Qur'an and the noble Hadith which does not directly or indirectly shed light on some aspect of service to people and the rights of the servants of God. A clear example of this is that all the injunctions of religion are gathered in 2 supreme commands or universals, which leave out none of them, namely, the rights of God, hukukullah, and the rights of his servants, hukukul ibad. Further, not only the rights of the servants of God, but the very rights of God are also ordained, so that by fulfilling them, humankind may accrue innumerable benefits, both in this world and the next, since God is free from and above any kind of benefit and profit. Number 2. It is said in a noble Hadith, "People are God's household, and the most beloved to God is the one who helps his household and makes them happy." And to walk with a Muslim brother in order to fulfill his need is dearer to God than the itikaf, consecutive ibadat, of 2 months in the holy Kaaba. The Ayim 2:320. For additional references, see Majma'ul, Bahrain, page 70. Number 3. The comprehensiveness of the above-mentioned hadiths of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam can by no means be duly praised and described. Nonetheless, according to the proverb, musk is that which speaks of itself by its fragrance, not that which the perfumer describes. The way the Prophet, with his perfect, consummate, beautiful, and majestic knowledge and wisdom, has given the example of the relation between the Almighty God and his humble creature, has dazzled the eyes of the particular intellect by its soul-nourishing and kind light and its radiance of knowledge and recognition. Glory be to God. Here the status and respect of man appears at the extreme height and elevation. By God, we need to reflect repeatedly on this unique and bright teaching of the Holy Prophet, so that we may properly understand the hidden secret that behind the veil God loves his creation. Those who are the household in this example are at the level of being loved by God. However, those fortunate ones who serve others can progress farther in being loved by God and in his friendship. Number 4. The condition of service in this luminous teaching is that it should benefit others and make them happy. In this respect, the Holy Prophet has alluded to great and far-reaching services concerning religion and the world. An example of a small service is when a Muslim goes with another Muslim brother to fulfill his need. God raises it to a higher level than of ibadat and ittikaf and loves it. From this you can truly estimate the importance and benefit of the sincere service of people. Number 5. In the glorious Qur'an, the sweet fruit of good deed, ihsan, is mentioned time and again, and it is said, "And God loves those who do good deeds." Surah 5, Ayat 93. And certainly service to people, as already mentioned, is the greatest good deed. Thus the service of people is the good deed whose greatest, unprecedented, and everlasting reward is the friendship and love of God. Number 6. In this vast and unbounded field of service of humankind, those who surpass and excel others are the prophets and awliya. On the one hand, they are the chiefs of the community, and on the other their servants. As it is said in the prophetic hadiths, Sayyidul Qawmi, Khadimuhum. The chief of the community is its servant. Majma'ul Bahrain, page 41. This clearly shows that it is only the Prophet and the perfect wali who can, in the real sense, serve the community universally, and then following their footsteps, other servants according to their status. Number 7. The following wisdom-filled, universal principle is also mentioned in the prophetic hadith. Kullu ma'ruf sadaqah. Every good deed is a charity. Bukhari 8:30, Da'ayim 2:320. Thus to serve one country, community, and humanity is a good deed, and hence a great charity. If the benefit of a service continues forever, then God willing, it will be a perpetual charity, and such services can be called al-baqiyatus salihat, ever abiding good works. Surah 18, Ayat 46. Thus it is evident that if the service is unpretentious and sincere, it is everything. Therefore, God loves every sincere and true servant, and His friendship and love is the greatest bounty of religion and spirituality. In fact, it is the soul of all bounties. Number 8. Question. Who is the most loved and chosen by God the Exalted? Answer. The one who serves His household, most namely His creatures. Question. Will a person who is loved most by God not be cured from all internal, spiritual, and intellectual diseases? Answer. Why not? Definitely. Such a person will attain the sound heart, Qalbi Salim. Surah 26, Ayat 89. Since God is the Holy, He first purifies the one whom He wants to befriend and love from spiritual diseases and sins, and then He loves him. Number 9. God, the Lord of the worlds, grants all good manners and praiseworthy qualities to those sincere servants whose service He accepts, so that He may befriend and love them. These include goodness, Surah 7, Ayat 196, beneficence, Surah 3, Ayat 134, piety, Surah 3, Ayat 76, patience, Surah 3, Ayat 146, reliance on God, Surah 3, Ayat 159, justice, Surah 5, Ayat 42, purity, Surah 9, Ayat 108, obedience and love, Surah 3, Ayat 31, perfect faith and divine love, ardent love, Surah 2, Ayat 165, zeal for external and internal jihad, Surah 61, Ayat 4, love for the Holy Prophet, Surah 3, Ayat 31, and Surah 9, Ayat 24. Repentance and pure-heartedness, Surah 2, Ayat 222, and many more qualities, which with the friends of God are adorned. As mentioned in the Hadiths, when God loves a servant, Then Jibrail is ordered to love him, and he loves him, and then all those who are in the heavens and the earth love him. Muslim 4:2030. Number 10. It is also mentioned in a noble hadith, when God will raise a mu'min from his grave, he will come out in a state in which there will be a luminous figure, a subtle entity, Misal Hassan, with him. When the mu'min will pass through those difficulties, he will tell him, "Do not be afraid, you will never be harmed." Thus he will continue to set his mind at rest and give him glad tidings, until he will bring him to God the Exalted. God will take from him an easy account and will command him to go to paradise. The mu'min will then ask him, "Who are you? May God have mercy on you. You not only promised me, but also fulfilled it and turned my fear into peace." He will say, "I am a creature which my Lord created from the collective happiness which you used to give to mu'mins, from your services and good deeds. So today I make you happy." Da'im 2:320-21. Number 11. In Kafi 3:296, regarding the service of a mu'min, there is a prophetic hadith transmitted by Maulana Ali alayhi salam, which says, "A Muslim who serves a Muslim community, God will grant him as many servants in paradise as he had served in this world." Number 12. Efficacious medicines alone are not sufficient in connection with physical cure, but nourishment rich in vitamins is also essential. Similarly, in this book on healing through knowledge, we have to sincerely endeavour to provide some nutritious foods of knowledge and recognition in the light of the Qur'an and the Hadith, as well as logic and tradition and the light of some spiritual experiences and knowledge. And I have no success except by God. Surah 11, Ayat 88. Karachi, 18 Shabanul Muazzam, 1408 AH, 6th April 1988 AD. Cure through the honey of wisdom. Number 1. It becomes evident and clear from the injunctions of God in the verses of healing, Qur'anic Healing, pages 46-50, that the entire wise Qur'an is healing for spiritual diseases. This means that this blessed heavenly book is that single most perfect, unprecedented, miraculous university of divine medicine and a spiritual hospital in which there is not only the unique teaching and training of divine medical science, but also the stores of the medicines of the world of Jabarut, the world of divine attributes, and every kind of miraculous prescriptions of divine cure. One extremely sweet, delightful, effective and useful medicine from these Qur'anic medicines is known as the honey of wisdom. Number 2. In this connection, one special invitation to reflection is in the verse, "In it, honey, there is healing for the people." Surah 16, Ayat 69. Certainly, this injunction is with regard to both the physical as well as the spiritual honey, which is evident from the following proofs. A. It is utterly against the law of divine benevolence and mercy that there should be sweet honey for the dense body, but no honey of their own kind for the subtle soul and the noble intellect. B. The law of the noble Qur'an is that of the supreme paradise, because it is an intellectual paradise, full of the fruits and bounties of knowledge and recognition, and all the fruits of paradise are in pairs. Surah 55, Ayat 52. C. All the things of God's Godhead and Kingdom of God are in pairs. Surah 36, Ayat 36. Thus, it is inevitable that there be internal honey to correspond to the external honey. D. One of the 4 rivers of paradise is honey, by which is meant the river of wisdom, since intellectual honey is nothing but wisdom. Surah 47, Ayat 15. E. Almighty Allah gives similitudes of realities and recognitions to the extent that He does not spare Himself from giving His own example. Surah 24, Ayat 35. Thus, physical honey stands for the pure spiritual honey, namely wisdom, in which there is healing for every kind of spiritual disease. Number 3. It is necessary to reflect with complete attention on the verse in which the excellence of wisdom is mentioned with great comprehensiveness, which is, He gives wisdom to whom He wills, and he to whom wisdom is given is indeed given abundant good. Surah 2, Ayat 269. That is, abundant good depends on wisdom, and where there is no wisdom, there is no good. Wisdom is not only one good, but it comprises all good. Just as in physical honey are gathered the colour, fragrance, and nectar of countless flowers, similarly, abundant good is gathered in spiritual honey, i.e. wisdom. Number 4. According to the above explanation, wisdom is that universal good which is in the hand of God, Surah 3, Ayat 26. And whatever is in the blessed hand of God, what can it not be? It is both mulk, physical kingdom, Surah 67, Ayat 1, and malakut, spiritual kingdom, Surah 36, Ayat 83. Thus, undoubtedly, one end of Qur'anic wisdom is in the hand of God, and the other is in the Qur'an, so that He, the knowing, the wise, may grant wisdom to and confer His favours on whoever He wants. Number 5. Wisdom, hikmat, in reality is the name of knowledge, the reality of everything, and the light of intellect. Therefore, all spiritual diseases are cured by it. It is particularly necessary for those which are caused by ignorance, for they can be fatal for the intellect and the soul of faith. Death, with respect to the human existence, is of 3 kinds: physical death, spiritual death, and intellectual death. Among these, physical death is known to all people, but unfortunately, most of them do not understand the perdition of the intellect and soul, although it is mentioned in the Qur'an as cattle, which means to fall down from the rank of humanity and faith and to become like cattle. Surah 7, Ayat 179, Surah 25, Ayat 44, and Surah 47, Ayat 12. Such people, by dying the death of the disease of ignorance, have neither the intellect of religion nor the soul of faith. Number 6. Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam had a special prayer in the court of the Lord of Honour, which is, Our Lord, and raise up in them, i.e. Muslim Ummah, a messenger from among them who shall recite to them your verses, ayat, and teach them the book and the wisdom, and purify them. Indeed, you are the mighty, the wise. Surah 2, Ayat 129. This prayer was for the well-being of Muslims, and nothing related to the well-being of religion and of the world can remain outside its comprehensiveness. The sacred advent of the Holy Prophet is asked for in this prayer. Observing through the light of this prayer the fruit of prophethood and the purpose of messengership becomes clear, as per the following diagram. Diagram of order. 1. Messengership. 2. Recitation of verses. 3. Teaching of book. 4. Teaching of wisdom. 5. Purification, ultimate purpose. Number 7. The first and foremost purpose of the Holy Prophet's coming to this world was to invite people to the religion of Islam, then to recite the signs of God to them, further to adorn them with the teaching of the book, then to teach them wisdom exoterically and esoterically, and finally to purify them in every respect as a result of all good deeds, particularly knowledge and wisdom. This shows the paramount importance and excellence of wisdom, without which the spiritual and intellectual purification of the people of faith is impossible. Number 8. One important subject of wisdom in the glorious Qur'an is in the story of Hazrati Luqman, alayhi salam, in the light of which, first of all, it is alluded that although wisdom is one word, in reality it is abundant good and a world of spiritual bounties. Therefore, the expression of gratitude becomes incumbent on receiving wisdom. In fact, the expression of gratitude and appreciation is possible only in the language of wisdom. The most important aspect of wisdom is the knowledge of the unity of God, from which the light of God's recognition radiates and shows the path of His unity. It is because of this that Hazrati Luqman, alayhi salam, exhorting his son, first discussed the question of polytheism and unity of God, because wisdom specifically demands the discussion of this matter. Number 9. Every principal word of the wise Qur'an has several synonyms of its own. Thus, the meaning and purport of wisdom, hikmat, are not only confined to the word wisdom, but it has many synonyms too, such as knowledge, ilm, for wisdom is the quintessence of knowledge. Certitude, yaqeen, for wisdom itself has the place of the truth of certitude, haqqul yaqeen. Recognition, ma'arifat, which is a special name of wisdom. Light, nur, for wisdom cannot stay in darkness. Guidance, hidayat, because there is guidance in wisdom. Spirit, ruh, and intellect, aql, etc., because the end of wisdom, which is in God's blessed hand, cannot be without soul and intellect due to its extreme proximity to Him. Number 10. It is said in a noble hadith, the best assembly is the one in which wisdom is spread. Darimi 187. Further, the Holy Prophet has said, when you find someone abstemious and taciturn, sit next to him, for wisdom has been revealed to him. Ibn Majah, Volume 2, page 1373. It is also said in a prophetic tradition, I am the house of wisdom, and Ali is its door. Tirmizi 2775. Number 11. The Holy Prophet ﷺ said, choose the Qur'an, because it is the sharpness of intellect, the light of wisdom, the fountainhead of knowledge, and the newest of all heavenly books. And God has said in the Torah, O Muhammad, I am sending you the new Torah, which will open the blind eyes, the deaf ears, and the closed hearts. Darimi 2, 433-434. Number 12. With utmost humility and supplication, it is prayed that may God, the blessed, the exalted, according to the promise of the Qur'an, prosper and illumine as soon as possible the planet Earth with His light and completely heal all human beings from all physical and spiritual diseases. Ameen. 25 Shawwal 1408 AH, 11th June 1988 AD. Death before death. Number 1. Mawlawi Matnawi, Maulana Rumi, says, "Felicity be to the one who died before death, i.e., he traced the origin of this vineyard." Masnawi 4:238. This is a clear allusion to die before you die, as it is said, "Reckon your deeds before you will be reckoned with, and weigh yourselves before you will be weighed, and die before you will die." Hadisi Masnawi, page 116. The personal resurrection related to recognition is alluded to in this command. Number 2. Why is the mention of death before death necessary in connection with healing through knowledge? It is necessary because all the obstacles to spiritual progress and upliftment and the roots of spiritual diseases are firmly rooted in the carnal soul. Only the death of this carnal soul can make all these defects disappear, and it is the last means of the proximity of God and merging in Him, Fanna fillah. Number 3. You know that the wise Qur'an is multi-dimensional. Hence, reflect on this Qur'anic verse. And remember the time when Musa said to his people, "O my people, you have surely been unjust to yourselves by taking the calf for a god. Therefore, turn to your Creator penitently. So kill your idolater people. Faqtulu anfusakum." Surah 2, Ayat 54. Another meaning of faqtulu anfusakum is die before you die physically and exterminate carnal desires. Mufradat, page 407. This shows that there is a wisdom-filled allusion to die before you die in the glorious Qur'an. Number 4. Since it has always been the sunnat, law of God, the knowing, the seeing, that He does not speak to any human being without a veil, Surah 42, Ayat 51, how can the places where there are great secrets in the noble Qur'an be without a veil? In the Qur'an, therefore, the great secrets of knowledge, wisdom, and spirituality are behind veils. Thus, the Holy Qur'an emphatically invites us to think and reflect. Among these veils, one is in the form of reprimand, just as the 70 men of the children of Israel were reprimanded, Surah 2, Ayat 55, while in their story there is a great treasure of secrets, Surah 2, Ayat 55, and Surah 7, Ayat 155. Number 5. Today, the people of the book, Jews and Christians, are certainly very clever in worldly matters, but strangely enough, they do not even know the alphabet of the divine law, i.e., the law of religion. If they were wise, accepting the chain of prophets, they would have believed in Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and tried to see the miracles of the Qur'an, which is the guardian of the previous books, or the book, Surah 5, Ayat 48, and accepted it at once, wholeheartedly and respectfully. The stages of spirituality and merging in God of those upon whom He has showered His special favours, Surah 4, Ayat 69, are mentioned in this unique and blessed book, namely the Qur'an. Number 6. It has been decided by divine law that those fortunate people who, walking on the straight path, were overtaken by spiritual lightning, thunder and quake, etc., become dead with respect to the carnal soul, but are revived in a new life with respect to the soul of faith and intellect. This is the meaning of dying with respect to the carnal soul before dying physically, numerous examples of which are mentioned in the glorious Quran. Number 7. One of the easiest examples of how God, the Omnipotent, revives the dead is that he seizes the soul of each one of us during sleep, and then by sending it back gives us life. Surah 39, Ayat 42, which we customarily call wakefulness. Similarly, a true Sufi or Darwish or a true lover, being effaced and enraptured in divine remembrance, also becomes merged for a while, just as someone who is possessed by a jinn or fairy loses his eye partially or totally, as if he had died temporarily, and when the jinn leaves him, he becomes alive again. Number 8. There is also a wisdom-filled allusion to self-mortification and die before you die, in the way God, the Omnipotent, brought a dead person to life and demonstrated his perfect power as a result of the slaughtering of an ox by the children of Israel. The ox, or cow, is the symbol of the soul of gluttony. Thus, it is only after the slaughter of the ox of the animal soul with the dagger of spiritual exercise that a mu'min with high ambition can enter through the door of spirituality with a pure soul. Number 9. Hazrat Isa alayhi salam says, "He who is not born twice will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Hadith-i Masnawi, page 194. That is, after physical birth and maturity in this world, spiritual death and spiritual birth are extremely important. As Mawla-yi Rum says, "When man is born twice, he places his foot on the head of causes, i.e., he subjugates the causes of nature." Masnawi 3, 3576. Number 10. As is known, jihad is of two kinds, the physical and the spiritual. Similarly, shahadat, or martyrdom, is also of two kinds, the physical and the spiritual. Thus, where shahadat is mentioned in the Quran, both kinds are meant by it, as is evident from Surah 3, Ayat 143. "And certainly you used to desire death before you met it. So indeed you have seen it, and you look at it." Reflect carefully that this is mainly addressed to the spiritual martyrs who had seen the scene of their death. Number 11. The ultimate aim of this subject is that every mu'min should be sure of the miracle of merging in God, fana fillah, and attain this supreme rank, progressing on the straight path through knowledge and actions, as it is said in Surah 28, Ayat 88, "Everything is perishable but his face. To him belongs the command, hukm, and to him you shall be returned." If someone says that the wood is burnt out, but the heat of the fire remains, then everybody can easily understand this. Thus, the above verse, which is related first to the microcosm, personal world, says in the language of wisdom that by true and ardent love, spirituality, vision, and recognition, which are in the face of God, the status of merging in God is attained. And after this merging in His command, namely the word of command and return. Number 12. Question. Where has the human soul come from? And when it is successful, where will it go? Answer. It has come from the world of command, and the word be, kun. Surah 17, Ayat 85. Surah 36, Ayat 82. And it will return there, since it is the original abode, as well as the stage of merging, fana. Number 13. Merging does not mean the extinction of a thing. Rather, it means the changing of a thing from one state to another. Thus, merging in God means to die from the carnal existence and become eternally alive in God's light, as implied in Surah 55, ayats 26 to 27. All those souls which are on the earth of the personal world are going to perish, and only the face of your majestic and benevolent Lord will remain. Man in himself is an independent world, in which, in the form of souls, dwell innumerable people, who have to perish in the face of God, and have to return to the presence of God, the Exalted, as a single soul. Surah 6, ayat 94, Surah 31, ayat 28. Friday, 2 Zulqa'dah, 1408 AH, 17th June, 1988 AD. Possible progress and a lesson of high ambition. Number 1. Have you reflected with complete attention and depth on the universal law of divine favours mentioned in Surah 14, ayat 34? If not, let us do so now. By understanding the wisdom-filled allusions of this greatest universal law of its own kind, it can be evident what favours the true servants of God can attain from his innumerable bounties. What are those bounties which, despite his mercy and favour, cannot be attained due to some reasons? The verse runs like this: "And he has given you of all that you asked him, and if you count God's favours, you will not be able to number them. Most surely, man is very unjust, very ungrateful." Explanation: whatever you have asked him, with the tongue of speech or with mute expression, he has given you all of that, actually and potentially. The favours of your Lord, which are conditional on knowledge and actions, are so numerous that you cannot count them. Is it not a great injustice and ingratitude, then, that man remains neglectful of and far away from these attainable, abundant, spiritual and intellectual bounties? Number 2. The first lesson of high ambition of the wise Qur'an is this: guide us on the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have showered favours. Surah 1, ayats 5 to 6. This prayer, in whose comprehensiveness and wisdom all bounties are sought, is very eminent. Luminous guidance of God is sought in it, so that the people of faith, who are the friends of God, may follow the footsteps of the prophets, observing with their inner eyes all their bounties in the light of recognition, and pass through the stages of spirituality until they attain the rank of merging in God, fana fillah. The meanings of guidance reach the supreme paradise, traversing even the stages of resurrection. Number 3. In order to receive luminous guidance, one specific condition is mujahada, spiritual exercise, self-mortification, as indicated in Surah 29, ayat 69. And those who strive hard, jihad, for us, we will indeed guide them in our ways, and God indeed is with those who do good deeds. This spiritual and luminous guidance of God is possible through the revealed light, Surah 5, ayat 15, namely the Holy Prophet Hazrati Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the paths of the divine secrets are in Malakut, the world of angels, Jabarut, the world of divine attributes, and Lahut, the world of divinity. Furthermore, the meaning of luminous guidance reaches Azal and Abad, for it is beyond and above the limits of time and space. Number 4. The microcosm is also called the personal world. Thus, potentially, you are a world. If you accept the real spirit of Islam, Surah 8, Ayat 24, you save your personal world from the death of ignorance, and by divine ta'eed, you bring it to life from potentiality to actuality. The example of this feat is as though someone rescued the entire people of the world from atomic destruction. Why is this feat so important and so great? It is so because of the fact that the people of the entire world live in the personal world. It is in this sense that Qabil assassinated and destroyed the inner world with all the people of the entire world of Habil, who was a personal world. Number 5. Read the story of Habil and Qabil in the Quran in Surah 5, ayats 27 to 31, and then see Surah 5, ayat 32. For this reason, i.e. the assassination of Habil by Qabil, did we prescribe to the children of Israel that whoever slays a soul, unless it be for manslaughter or for mischief in the land, it is as though he slew all men, and whoever brings it to life, it is as though he brought all men to life. This is a Qur'anic proof about the importance and excellence of the personal world, in which all the people of the world live in the form of spiritual particles. All these are, in reality, parts of your soul. Number 6. The familiar and unfamiliar people whom you see in your imagination and dream have always been there in your personal world. Every subtle world is contained within you, and there is nothing outside this togetherness. It is God's earth and His vicegerency. Surah 39, Ayat 10, and Surah 24, Ayat 55. And also the Mulk, physical kingdom, and Malakut, spiritual kingdom. Surah 3, Ayat 26, and Surah 7, Ayat 185. It should be remembered that Hazrat Ibrahim alayhis salam had seen the malakut of the heavens and the earth in his own self, i.e. personal world. Surah 6, Ayat 75. Number 7. If a mu'min, due to the light of faith, were not made the possessor of a specific ability, and had there not been a miracle of God in him, it would not have been said, O you who believe, be the helpers of God. Surah 61, Ayat 14. Certainly this means to help religion. Nonetheless, the meaning of this command cannot be limited, for a mu'min has numerous responsibilities. He has to go further on the straight path until he attains the rank of merging in God, as it is said, O you who believe, if you help God, He will help you and make firm your feet. Surah 47, Ayat 7. The revolutionary progress of mu'mins and their access to the ultimate destination are mentioned in this verse. Number 8. The chosen servants of God, through the help of the light of guidance, can reach the stations of Fana Fillah and Baqa Billah, survival in God. In the same way, it is also possible that their word and act may be merged in God's word and act. This is evident from the following proofs. A. To be coloured in the colour of God. Surah 2, Ayat 138. This is like fire and iron. When iron takes the colour of fire, it becomes red hot like fire, externally and internally, and loses its own colour. B. Blessed is whoever is in the fire and whatever is around it. Surah 27, Ayat 8. C. To him do ascend the good words, and the good deeds lift them up. Surah 35, Ayat 10. Until the word and act of the believing and sincere servant reach and merge in the word and act of God. Number 9. Hazrati Maryam alayhi salam was a Siddiqah, truthful, waliya. Surah 5, Ayat 75. A clear mention of her selection, spiritual status, heavenly help, ta'eed, and the spiritual guidance of God through angels is found in Surah 3, Ayat 42 to 47, and Surah 19, Ayat 16 to 26. This bright fact sheds light on the spiritual conditions of the Siddiqeen, namely the Awliya, Surah 4, Ayat 69, that they are aware of the secrets of revelation and the stations of Ma'arifat. This is further substantiated by the title Siddiq of Hazrati Yusuf alayhi salam, that a Siddiq is truthful not only in external matters, but by the ta'eed of God, the knowing, the wise, also explains the inner realities truthfully and affirms the truthfulness of the prophets in the light of Ma'arifat. Number 10. The Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "Fear the insight of the mu'min, because he sees by the light of God." Tirmizi 2484. Who can such mu'mins be who see by the light of God? It is the awliya, who can see with the light of God, and after them it is also possible for the mu'mins of the first rank. However, the point that the special and exalted purpose of this luminous sight is to observe the realities and recognitions of Malakut, Surah 7, Ayat 185, should be borne in mind. In order to be enriched with this everlasting and spiritual wealth, it is extremely necessary to be merged in the true Murshid, so that one may attain the supreme bliss of merging in the Messenger and merging in God. In short, not only in this article, but in the entire book, the main purpose has been to draw attention to the spiritual nourishments and medicines of the wise Qur'an. May God the Exalted make it useful to all. Ameen. 18 Zulqadar 1408 AH, 23rd June 1988 AD. Paired fruits of paradise. Number 1. God, the One, the self-subsistent, may He be glorified and exalted, is free from and above every kind of duality and plurality. He, by His perfect power and profound wisdom, has created all creatures and existence in pairs. Nothing is exempt from this universal law, as mentioned in Surah 36, Ayat 36. Purified is He who created pairs of all things, of what the earth grows, and of themselves, and of what they do not know. This is a law which has paramount importance after the law of unity, just as the number 2 is necessary after the number 1 for the existence of all other numbers. Number 2. At the end of the above verse, it is mentioned in the language of wisdom that things which belong to the intellect, knowledge, and soul are also in pairs, as mentioned in Surah 55, Ayat 52. In both of them, gardens, are every kind of fruit in 2 pairs, zawjan. That is, every fruit has 2 pairs, intellectual and spiritual, as well as the external and internal. For God has made all things of the entire universe subservient to His servants, and has completed all His external and internal bounties for them. Surah 31, Ayat 20. Number 3. A human being is like a 3-story building, in which the body is the lowest story, the soul is the second, and the intellect is the third, just as the Ark of Nuh alayhi salam had 3 levels, the bottom, the middle, and the top. It resembles human existence, for the spiritual ark is in the personal world. Thus, in the above-mentioned 3-story building, physical bounties are available on the ground level, spiritual bounties in the middle, and intellectual bounties in the upper, so that those who strive hard, jihad, for God should be enriched not only with the everlasting wealth of the recognition of self, but also with the recognition of paradise through these lofty spiritual and intellectual bounties. Surah 47, Ayat 6. Since in the light of recognition is found the unity of recognitions. Number 4. This book deals with a treatment of its own kind. Therefore, such examples are required in it, which may duly describe the foods of knowledge and the medicines of recognition, ma'arifat. If this could be possible, in the light of the wise Qur'an, it would be a great bliss, for which the sincere prayers of all mu'mins are required. Number 5. He who derives pleasure only from physical bounties, and has no sense of the pleasure of spiritual bounties, namely zikru ibadat, and of intellectual bounties, namely knowledge and wisdom. Frankly speaking, such a person suffers from spiritual diseases. He should therefore cure himself through zikru bandagi, contemplation and knowledge. Number 6. Man, in fact, lives in a palace in which the scenery of Nasut, human kingdom, can be seen from the windows of the first story. The secrets of the Malakut, angelic kingdom, are observed through the windows of the second story, and the manifestation of the beauty of the Jabarut, kingdom of divine attributes, are observed through the windows of the third story. However, man is always very negligent and lazy, and hence he is in great loss. Surah 103, Ayat 1. He confines himself to the first story and does not take the trouble to climb the stairs to the second and third stories. Or in other words, he is ill and therefore not able to use the upper stories of his palace, except what God wills. Number 7. An example of how a spiritual bounty is hidden in comparison to or behind a physical bounty is that all people are proud to be the children of a glorious prophet, namely Hazrati Adam alayhi salam, who was the vicegerent of God, and to whom the angels prostrated. The spiritual meaning of this is that the place of spirituality where God enfolds the spatial and temporal distances, Surah 39, Ayat 67, and Surah 21, Ayat 104, is also where he gathers Adam and his children, and renews their spiritual relationship, Surah 7, Ayat 11. It is in view of this wisdom that the wise Qur'an calls people Adam's children, and not his grandchildren, despite the fact that the word for grandchildren, Hafada, Surah 16, Ayat 72, is also used in the Holy Qur'an where necessary. Number 8. Reflect and contemplate on Surah 13, Ayat 3, Surah 43, Ayat 12, and Surah 51, Ayat 49, so that you will come to know that the fruits of the paradise of knowledge are pairs of 2 things. In this, the main secret is that of the contraries or opposites, azdad, in which 2 opposite things are called a pair. There are many wisdoms of the law of opposites or pairs. For instance, where the physical arc is mentioned, the spiritual arc is also mentioned. The physical and spiritual are two opposites, or a pair. Thus, the arc of Nu in the Qur'an is a fruit of knowledge, but it is not single, it is a pair. Number 9. In Surah 4, Ayat 69, there is the mention of those upon whom God has showered his favours rank-wise. And the ranks are not odd, they are in pairs. For example, the prophets, Nagmah-yi, and Awliya, Siddiqeen, are the spiritual parents of their respective communities. In this example, every prophet is in the position of a father, and every perfect wali in the position of a mother. This is because spiritual birth of mu'mins is from the womb. Batan equals batin equals stomach of walayat, and the means of livelihood of religion are provided by the prophethood, i.e., the exoteric and legal, shari, bounties are provided by the spiritual father. Number 10. There are many examples of how every fruit of the spiritual paradise and the Qur'anic paradise can be one externally and a pair internally. One of them, which is the easiest and clearest, is human existence itself, on which God, the Supreme Creator, with his pen of power and wisdom, has written not only the signs of unity and integrity, but also the laws of duality and multiplicity. Number 11. Man's body is one, but it has two parts. Although seeing is one, yet the two eyes work for it. Hearing is one, but the ears are two. Smelling is one, but the nostrils are two. Speech is one, but the mouth has two parts. The power of holding is one, but it is the function of two hands. Walking is one, but the feet are two. Breathing is one, but it is the combined function of two lungs. In short, there is no organ and part in the exterior and interior of man's body without the signs of unity, duality, and plurality. Indeed, these are the three great laws. By plurality, I mean the cells which are in trillions in the entire body of man. Number 12. The Holy Prophet has said, indeed, the Qur'an has an exoteric aspect, zahir, and an esoteric aspect, batin, and each of its esoteric aspect has another esoteric aspect, till 7 esoteric aspects. Masnawi 3, 520, Ihya 1, 99, Ahadisi Masnawi, page 83. Number 13. The Holy Qur'an is the paradise of knowledge and recognition. All of its fruits are in pairs, one external and the other internal. As has been repeatedly mentioned in this article with Qur'anic references, everything is in pairs. And as the Qur'an has an exoteric aspect and 7 esoteric aspects, so all those fruits of paradise are also in pairs. See, for example, the following diagram. In every blessed verse, Zahir is a pair with Batin. The first Batin is a pair with the second Batin. The second Batin is a pair with the third Batin. The third Batin is a pair with the fourth Batin. The fourth Batin is a pair with the fifth Batin. The fifth Batin is a pair with the sixth Batin. And the sixth Batin is a pair with the seventh Batin. And the seventh Batin is a pair with the eighth Batin. 14. Zulqadr 1408 AH 29th June 1988 AD. Wisdom of Giri-al-Zari. Number 1. It is said in a noble hadith, "Oh, and indeed there is a lump of flesh in the body. When it is good, the whole body is good, and when it is bad, the whole body is bad. Oh, and it is the heart." Bukhari 144. The purpose of this sacred teaching and guidance of the Prophet is that every mu'min should duly strive, day and night, to protect his heart from all defects and diseases. This arduous striving is possible only in accordance with the principles of Islam, among which Giri-al-Zari has central importance. Number 2. Giri-al-Zari is the hidden and priceless treasure of hundreds of beauties of the perfection of humanity and characteristics of certitude, while the wise Qur'an itself, in connection with the praiseworthy manners and qualities of the Prophets, alayhimussalam, praises it with the radiance of the pleasure of God. The verse in which it is praised is, "These prophets are the ones on whom God bestowed favors, from among the prophets of the seed of Adam, and of those whom we carried with Nuh, and of the seed of Ibrahim and Israel, and of those whom we guided and chose. When the verses of the compassionate God were recited to them, they fell down, prostrating and weeping." Surah 19, Ayat 58. This is the most exalted place of sacred tears, i.e., the pure eyes of the prophets and awliya. Number 3. Study Surah 17, Ayats 107 to 109. Say, believe in it, the Qur'an, or believe not. Surely those who are given the knowledge before it fall down on their faces, prostrating when it is recited to them. And they say, "Glory be to our Lord. Most surely the promise of our Lord was to be fulfilled." And they fall down on their faces weeping, and it adds to their humility. According to this verse, Giri-al-Zari appears at the peak of knowledge. That is, profound knowledge is necessary in order to do Giri-al-Zari. Number 4. A prophetic tradition is mentioned in the Da'aim 1-343. There is no drop dearer to God than a drop of blood shed in the way of God, or a teardrop shed in the depth of the night for fear of God. Number 5. To understand how all the good qualities and virtues of piety and pure-heartedness can be centered in the state of Giri-al-Zari, study the following diagram. State of Giri-al-Zari, heart. Ardent love, love, piety, remembrance, repentance, seeking forgiveness, purification, sanctification, annihilation, fear of God, submission, struggle, imploring, prayer, faith, supplication. Number 6. Pride is an extremely fatal disease from an ethical and spiritual point of view, and precautionary measures against it and its prevention are possible only through the tenderness of heart, humility, and Giri-al-Zari. Callousness of the heart is also an extremely dangerous disease, which, if not cured in time, becomes extremely difficult to cure in the future. In short, there is healing for many spiritual diseases in Giri-al-Zari. Number 7. When a child is born from the womb of the mother, divine law instantly teaches him to weep, in which great wisdoms are hidden. Although initially the allusions and meaning of a baby's cry are limited, their circle gradually expands as his needs and requirements increase. From this example, you can certainly estimate that the spiritual vastness of the Giri-Awzari of a believing mu'min is equal to that of the universe. The prospering population and progress of the personal world requires the vastness of the entire world. Surah 24, Ayat 55, and Surah 39, Ayat 10. Number 8. In connection with this, what does it mean when a baby cries? It means A. I am hungry, give me milk. B. I feel hot. C. I feel cold. D. Give me water. E. Put me to sleep. F. I am feeling ill. G. Undo my clothes so that I may move my hands and feet. H. I need light. I. Put me in the cradle and rock me to sleep. J. Where is my mother? Call her. K. My bed is not comfortable. L. I am scared. M. Feed me. N. I have pain in my stomach, etc., etc. Number 9. As you know, it is the world-illumining sun which rarefies the dense water of the surface of the ocean and elevates it in the form of vapours and clouds, and then causes it to rain torrentially. Similarly, it is the miracle of the light of ardent love which casts its rays on the ocean of the existence of the true lover and rarefies it, moves the clouds of zeal and enthusiasm, and causes the rain of mercy to fall with thunder and lightning, every drop of which is more precious and priceless than the unique pearl. This drop of tear is as dear to God as the drop of the blood of a martyr, and the main reason for this endearment is that almost all diseases are cured by such tears. Number 10. In those verses of the noble Qur'an in which God has sworn, and in the verses subsequent to them, certain great secrets of spirituality are implied. As in Surah 91, Ayats 1 to 10, Then He inspired it, soul, its impiety and its piety. Indeed succeeded he who purified it, and indeed failed he who buried it. Surah 91, Ayats 8 to 10. Number 11. An extremely important question may be posed here for the sake of reflection and comprehension. How does God, the knowing, the seeing, give the form of inspiration to both the impiety and piety of a person? Does this not affect human free will? The detailed answer to this question is given in the Holy Hadith. There is none among you but is put in charge of a companion for himself from among jinns and a companion for himself from among the angels. They, the companions, said, You too, O the Messenger of God? He, the Prophet, said, I too, but God helped me against him, and he accepted Islam. So he does not command me except to do good. Mishkat 1:42. Number 12. It is a fact that everything of the universe has been made subservient to man. Surah 45, Ayat 13. And so are these two guardians. This is in the sense that man either contaminates or purifies the mirror of his heart by his optional words and deeds, and they always observe the condition of his heart. If there is the dust of evil in one's heart, the personal devil causes insinuation or disturbing thoughts, waswasa. If the mirror of the heart is cleansed and pure, the personal angel starts to speak of hope, certitude, knowledge and guidance. Therefore, there is a dire need of Giri-Auzari again and again, so that the devil may be disappointed and the angel may get an opportunity to help. Ta'id. 20 Zulqadr 1408 AH, 5th July 1988 AD. Tajaddudi Amsal. Number 1. The above title, which is a Sufic term, is literally derived from Arabic, but its meaning is based on the Quran, Islam, and the universe, the evidence of which can be found both in the external world and the internal world. Surah 41, Ayat 53. Thus, this subject is extremely interesting and useful with respect to knowledge and recognition. Many kinds of conscious and unconscious questions can be solved automatically in its discussion. Number 2. Tajaddud means renewal, novelty, innovation, revival. Amsal is the plural of muscle and missile and means like-shaped, alike, resembling, homomorphic. Thus, Tajaddudi Amsal means the constant renewal of the existence of a thing, while its form remains as before. Like the flame of a lamp, which is renewed every moment without any change in its shape, or a waterfall which constantly falls in the same condition, or a river which constantly flows. Now, reflecting on these things, the meaning of Tajaddudi Amsal can be understood to mean that life is not something frozen and static, but it is like a lamp whose light continues every moment. See my book, What is Soul? Number 3. Qazi Sajjad Hussain, referring to Maulana Behrul Ulum Abdul Ali, writes, Tajaddudi Amsal means that the forms of the universe continue to change every moment. One form disappears and the other takes its place, but the essence remains intact. Since the disappearing form is like the appearing form, therefore the change is not realized. It apparently seems that the previous form remains intact. As it is said in the Masnawi of Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi, thus every moment you have a death and a return. Mustafa has said that this world is but an hour, a moment. Masnawi 1:25. Number 4. The sun itself is the greatest among the divine signs of the universe of the solar system, in which the planet Earth and its inhabitants exist. If we interpret the Quran in the light of the macrocosm, then we have to compare the verse of Misbah, Surah 24, Ayat 35, with the sun, the verse of Siraj, Surah 33, Ayat 46, with the moon, and the other verses of light with the stars. And we should think deeply, with peace of mind, whether or not the meaning of Tajaddudi Amsal is mentioned, not only in these examples, but also in the very words Misbah, lamp, light upon light, and Siraj, lamp. Number 5. The sun is not a solid substance, but an extremely tempestuous and stormy gas, to which the glorious Quran, in giving the name Siraj, lamp, has indicated that the act of Tajaddudi Amsal always continues in it. Further, its light, which appears on the moon and stars, also continuously renews itself according to the law of origin, Qanuni Asl. Thus, the chain of renewal always continues in the sunlight, the electric light, and the flame of the lamp. Perhaps there is a great secret hidden in the background of this constant movement and renewal of all material lights. Yes, certainly all these examples are for the sake of the light of intellect and the word be, kun. Number 6. Since man in himself contains a priceless treasure of innumerable secrets of soul and recognition, ma'arifat, therefore he is called the Book of Soul, Kitab-i Nafs. So let us see how the examples of Tajaddudi Amsal are recorded in this practical book. First of all, observe the respiratory system, then the beating of the heart, the pulse, and the circulation of blood. There is no doubt that each of these signs and movements of life is a long chain of Tajaddudi Amsal. Number 7. Chilla, the span of 40 days, has great importance in the glorious Qur'an and the religion of Islam. It is sufficient time in which, if a human likes, he can cure himself, not only from all spiritual diseases, but also, God willing, progress in spirituality to a great extent. During 40 days, i.e. Chilla, his previous existence wears out and falls apart totally, and is replaced by a new existence. Usually this event is not noticed, for it takes place gradually without any feeling. Thus, in 1 year, that is 360 days, a person passes through the process of Tajaddudi Amsal 9 times completely, in which it is usually not possible to feel the combined annihilation and revival, fana'u baka, of the particles of existence, which is both continuous as well as complex. Number 8. You should note this secret with zeal and responsibility, that in the spiritual journey and the stages of Ma'arifat, when the stage of Israel alayhi salam comes, a special Tajaddudi Amsal of every prophet and every wali, Siddiq, Surah 4, Ayat 69, starts to take place. Innumerable subtle bodies and angels are created by God's command from the Holy Spirit, which comes forth from them. And in the language of Qur'anic wisdom, they are called Sarabil, shirts, Surah 16, Ayat 81. Number 9. Although spatially, paradise is equal to the length and width of the universe, Surah 3, Ayat 133, and Surah 57, Ayat 21, non-spatially, in spirituality or in resurrection, it is brought near. Surah 50, Ayat 31, Surah 81, Ayat 13. That is, spiritually, the universal paradise can be contained in every person. This means that like the prophets and awliya, there is the Tajaddudi Amsal of paradise as well, since all sublime things are very close to the command of be, kun. Therefore, the instantaneous, ibda'i, manifestations constantly take place in them. Number 10. Man is both subtle and dense. Where he is subtle, the Tajaddudi Amsal does not take much time, but where he is dense, it takes time to be renewed and changed. It is for this reason that the time of Chilla is prescribed. For instance, Hazrati Musa alayhi salam, by God's command, went to Mount Sinai to do ibadat for 40 days, so that a complete spiritual change may occur in his blessed personality. Surah 2, Ayat 51, Surah 7, Ayat 142. Number 11. If you want, you can practice the Chilla, the spiritual exercise, for 40 days. But how and with what intention? Do you want to improve your nafs, carnal soul, and attain the pleasure of God by this exercise? If yes, start with the name of God, and you should practice this in such a way that nobody should know it. Otherwise, there will not only be failure, but also loss. It should be remembered that for any successful prayer, ibadat, zikr, and ittikaf, the holiest, most exalted, most blessed, and the best place is the house of God, in which countless favours and blessings are available. Thus, how can a wise mu'min choose a place other than the house of God for worship? The religious intellect demands that a mu'min should do anonymous chilla while living among other mu'mins. In this way, while performing his usual duties, he should continue in the recesses of his heart the luminous zikr of God abundantly and with utmost humility. After 40 days, he should examine his external and internal condition. God willing, he will progress by this exercise. This can be done repeatedly or constantly. Number 12. Arabic is the king of the languages of the world. Moreover, the beauties of the miraculous expression of the wise Qur'an are so many that they are beyond the capacity of enumeration of both jinn and humankind together. Let us ponder for a while over a short and wisdom-filled verse of such a magnificent, unprecedented and unique book, which is Surah 81, Ayat 11. When the heaven will be peeled. That is when the external veil of the universe will be removed, and that which is veiled in it is shown. Here is a question related to knowledge. When in a dream the sun, the moon, and the stars are seen in the heaven, is it the spiritual aspect of these things, or is it their material aspect? The correct answer to your question should be, since dream is an example of spirituality, therefore the heaven which is seen in a dream is the inner and spiritual one. It is also the miracle of the special and instantaneous ibda'i, tajududi amsal, as has been mentioned in points 8 and 9. Sunday, 25 Zulqadr 1408 AH, 10th July 1988 AD. Examples of Qur'anic marvels and wonders. Part 1. Number 1. Sibghatullah, Colour of God. Surah 2, Ayat 138. Without any doubt, these marvels and wonders are among the observations of certainty of vision, Ainul Yaqeen, as to how God, the Lord of Honour, colours the souls of mu'mins, and each and everything of the personal world in different lights, such as green, yellow, red, and the white colour, which is called the light of lights, Nurul Anwar. These colourful lights are revealed from the throne, Az-Zina 2:153. Thus God says, Colour of God, and who is better than God at colouring? We are His worshippers. Surah 2, Ayat 138. Number 2. Light of Faith. God, the Supreme Creator, through His perfect power, has made the light of faith extremely perfect, dear and beautiful. The delightful manifestations of the recognition, ma'arifat, of its beauty constantly appear in front of the eye of the heart in the above-mentioned colours. As God says, God has endeared the faith to you and has beautified it with lights in your heart. Surah 49, Ayat 7. Number 3. Act of Israel, alayhi salam. In Surah 32, Ayat 11, Hazrati Israel, alayhi salam, is mentioned as follows. Say, the angel of death who is given charge of you, wakilla bikum, i.e., he is made guardian of you all the time, shall cause you to die. In this act of Hazrati Israel alayhi salam are included all kinds of death. Among these deaths, the Sufic death is worth mentioning. in which many great miracles of spirituality and ma'arifat appear together. At that time, the manifestation of the angel of death takes place in the form of a supreme name, which is one of the beautiful names of God, Al-Asma'ul Husna. This supreme name remains in the head and continues to repeat itself, and his army of spiritual particles permeates the cells of the entire body and starts to bring the soul out. Number 4. Four birds of Khalil, Ibrahim alayhi salam, Surah 2, Ayat 260. In the four birds of Hazrati Ibrahim alayhi salam, there are the examples of the power of Jibrail alayhi salam, the power of Mikail alayhi salam, the power of Israfil alayhi salam, and the power of Israel alayhi salam, of the personal world. Thus, when by the help of God, the Holy, four birds of the carnal soul are slaughtered, these four powers are awakened and come alive. Number 5. Ma'arifat, recognition of prophets and awliya. Man arafa nafsahu faqad arafa rabbahu. The one who recognizes their soul recognizes their Lord. A Hadisi Masnawi, page 167. But the question is, which soul or essence? It is the perfect soul and the single soul, Surah 31, Ayat 28, without which creation, khalq, and resurrection, ba'as, cannot be recognized. It is implied in Surah 7, Ayat 11, regarding the recognition of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam. And we created you physically, then we completed your spiritual form. Then we told the angels, prostrate yourselves to Adam, and they prostrated themselves except Iblis, and all this happened before your inner eye. Thus, the recognition of the prophets and awliya becomes complete through the demonstration of the single soul. Number 6. Sarabil, shirts, Surah 16, Ayat 81. Why should the great bounties of God not be gratefully and repeatedly mentioned, in that He, the Omnipotent, has created two kinds of living shirts, namely subtle bodies for the people of faith. One is for paradise, and the other in order to spread Islam in this world. In the living or subtle shirt which is for paradise, the higher eye, Anayi Ulwi, or the higher end of the mu'min, lives even now in paradise, about which it is said in a prophetic hadith, the soul of the mu'min is a bird which is attached to the tree of paradise. Al-Mujam 6,433, Ibn Majah 2,1428. If the bird of soul is attached to the tree of paradise, it should be remembered that the tree is not without soul and intellect. That is, the tree is a perfect man as well as a supreme angel. Number 7. Kayfa Maddazil, how he has extended the shade, Surah 25, Ayat 45. The collective soul of human beings, which is spread in the entire world, is the shadow of the perfect man and the complete person, which appears due to the rising of the sun of the true light. Thus, this shadow, by God's command, spreads farther and farther, and also becomes centered. This means that not only can every man be away from the single soul, but also become close and attached to it. In this connection, read Surah 25, Ayats 45 to 46 carefully. Number 8. Ifrit min al-jinn, an Ifrit from among the jinn. Surah 27, Ayat 39. Question: was the Ifrit from among the jinns a Muslim, who, on the command of Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salam, had offered his services to bring the throne of the Queen of Sheba? Answer: yes, he was a Muslim. He was among the chiefs, Surah 27, Ayat 38, and his leadership was due to his religion and faith. Otherwise, how can a non-Muslim, or a person who is weak in faith, be a chief in the army or the court of a prophet? In fact, he and the one who had the knowledge of the book, Surah 27, Ayat 40, were both the miraculous shirts mentioned in Surah 16, Ayat 81, to which attention is drawn here. Number 9. The word of command and the mountain of intellect. Surah 16, Ayat 81. And God has made for you of what He has created shadows, and He has made for you places of shelter in the mountains. Surah 16, Ayat 81. That is, God, the knowing, the seeing, has made the luminous shadow of every great creature in your personal world. First of all, He has made the shadow of the word of command and that of the mountain of intellect in the personal world, due to which all spatial and temporal problems come to an end, and only the realities of Azal and Abad come in front, and the miracle of the Tajaddudi Amsal continues to work. Number 10. Noon wal Qalam. Surah 68, Ayat 1. God says, Noon, by the pen and what they write. Surah 68, Ayat 1. Hazrati Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq alayhi salam was asked about this verse. He said, Noon is a river in paradise, which is whiter than snow and sweeter than honey. God said to it, Freeze. It froze. Then He said to the pen, Write. It wrote what has to happen till the day of resurrection. Then He told it, Be silent. It became silent. Az-Zina 2:144. There were the secrets of divine knowledge in whatever the pen had written. Number 11. Kutub Qayyimah. Surah 98, Ayat 3. Fiha Kutub Qayyimah. Therein are correct books. Surah 98, Ayat 3. This means that the Holy Qur'an contains the meanings of all the earlier heavenly books, for it is the fruit and quintessence of all of them. Mufradat, page 629. Thus, for a fortunate person to be attached to the glorious Qur'an with zeal and to love it means to love all heavenly books. Love of the Qur'an has remained in the heart and soul as a delightful and pleasant pain from the very beginning. By God, let it remain there, for many other diseases cannot attack in its presence. Number 12. Sha'a'irullah, Signs of God. Surah 22, Ayat 32. That shall be so, and whoever respects the signs of God, this surely is of the piety of hearts. Thus, the lasting wealth which one attains by reciting and listening to the knowledge and wisdom of the Qur'an and acting accordingly apart, just to respect it on the level of belief, is also an easy piety of the heart. Although, on the other hand, the piety of the heart is very difficult. Thus, God will protect the mu'min from many evils and diseases if he accepts the wise Qur'an as the speech of God and the greatest miracle of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and respects it with heart and soul. The mention of the piety of hearts alludes to this. In spiritual medicine, the piety of heart is the most important thing, if God the Mighty wills. Friday, 7 Zulhijjah 1408 AH, 22nd July 1988 AD. Examples of Qur'anic marvels and wonders, Part 2. Number 1. Subtle nourishments. It is the wisdom-filled command of God, O messengers, eat of the good things and do good. Surah 23, Ayah 51. Had this command been only about the external and material good things, the mu'mins would also have been mentioned together with the messengers in this command. However, it is not so. Only the messengers are addressed in it. This shows that in this command only the subtle nourishments which are available in the form of fragrances are mentioned. The Holy Prophet used to like physical fragrance as well, which was an example and a symbol of spiritual fragrances. Number 2. Shirt of Yusuf. In Surah 12, Ayat 7, God says, Certainly in Yusuf and his brothers there are signs for the inquirers, Sa'ilin. Here it is necessary to duly reflect on the word Sa'ilin, which means inquirers, beggars. Thus, if a Muslim beggar, darwish, fakir, goes to the sacred door of his true messenger, begging for the charity of the secrets of the Surah of Yusuf, it is certain that he will receive this charity in the signs of knowledge and wisdom. This means that God wants to give spiritual charity to those of his servants who are beggars in the real sense. Whether a mu'min experiences the shirt of Yusuf in this world or not, it is evident from this argument that it will be the attire of every mu'min in paradise. Surah 12, ayats 93 to 94, which you can also call Jismi Misali, with which there are subtle nourishments full of fragrances. Number 3. Flying saucers. Although at present scientists are unaware of the reality and recognition of flying saucers, in the future this great secret will be revealed, that they are those living shirts for humankind which are mentioned in Surah 16, Ayat 81. Although they have always been there, for some time now, these divine phenomena have been appearing in the sky. It seems that by subjugating them, a great revolution will come about in the world. This subjugation is possible by some means. Surah 31, Ayat 20, Surah 45, Ayat 13. Number 4. The meat of birds in paradise. Surah 56, Ayat 21. Although bird meat is a delicious and nutritious food in this world, it is after all not a subtle nourishment for the people of paradise. Dense nourishment is not eaten in paradise. If this is so, tell us, what is the reality alluded to in the meat of birds? Answer. Birds means angels and souls, and meat means meeting with them, and knowledge and wisdom, whose sweetness and spiritual and intellectual strength is unique. Surah 56, Ayat 21. Number 5. Sanduki Sakina, the chest of peace. Surah 2, Ayat 248. There are 9 places in the wise Qur'an where those people who, due to their wrong-headedness, consider the stories of the Qur'an the stories of the ancients, are condemned. This was the extreme ignorance of the unbelievers, for in the entire noble Qur'an, in each of its stories, in addition to countless exhortations and lessons, there are also precious spiritual gems. For instance, take the story of the chest of peace. If the perfect guide had been appointed according to the will of God and the messenger, the door of spirituality will open to some of his followers. He is the same chest of peace in which God, the sustainer of the world, has kept the tranquility of recognition, taskini ma'arifat, and all the spiritual and intellectual relics of the prophets and awliya, Surah 2, Ayat 248. One can see that this story is related not only to the past, but also to the present and the future. Number 6. Divine Treasures, Surah 15, Ayat 21. And there is not a thing but with us are the treasures of it, and we do not send it down but according to the known measure of the people. If we look into this heavenly teaching from an exoteric point of view, the question may arise, what are the things and bounties which can come down all the time? Is the Holy Qur'an on the earth or in heaven? Is it not among the great treasures of God from which things continue to come down? Answer. The things which continue to come down from the treasures of God have neither enumeration nor estimation. They are not only external, material and worldly, but also internal, spiritual and religious. The glorious Qur'an, with respect to space, is on the earth, but with respect to honor and closeness to God is in heaven, and without any doubt it is an extremely great treasure of God. Thus, from the above-mentioned treasures, various bounties continue to come down all the time, according to the knowledge and good deeds of the people. Number 7. Various examples of the reality of realities. In the material world, things come into being in two ways. First, when the sapling begins to grow, the seed is already dissolved, and when the chicken comes out, only the shell remains. Secondly, when a book is written with a pen, the latter remains intact, and when things are made in a mould or in a workshop, neither the mould nor the workshop disappears. In the light of these clear examples, we have to discuss whether the pearl of intellect, from which God, the Supreme Creator, created the universe of the heaven and the earth, is extinct. No, not at all, for the pearl of intellect can be compared neither with the seed of a tree nor with the egg of a bird. However, there is no doubt that only the pen can be an example of the pearl of intellect, and it is for this reason that the pearl of intellect is called the divine pen, and the same is the reality of realities, whose subsidiary examples are of various types. Number 8. To enfold the universe, Surah 21, Ayat 104, Surah 39, Ayat 67. If you want to know a great secret of the act of God related to the world of command, then reflect on this blessed Surah 33, Ayat 37. And every act of God has been accomplished in Azal. That is, even now the universe is enfolded in the hidden pearl, but the majority of people will be able to see the tajadudi amsal of this extremely great miracle only after death. It is in this respect that in the following verse the act of God is mentioned in the future tense, namely, on the day when we shall roll up the heaven as a scroll, for writings is rolled up. Surah 21, Ayat 104. Number 9. Ascent, Mi'raj, and the Divine Vision. The concept of divine vision, Didari Ilahi, is as important as it is high. Let us therefore cure our intellect and soul by mentioning it. The concept of divine vision has two aspects. From one aspect it is impossible, and from another it is possible. As the Holy Prophet had attained it first in the world of creation, and then in the world of command, i.e., in the ascent, Miraj. The references to the divine vision which the Holy Prophet had in the world of water and clay, i.e. the world of creation, are Illa Wahi, except by the sign of manifestation, Surah 42, Ayat 51, Bil Ufukil Mubin, on the clear horizon, Surah 81, Ayat 23, Bi'il Ufukil Ala, on the highest horizon, Surah 53, Ayat 7, and the reference to the divine vision which he had in the world of soul and intellect, i.e. the world of command, is Inda Sidratil Muntaha, at the lote tree of the utmost boundary, Surah 53, Ayat 14. Number 10. Divine vision of Hazrati Musa alayhi salam and the rank of Fana Fillah, Surah 7, Ayat 143. Hazrati Musa alayhi salam also attained the divine vision in one sense, but not in another. Thus, when God manifested himself on the mountain of intellect, from this manifestation of knowledge and wisdom, the mountain of intellect was scattered into gems of knowledge and recognition, and under the influence of this divine vision, he became effaced and merged. Number 11. Divine vision, Ruyat, Didar, is for the sake of given knowledge, Ilmi Ladunni. The divine vision, which is possible, is specified for the demonstration of the secrets of Azal and Abad. Thus, those wise mu'mins and Muslims who protect themselves from intellectual diseases and continue to seek the secrets of knowledge and recognition will, God willing, gradually climb the ladder of certitude and recognition, and will one day be honoured with this holy vision. Ameen. Tuesday, 11th Zul Hijjah, 1408 AH, 26th July, 1988 AD. Examples of the Secrets of Wahi, Part 1. Number 1. Dear friends and companions, come, let us do some ibadat of knowledge and mental exercise with the intention of curing many of our diseases. Seeking succor and help from God, may He be blessed and exalted, let us try to attain the recognition of the Prophets, alayhimus salam, and particularly the seal of the Prophets, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, so that we may have the practical experience of ardent love for him. Ameen. Number 2. Literal meaning of Wahi. Wahi literally means a fast indication or allusion, Ishara-yi Sariya. Thus, a matter which is very fast is called Amr Wahi, a fast matter. Wahi, on the whole, is based on the symbols and signs related to the external and internal senses. It is such a bright and vast universe that it gradually comprehends and comprises the external world as well as the personal world. Number 3. Preparation for Wahi. Spiritually and intellectually, there is no change and alteration in the divine law. Sunnat, Surah 17, Ayat 77, Surah 40, Ayat 85. Therefore, it is our firm conviction that as God has granted the knowledge of names, Ilmul Asma, He has also granted the treasures of the knowledge of names to other prophets, particularly our Holy Prophet. The keys to the treasures are in the supreme name, Ismi Azam. Thus, the Holy Prophet used to remember God and do his bandagi through the supreme name. Consequently, he received not only the satisfaction of the heart, but also started to see the magnificent lights of the colour of God, Sibgatullah. Surah 13, Ayat 28, Surah 2, Ayat 138. This shows that in connection with Wahi, the The first thing which appears is an extremely bright world, whose intense and colourful light dazzles the inner eye. However, this cannot be the prophetic wahi, for that stage comes after the experience of spiritual death. Number 4. A great secret in the word bus. Ba'as means to revive, to resurrect, to come to life, to send, Qamusul Qur'an. Thus, Ba'asa means he revived, he sent. Now note in the Qur'an, فَبَأَسَ Nabiyina. Then God brought the prophets to life after the spiritual death. Surah 2, Ayat 213. Another meaning of this great secret is he sent. One can see clearly that a messenger who is sent by God has to first pass through the experience of spiritual death, because a precious treasure of spiritual secrets is hidden in this wisdom-filled experience. Number 5. Vocal manifestation, Sauti Zuhur, of 4 angels. According to the above-mentioned experience, when the great miracle of the death before death starts to happen to a messenger, this extremely honoured death takes place through the vocal manifestation of Jibreel, Mikael, Israfil, and Israel, alayhimussalam, and their combined work in which the chain of death and revival continues for several days. In this way, the blessed heart of the Holy Prophet Hazrati Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the seal of the prophets, became linked with the Malakut, world of angels, and was prepared for the prophetic wahi. Number 6. 5 intermediaries. It is related in Az-Zina 2:144 that the Holy Prophet used to receive wahi from Jibreel, Jibreel from Mikael, Mikael from Israfil, Israfil from the tablet, Lo, and the tablet from the pen, Qalam. Thus there were 5 intermediaries between the Holy Prophet and the Sustainer of the world, as mentioned above. However, it can be said with certainty that this narration is definitely related to his early prophethood and ordinary state. But the question of progress, elevation, and attaining the special state is different. A bright example of his latter state is the event of ascent, Mi'raj. Number 7. Wahi in dream. The prophets also receive wahi in dreams. Such dreams are not only seen in the beginning, but also continue to be seen till the end. Good dreams are among the miracles of prophethood. However, we should never think that the sleep of the prophets and awliya is like ours. Number 8. Angel in the form of man. It is mentioned in the noble hadith that sometimes the angel of wahi used to come to the Prophet in a human form and speak to him. Number 9. Jingling sounds. One form of wahi is that in the beginning the Holy Prophet used to hear jingling sounds. This was certainly the example and indication of the opening of the doors of the heavens. Number 10. Silence of the angel. The appearance of the angel in a human form and talking to the messenger of God is called open wahi, wahi jali. To make an indication by hand is the hidden wahi, wahi kafi, and to remain silent is the most hidden wahi, wahi akfa. Number 11. Tajadudi Amsal of miracles. When the Holy Prophet entered the stage of Israel alayhi salam, he saw in his world of particles the Tajadudi Amsal of all the miracles which belong to this stage of the prophets prior to him. Surah 24, Ayat 34. such as the prostration of the angels to Hazrati Adam alayhi salam, Surah 15, Ayat 29, the miracle of Hazrati Nuh's deluge, Surah 23, Ayat 27, the revival of the 4 birds of Hazrati Ibrahim alayhi salam, Surah 2, Ayat 260, the parting of the sea for the community of Hazrati Musa alayhi salam, Surah 2, Ayat 50, the recitation of the tasbih of God by the mountains and birds with Hazrati Dawood alayhi salam, Surah 21, Ayat 79, the countless spiritual armies of Hazrati Sulaiman alayhi salam, the making of birds, flying shirts by Hazrati Isa alayhi salam for his mu'mins, and the entering of the entire world into his own mission based on insight or the inner eye, Basirat, Surah 48, Ayat 28, Surah 110, Ayat 2. Number 12. The centre of prophethood and messengership. Indeed, everything which is spread has a centre. Thus prophethood and messengership, which was spread among the chosen and favoured servants of God, also centred and gathered in the exalted personality of the Holy Prophet, the mercy for the worlds, and the pride of Adam and his children. The clear purport of this is that all the spiritual and intellectual miracles of all prophets gathered in the light of the Holy Prophet, which reflects in the mirror of light upon light. Note that among the names of God, he is both Al-Qabiz, Caesar, and Al-Basit, spreader, and this meaning is mentioned in the Qur'an as, and it is God who seizes and spreads, Surah 2, Ayat 245, Mufradat, page 43 to 44, 405. Does the Qur'an not comprise all the miracles of knowledge of the early scriptures and much more? If there is no doubt in this, why should the custodian of the Qur'an, namely the Holy Prophet, the leader of the prophets, not comprise all the spiritual and intellectual miracles of the previous prophets, and even more miracles and marvels and wonders in his holy personality? Number 13. 2 aspects of the perfection of humanity. Since the Holy Prophet was the chief of the perfect men, therefore his holy and blessed personality had 2 aspects. One was human and the other angelic. Thus, first as the perfect man, then as an earthly angel, he received every kind of wahi from the beginning to the end. It is therefore extremely necessary to mention here the higher ranks of wahi and speech, kalam. Number 14. Speech from behind the veil. There are many veils, and they are divided into 3 kinds: physical veils, spiritual veils, and intellectual veils, i.e. the veils of knowledge. All these are shadows, which are cast on man, but no shadow can be cast on God. Observe the example of the sun, which is untouched by shadow or darkness. Thus God speaks to the great prophets, who are very close to him, from behind the veil. Number 15. Wahi Ruyat, or Wahi Tajali. Wahi means an indication, sign, as mentioned in the beginning. And the supreme wahi is the holy meeting with God, which is called the Wahi Ruyat, Wahi Tajali, or Wahi Zuhur, Wahi of vision, or Wahi of manifestation. This most significant and most wisdom-filled wahi, which is in the state of vision, didar, is the treasure of innumerable illusions of knowledge and recognition. This divine vision, which is the first and last treasure, was attained by the Prophet both in the world of creation and the world of command, i.e. the miraj or ascent. However, the conspicuous difference between the 2 states is that in the former he was a human being, and in the latter an angel. The latter is so high and so majestic and glorious that let alone man, even an angel like Jibreel alayhi salam cannot go there. Let us pray that may God, for the sake of his beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, cure us all from every kind of disease. Ameen. Saturday, 15 Zulhijjah, 1408 AH, 30th July 1988 AD. Examples of the Secrets of Wahi, Part 2. Number 1. The heart of a mu'min is the throne of God. It is said in a sacred hadith, "Neither my earth nor my heaven can contain me, but the heart of my pious servant can contain me." Ahadisi Masnawi, page 26. Who can such servants of God actually be? They are the prophets and the awliya. Siddiqeen, the truthful, Surah 4, Ayat 69. Further, this most exalted rank is also attainable by every mu'min with high ambition. Thus it should be known that in the personal world, the heart is the divine throne, in which the theophanies, the jaliyat, namely the divine vision and recognition of God, are certain. The observation of miracles of revelation, wahi, and inspiration, ilham, are inevitable on the path of spirituality. This is because, for a mu'min who walks on the spiritual path, there is only one path to progress on and reach the ultimate destination, and that is the path of the prophets, known as the straight path, Surah 4, Ayat 69, at each stage of which the secrets of prophethood are found. The purpose of these secrets, i.e. the renewals of wahi, is that the mu'mins may attain recognition, ma'arifat, so that they may be in the companionship of the prophets, the awliya, the martyrs and the righteous, in spirituality as well as in paradise. Surah 4, Ayat 69. Number 2. Footprints of prophets. This world is contingent. Therefore, the footprints of a false guide cannot last long. Contrary to this, the path of spirituality and divine miracles is such that, in it, through tajadudi amsal, the footprints of the prophets, i.e. the speaking light, last forever. As Hazrati Musa alayhi salam prayed in the presence of God, he said, "They are close upon my track." Surah 20, Ayat 84. In this verse, there are exoteric as well as esoteric meanings. That is, every important example of the spiritual journey of the prophets and revelation to them is preserved, so that the stores and treasures of knowledge and recognition may always remain available to those who travel on the spiritual path, and there may not be any scarcity of the real bounties in Islam. Number 3. An extremely difficult question and its answer. Is there any such allusion in the Qur'an which can assure us that the true mu'min or the perfect man, while living in the body, can become an angel to a lesser or greater extent? Yes, there are many such subtle allusions in the Qur'an. Nonetheless, in order to understand them, it is necessary to know that after having been given the intellect and free will, man is kept above the animal and below the angel. Now it is up to man as to whether he wants to be an animal in the lowness of disobedience or an angel at the height of obedience. The example of this is in the following diagram. Animal soul, human soul, Holy Spirit. Animal, man, angel. World of animals, world of humanity, world of malakut. Number 4. Man like animal. Study Surah 7, Ayat 179, Surah 25, Ayat 44, and Surah 47, Ayat 12 carefully and ask, is there any doubt in the Qur'anic judgment that some people, despite being in human form, have been included among cattle? If there is no doubt in it, then according to the law of progress and regress, it is also possible for a few people, namely the awliya, the friends of God, to be angels despite being in a human form. This is a clear allusion which can be found in the above-mentioned verses. Number 5. 3 categories of men. By looking at the diagram, which is drawn in the light of the wise Qur'an, it will be easily evident that human beings are divided into 3 categories. A. Those who physically live in the human world, but whose links related to soul, knowledge, recognition, thinking, and intellect are with the angelic world. They are therefore like angels. B. Those who live in the human world but have not been able to progress amply. C. Those who apparently live in the human world but in reality have fallen or are falling down to the lowness of animality. Number 6. Difference between man and angel. In the external world, it is not possible for the wayfarer, salik, of the spiritual path to hear the divine speech together with the vision, tajalli, as long as he has not become an angel. For these 2 miracles simultaneously are only possible for an angel. Only the wahyi tajalli, or ruyat, vision, is possible for man, in which countless silent signs are hidden. Before this, the speech from behind the veil is possible, and before that, wahi is possible through an angel. Purport of Surah 42, Ayat 51. Number 7. Meaning of ilham, inspiration. The word ilham is used in the Qur'an both for good and evil. As it is said in Surah 91, Ayat 8, and he inspired it according to its impiety and its piety. It is said in a hadith, each one of you has a companion of jinn and a companion of angel. The jinn insinuates to man on the basis of his evil deeds, and the angel inspires him due to his good deeds. If angelic inspiration is guarded and enhanced by spiritual exercise and hard work, it gradually becomes an example of the wahi of the awliya. Awliya-yi wahi. Number 8. Perspicacity of the mu'min. The Holy Prophet has said, fear the perspicacity of the mu'min, who indeed sees by the light of God the Exalted. Ahadisi Masnawi, page 14. The main secret in this hadith is to see the treasures of the spirit, spirituality, knowledge and wisdom. That is, do not boast of your knowledge in front of the friends of God, for they have the given knowledge. The secrets which they describe are those which are shown to them in the light of God. The very purpose of light is to see the spiritual world, malakut, of the heavens and the earth in the illumination of its radiance. Surah 6, Ayat 75. Number 9. Observation of malakut, spiritual world. It is said in a hadith, were the devils not hovering around the hearts of the children of Adam, they would have seen the malakut, i.e. the angels and secrets, of the heaven. Ihya 3, 9. The wisdom of this blessed hadith is that although due to the devils, many people cannot see the malakut of the heaven, the friends of God can see the angels and the great secrets of the heaven. This shows that the recognition of the secrets of wahi is possible. Number 10. Awliya-i wahi, or the wahi of heart. Hazrati Musa alayhi salam used to receive prophetic wahi, and the same was received by Hazrati Harun alayhi salam, not personally, but to witness and confirm his prophethood and messengership. Surah 28, Ayat 34. This is because Hazrati Musa alayhi salam alone was the custodian of the book and the Shariat, and only the Tajaddudi Amsal of every kind of wahi used to take place in front of Hazrati Harun alayhi salam, so that he may confirm him, Surah 28, Ayat 34, in the light of full observation and complete recognition. Thus it can be said that the revelation to Hazrati Harun alayhi salam was a kind of awliya-i wahi, or wahi walayat, and the same used to be received by Hazrati Maryam alayhi salam too. The venerated Sufis, in order to hide this true wahi, call it the wahi of the heart. See Masnawi 4:245. Number 11. Hadisi Taqarrub, proximity, and the recognition of wahi. By the great radiance of the Hadisi Qudsi, which is recorded in Bukhari 8:337, all the darknesses of despondency vanish, and a believing servant of God becomes completely certain that God becomes his ear, making him hear his divine speech, becomes his eye, and shows him his unprecedented theophany, becomes his hand and makes him hold the hidden book at the place of intellect, and becomes his foot and makes him stroll in the world of command. From this perfect proof, it becomes clear that by following the footsteps of the Holy Prophet, the recognition of wahi is possible. Friday, 21 Zulhijjah, 1408 AH. 15th August 1988 AD. Allusions of Suleiman's kingdom. Number 1. There is no doubt that the secret of the health and well-being of the intellect and soul is hidden in Qur'anic knowledge and wisdom. Therefore, it has become necessary and incumbent to reflect upon the verses of the Qur'an, so that the pearls of secrets may be obtained every time from this unfathomable ocean, and God willing, the wealth of knowledge of the lovers of divine speech may ever increase. Number 2. Here, we do not intend to discuss the physical kingdom of Hazrat Suleiman alayhi salam. Rather, we would like to mention some extremely hidden secrets of his spiritual kingdom. It is not impossible that by knowing such secrets, several of your great questions may be solved automatically. It is also possible, in connection with the hidden sciences, that these secrets may work as keys. Therefore, let us humbly pray together for the favour and help of God, without which the attainment of these secrets is utterly impossible. Number 3. The explanation of everything is in the wise Qur'an, Surah 16, Ayat 89, and the subject of the spiritual kingdom is prominent in it. Although most of its states are mentioned in secrets, there is munificence and generosity in the exalted sunnat, law, habit, of God and the Messenger. Therefore, why should we be disappointed about having clear explanations of the secrets? Thus we have full conviction that the main and real kingdom of Hazrat Suleiman alayhi salam was in spirituality, which is granted by God to all prophets and awliya. In addition to them, it has been alluded to in many ways and promised that it will also be granted to mu'mins. Number 4. Hazrat Suleiman's spiritual kingdom was not a new thing. It had continued from the very beginning hereditarily in the chain of prophets, as it is evident from Surah 27, Ayat 16. And Suleiman inherited Dawood. In the same verse, it is alluded in front of the inner eye that understanding the language of the birds was included among the magnificent miracles of the inheritance of prophethood. Here it should be remembered that by the language of birds is meant to converse with angels. Although the Holy Spirit transforms the voice of external birds, etc., into a brief conversation, but the main secret of the language of birds is the conversation of angels, which is the greatest favour of God, as it contains knowledge. Number 5. Potentially, every individual is a world of particles, which is called the personal world or microcosm, Alysha. The wise Qur'an has called it the Valley of Ants. Countless personal souls live in the personal world of man. If, fortunately, a spiritual revolution takes place in a personal world, 3 additional kinds of Sulaymanian armies of jinn, humankind, and birds, angels, come there. All these are in the form of particles, Surah 27, Ayat 17, and some of their great examples come later on. Number 6. It is said in the Diwan of Hazrat Ali, alayhi salam, "Your remedy is in you, but you are unaware of it, and your illness has been generated from you, but you do not see it. You think that you are a small body, while the macrocosm is folded in you, and you are the speaking book, from the letters of which reveal the hidden secrets." Diwan, page 64. There are 2 references, in a wisdom-filled way, in these verses to the mighty Qur'an. One is the folding of the macrocosm in man, Surah 21, Ayat 104, Surah 39, Ayat 67, and the other is the Kitab-i Mubin, the speaking book, Surah 10, Ayat 61, Surah 34, Ayat 3. This shows that everything is in the personal world. In that case, then, why should there not be the examples of Sulayman's kingdom, which are extremely necessary to attain ma'arifat? Number 7. The gift of making mu'mins kings is not confined to the time of Hazrat Musa, alayhi salam, Surah 5, Ayat 20. But the mu'mins of every prophet can attain the spiritual kingdom. However, in order to attain it, there are certain conditions by fulfilling which mu'mins will attain recognition, ma'arifat, in this life and the kingdom in the next world. A mu'min cannot be a slave in paradise. Rather, by the grace of God, he will be a king. Surah 2, Ayat 247, Surah 3, Ayat 26, Surah 76, Ayat 20. Number 8. From the prayer of Hazrat Sulayman alayhi salam, it is evident that the main aspect of his kingdom was spiritual. So he turned to God. He said, "My Lord, forgive me and grant me a kingdom which is not fit for anyone after me. Indeed, you are the granter of bounties abundantly." Surah 38, Ayats 34 to 35. Obviously, by this kingdom is meant the spiritual kingdom, so that being linked with the soul, it may be transferred to the next world and may remain with him forever as the great kingdom of paradise. Surah 76, Ayat 20. Number 9. The Qur'anic stories of the prophets are full of the precious treasures of spiritual secrets, and similarly, the story of Hazrat Sulayman alayhi salam is also full of extremely wondrous spiritual wisdoms. In order to understand this, first of all you have to be sure that God, by his perfect power, enfolds the entire universe in the personal world of the prophets and the awliya. Surah 21, Ayat 104, Surah 39, Ayat 67. This means that as for the physical heavens and earth, they remain intact in their place, but their spiritual and intellectual form is enfolded in their personal world. By this feat of God, may he be blessed and exalted, all the souls, small and big, of the entire universe, all their copies, are gathered in the perfect man. Thus God also granted Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salam this greatest favour and made all spiritual powers subservient to him. Surah 27, Ayat 16. Number 10. The wise Qur'an says that God had granted Hazrat Dawood and Hazrat Sulaiman alayhimussalam the everlasting wealth of special knowledge. Therefore, we should view their great miracles from the angle of knowledge and recognition. One important topic of this wisdom-filled story is jinn. It should be known that in Arabic, jinn is a generic name for both male and female jinns, who in form and shape are like human beings, but since they are in a subtle body, are extremely beautiful and handsome. Why not? After all, they are the nation of fairies. Some of the jinns are mu'mins, and some of them are infidels. Surah 72, Ayat 14. Those who are mu'mins are on various levels of faith, to the extent of a wali or an angel. Those who are infidels are the devils from among the jinns. Now it is perfectly logical to say that if there can be devils from among the jinns, there can also be angels from among them. From this it becomes very clear that from among the jinns of this story, some are devils and others are angels. Number 11. It has already been mentioned in this book that every verse of the glorious Qur'an has an exoteric aspect and an esoteric aspect. An example of this fact is mentioned here in order to understand the great secrets of the story of Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salam. Number 12. In this story, by the hers, field, crop, are meant the particles of the animal soul. By the Ghanam, sheep, goats, the souls like Gog, Magog, by Suleiman's throne, the subtle body and the rank of intellect. By the violent wind, the angelic power and the word kun, be. By the blessed land is meant spirituality, and the supreme soul is the universal soul. And by divers is meant those who bring out the pearls from the ocean of the universal soul. Surah 21, Ayat 78 to 82. Number 13. By the language of birds is meant the speech of angels. By everything, the comprehension of spirituality. By the valley of ants, personal souls and minds. By the hoopoe, the inquiring soul. By the Queen of Sheba, a great personality whom the Vicegerent of God wants to make subordinate to himself. By the throne of the Queen of Sheba, the Jusai Ibdaiya, or the Ibdai body. By the letter, Kitab, of Sulaiman alayhi salam, the writing which is seen in dreams or in the imagination. By Bismillah, the beginning of spirituality. By Ifrit, Jismi Misali, and the lightning attire. By the one who has the knowledge of the book, the martial subtle body. By Suleiman's palace, the exit and entrance of light. Surah 27, Ayats 14 to 44. Number 14. By the fountain of copper is meant the knowledge of oneness. By fortresses, the subtle martial bodies. By images, the subtle non-martial bodies. By the basins as large as reservoirs, the lights of explanations and confirmation. By cooking cauldrons, the fountains of knowledge and wisdom. By death, the death of the animal soul which occurs before physical death. By the creature of the earth, the souls like Gog and Magog which gnaw away the animal soul, Asar, staff, of the perfect man. Surah 34, Ayats 12 to 14. Because Zulkarnain's wall has to eventually be lifted out. Number 15. By the horses of highest breeding are meant the automatic azkar, singular zikr, and perambulation of the planet of intellect. By the pedestal, the soul. By a body, jasad, the souls being overpowered by an unpleasant body for the sake of trial. By the construction, the amir, the manifestations of the forms, images, and the observations of marvels and wonders. Surah 38, ayats 30 to 40. Saturday, 29 Zul Hijjah, 1408 AH, 13th August 1988 AD. Qur'anic Prophecy. Number 1. The glorious Qur'an is the wisdom-filled speech of God. May He be blessed and exalted. Its merits, wonders, and virtues are limitless and innumerable, and its external and internal beauties countless. It is that perfect, complete, and most comprehensive Book of God, the all-seeing, the all-knowing, in which, like the spiritual and luminous writings of the guarded tablet, there is the wisdom-filled explanation of everything. Tibyan li kulli shay'in. Surah 16, Ayat 89. Thus the light of explanation of the mighty Qur'an not only illumines the states of the past and the future, and of those who have passed away, and of those who are going to come, but the precious gems of the secrets of Azal and Abad are also found in its divine allusions. Thus, although foresight and prophecy are strange things for us, yet for the wise Qur'an they are not strange, for all such things take place according to the divine program. The glorious Qur'an is full of prophecies. Number 2. It is my personal belief that the most comprehensive and the most easily understandable prophecy of the Qur'an is in this verse. We shall show them our signs on the horizons of the world, and within themselves, until it will be manifest unto them that He is the truth. Surah 41, Ayat 53. In this verse, the long chain of external miracles is mentioned first, then the beginning of spiritual miracles, and the result of this chain. The result is that all those who have been denying Islam will accept its truth and reality. Number 3. It should be noted that in the above-mentioned verse, until, hatta, is the particle of utmost limit, which indicates the long chain of material and spiritual miracles and their result. That is, by God's command, first the external miracles will appear, which will be called human science and art, rather than divine miracles, as is happening today. Then such miracles will appear within human beings, which will work in the personal world, like the scientific miracles, such as the telescope, the telephone, the telegraph, the wireless, the radio, the recorder, the television, the computer, and many other things. Whatever may be the real names of the spiritual miracles, their examples are like these. Number 4. This is the description of the age of resurrection, or the cycle of spirituality, in which such great miracles will be observed. But without willing or unwilling spiritual exercise and hardship, how is it possible to attain such a great place? Thus, in many verses, the law of the Qur'an says that on that day, every individual, according to his deeds, will bear a part of those hardships and tribulations which are mentioned in connection with the subject of resurrection, and these are numerous. Number 5. It would not be out of place to mention here that many a time the divine law causes man to weep for a short time to prepare him for lasting happiness. For instance, a woman definitely cries because of the hardship of the pangs of birth and the difficulty of delivery. But when she sees her beautiful baby, she forgets all her pain and becomes happy. In short, the greatest miracles of spirituality can be observed only after the most arduous tribulations. Number 6. The echo of the sur, trumpet of Israfil, alayhi salam, which takes and gives life with its sublime secrets, is a reality. The emergence of Gog and Magog, which are extremely small particles, is certain. Undoubtedly, they will create destruction in the personal world. Surah 18, Ayat 94. But Qur'anic spirituality says that this destruction, i.e. the destruction of the animal soul, will be for the sake of reconstruction and spiritual progress, without which the earth of the external world and the earth of the internal world cannot be illumined with the light of the Sustainer. Surah 39, Ayat 69. Number 7. One specific characteristic of the day of resurrection is that there is no doubt in it. Surah 6, Ayat 12. This means that during the resurrection, all doubts and uncertainties will be removed. This shows that the resurrection in reality eradicates all spiritual diseases completely and makes people return to God willingly or unwillingly. Surah 3, Ayat 83. Certainly, in such a state, evil and injustice will be extinct from the world, and in this sense, the earth will be illumined by the holy light of the Sustainer. In most cases, by the mention of the earth is meant the people, and it is the people who need light. Number 8. At present, peace cannot be established in the world universally and truly until the armies of God, the Great, the High, demonstrate the spiritual jihad in the heaven and the earth. Surah 48, Ayat 7, Surah 5, Ayat 54, Surah 3, Ayat 151. This is because God is going to seize the wrongdoers with the most violent seizing. Surah 44, Ayat 16. Number 9. God has promised, and He is sufficient as a witness of it, that He has sent His beloved messenger with guidance and the true religion, so that He may make it prevail over all other religions. Surah 9, Ayat 33, Surah 48, Ayat 28. This greatest victory will be the source of boundless mercy for all human beings, and particularly for Muslims, for this is the meaning of the Holy Prophet's epithet, a mercy for all the worlds. Surah 21, Ayat 107. Number 10. Among the miracles of the resurrection, one highly wondrous miracle will be, on that day they shall follow the inviter, who will simultaneously speak in the language of all the people, La iwja lahu, i.e., he has no crookedness. And the voices will be hushed before the compassionate, and you will hear but a hidden voice. Surah 20, Ayat 108. Namely, there will be a spiritual conversation. Number 11. God says, to whom belongs the kingdom this day? To God, the One, the Subduer. Surah 40, Ayat 16. That is, on that day, all kingdoms in the world will come to an end, and only the true kingdom of God will be established, who unites the people in every respect, both in the personal world as well as in the external world, and He is the great subduer. Surah 40, Ayat 16. Number 12. You know definitely that the resurrection is going to take place in this world, and that by the hereafter is meant the next world. After this very brief explanation, let us carefully study Surah 3, Ayat 77. As for those who take a small price for the covenant of God and their own oaths, surely they shall have no portion in the hereafter, and God will not speak to them, nor will He look upon them on the day of resurrection, i.e., they will not be granted His didar. nor will he purify them. Surah 3, Ayat 77. The wisdom hidden in the meaning of this verse is that on the day of resurrection, God will speak to those who are pious and righteous from behind the veil, and will grant them his sacred didar, vision, which will be without speech. Then through these two extremely great means, he will purify them spiritually and intellectually. It should also be known that the friends of God can attain the recognition, ma'arifat, of the individual resurrection before the collective resurrection. It should also be remembered that the example of the collective resurrection lies in the individual resurrection. Number 13. The wise Qur'an is the unfathomable ocean of knowledge with respect to every sublime subject. What I have said here about the subject of prophecy is less than a drop. If you want to know more, you should have recourse to the unfathomable ocean itself, i.e. the glorious Qur'an. Undoubtedly, God willing, you will be enriched with the precious treasures of knowledge and wisdom, and be extremely happy and delighted with spiritual and intellectual health. May the Lord of the world, in his infinite mercy, reveal the great secrets of the Qur'anic spirit and spirituality to all. Ameen. Friday, 5 Muharram Haram, 1408 AH, 19th August 1988 AD. Luminous time and luminous ibadat. Number 1. It is said in a noble hadith, every night our sustainer, may he be blessed and exalted, descends to the nearest heaven. When the last part of the night is left, he says, who is there to call to me, so that I may accept their call? Who is there to ask me, so that I may give them? Who is there to seek forgiveness from me, so that I may forgive them? Bukhari 8:225. Number 2. The same hadith is mentioned in Muslim 1:520, in various versions, such as, every night God descends on the nearest heaven. When the first third part of the night elapses, he says, I am the king, I am the king. Who is there to call on me so that I may accept their call? Who is there to ask me so that I may give them? Who is there to ask forgiveness from me so that I may forgive them? He continues like this till the dawn gleams. Number 3. The blessed and wisdom-filled hadith is the special exegesis of those noble verses of the Suratul Muzammil, Surah 73, in which rising at night and the luminous ibadat is enjoined. However, a great question arises here. What is the meaning of God descending to the nearest heaven when he is free from any physical and spatial movement? The answer is that it is not a physical descent of God. Rather, it is his spiritual manifestation, and his manifestation from the invisible world to the visible world is called his descent, nuzul. Since the non-spatial height where he is cannot be reached by even the closest of his servants, therefore he descends in his manifestations and comes closer to them. As for the nearest heaven, or as-sama ad-dunya, it means the closest heaven of spirituality. For dunya means close. Surah 8, Ayat 42. Number 4. Prophets, awliya and sincere mu'mins, according to their ranks, take the benefit of the luminous time and luminous ibadat of the night. It is a time in which an immediate reward of the entire ibadat of the day and night is given, so that every mu'min may see the progress of his knowledge and deeds and work with greater ambition. As the noble Qur'an says, O you who believe, if you fear God, he will grant you a criterion, Furqan, Surah 8, Ayat 29. This criterion will be both collective and individual, and will continue to work in an Islamic way of living and in all the stages of spirituality. The attributes of the criterion are in fact that of the Qur'an itself. Surah 2 Ayat 185, Surah 25 Ayat 1. Therefore, such a criterion will be the spirit or the light of the Qur'an. Surah 5 Ayat 15, Surah 42 Ayat 52, Surah 57 Ayat 28. Number 5. It is true that the spiritual creation of Hazrat Adam alayhi salam was completed in the span of 40 nights, specifically the mornings, as it is said in a sacred hadith. I kneaded the leaven of Adam with both my hands for 40 mornings. Ahadisi Masnawi, page 198. This was the continuation of the luminous ibadat of Adam, which he used to do in the luminous time of the night, in which there was the hand of God in a special sense. Now tell me, is this event not an example of God's luminous descent, that he perfected the soul of Adam with his own blessed hands? If it is said that this was done by the angels, then they become the mazhar of the divine act. This concept is more correct, as the Qur'an calls the Holy Prophet the hand of God. Nonetheless, regarding the concept of manifestation, mazhariyat, you may have to reflect deeply as to what the divine law for it is. Indeed, the divine law for it is the law of a mirror and a mazhar. Number 6. The luminous time is the one in which the inner senses become illumined, or rigorous preparation is made to see this miracle. All this becomes possible by spending the greater part of the night in ibadat. The night is the most blissful time for zikru bandagi, and the single cause of this bliss is the unique and glorious manifestation of God, in whose light the hidden treasures are recognized. In fact, the descent of God, in whatever sense it may be, is God's proclamation of great heavenly favors. This invitation and God's repast of given knowledge is greater and more spacious than the repast of Hazrat Isa alayhi salam. Thus, the one who does not accept this invitation remains spiritually and intellectually hungry and thirsty, both in this world and the next world. Number 7. It is said in Surah 51, ayats 15 to 19, Surely those who guard against evil will be in the gardens and fountains of knowledge and wisdom, taking that which the Lord gives them. Surely they were before that the doers of good. They used to sleep but little of the night, and used to ask forgiveness early in the mornings, and in their wealth the beggar and the outcast had due share. That is to say, that the righteous used to spend the greater part of the night in luminous ibadat in the world, and used to give the exoteric zakat and the esoteric zakat, i.e. the zakat of knowledge. Number 8. In Surah 51, ayats 20 to 23, it is also mentioned, And in the earth there are signs, miracles, for those who have certainty, and in their own souls too. Will you not then see? And your spiritual sustenance and what you are promised, i.e. resurrection, are in the heaven, spirituality. And by the Lord of the heaven and the earth, it, Qur'an, is most surely the truth, just as you do speak. That is, the noble Qur'an is a spirit and light as well. Surah 42, ayat 52. Therefore, it is the Kitab-i Natiq, Surah 23, ayat 63, Surah 45, ayat 29, and Kitab-i Mubin, Surah 15, ayat 1, Surah 27, ayat 1, namely the speaking book at the place of spirituality. Thus, All this is an emphatic invitation towards luminous ibadat and spirituality. Number 9. Hazrati Ibrahim alayhis salam had observed the spirituality, malakut, of the heavens and the earth in the light of the luminous time and the luminous ibadat. Surah 6, ayat 75 to 79. He had seen the setting ones, stars, moon, sun, in the supreme similitude of the world of intellect, and finally he started to say, I do not love the setting ones. Surah 6, ayat 76. Thus this principle of Tawheed was the result of luminous ibadat. Number 10. Hazrati Musa alayhis salam had gone to Mount Sinai by God's command, for the sake of the luminous ibadat of 40 nights. He had seen the manifestation of the gracious Lord on the mountain of intellect, Surah 7, ayat 143. Although the times of namaz and ibadat are during the day too, and divine remembrance can be continued all the time, yet it is a fact that without rising at night, the door of lights cannot be opened to anyone, nor can the luminosity of the colour of God be attained without the luminous ibadat. Number 11. God says that in the blessed person of the Holy Prophet, the universal mercy, the embodied light, there is an excellent example for he who hopes in God and the last day and remembers God abundantly. Surah 33, ayat 21. That is, he who hopes and longs that God may become his ear and tell him the secrets of Azal, become his eye and show him the manifestations of the luminous time, become his hand and make him hold the pearl of intellect, become his foot and make him stroll in the higher world. He should certainly follow the Holy Prophet in a real sense, so that he may attain these divine favours of the rank of proximity after attaining complete healing from spiritual diseases. Saturday, 13 Muharramul Haram, 1408 AH, 27th August 1988 AD.